Make the wind blow, running in the shadow, damn it, come down the line. And
Bracha is dafman aleph. We have in the Mishnah Machlokes Yehuda Chachamim. You have in front of you. Which one do you make a bracha on first? Is it the Shivas Haminim first, or is it Chavim first?
But you don't know me now.
Says Ula,
They will never love me again. I can still hear you say you can never break the chain ever. But you won't love me now. You will never love me again. I can still hear you say you can never break the chain ever. Love me now. They will never love me again. You can still hear you say you can never break the chain and break the chain.
The turnip is very sharp, and the only reason you're eating the olive is to diffuse the very sharp taste. In other words, the olive is a tuffle to the turnip. And here's a big chiddush. Even though you're eating the tuffle not together with the turnip, nevertheless, since it comes because of the turnip, it's still considered a tuffle to the turnip. You don't make a bracha on it. Now there's a shita that says that the machlokes of Yehuda and Chachamim is even in the case when the bracha, that the pasuk that discusses the Shivas Haminim, Eretz Chita v'Soira v'Gefen v'Teina v'Rima. Eretz Zeisem Zeis Shemen v'Tvash goes in a very specific order. Chita, wheat, the bracha comes, whatever is first in the pasuk, the bracha comes, anything that's in this pasuk comes before other vegetables. That these fruit of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to shiurim in the Torah. So for instance, we start from the beginning.
Keep us together.
Wheat. That is, if a person goes into it, they become tamei immediately. He becomes tamei immediately, and all his clothing comes off. But if he's wearing his clothing, he has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear of kedei achilas pras. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is 2 seudas. Half of bread is 4 beitzim, 1 seuda. But the Gemara says it has to be in a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. You have to be leaning, and you have to have a dip. The next shear is sa'ira. A bone the size of a barley is matama if it's from that person, if you touch it and if you lift it, but it's not matama the whole room, but oil. Gefen, wine, is a shear for nazir. Nazir eats chartzanim, he eats the peel or the seeds of the grape, he eats a shear of a revis. How do you measure a revis? With wine, wine is thicker than water, therefore if more of it fits into the cup. Te'ena is a fig that's for food that is the size of a fig. Rima and a pomegranate, if you own a kli, you're not selling a kli because a kli wouldn't become tummy, would lose its
on a dark desert highway.
It has a small hole in it, but if you own
cool
a kli,
wind in my hair
until it has a giant hole inside.
Warm smell of galitas rising up through the air.
Most of the shiurim of the
up ahead in the distance, heavy and my sight grew dim. I had in the doorway. I heard thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. When they looked up, there were voices down the Welcome to
eretz,
the
and
hotel.
second.
Such a
Second one
lovely
comes
place.
before the
Such a
fifth one
lovely place.
on the
Such a
first
lovely
eretz.
place.
And Rav Chisda heard this, he was extremely
There's
excited.
plenty
He
of
said,
room
"Rabbi,
at the
metal
hotel
feet that serve me
California.
forever."
It's any
So first
time
made
of
hametz,
year.
and then they brought him fruit. They brought him
You can find it
dates,
here.
figs, and
The gym is definitely twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. Oh, she got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. Money hills in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. As I called up the captain, said, "Please bring me my wine." He said, "We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Looking up in the middle of the night, just to hear them say, hey, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Ready a room at the Hotel California.
Rabbi Chia says,
And a
bread,
surprise for the night.
all food,
Bring your
wine,
alibi.
and says Rav Papa,
Mirrors on the ceiling.
Rashi learned,
Drink champagne on ice. And he said, we are all just prisoners here of our own device.
Because of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, don't need a bracha not beforehand and not afterwards. Says Rashi, that's talking about anything that you dip in bread. This place is no, it's talking about meat and fish. And that's what we do today. We don't make a bracha meat and fish because it's a lot. It comes out of the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have a Suda with bread, you bring to the table fish and meat, and you don't have to make a bracha. Second Allah, if it doesn't come because of the Suda, then you have to make a bracha beforehand, but not afterwards. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for a dip, it's to satiate yourself, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Kaisa says, no, it's talking about fruit sweets, and Rashi would use this as the third element. Sweets, in other words, fruit, they don't come because of the bread, and therefore, you have to make a bracha before, but you yaitz with the brikas and after. And finally, the third element. Anything that comes after Sukkot, you have to make a bracha before and after. According to Rashi, it's fruit. And according to this, it means even meat and fish that come after you're done. You say, I'm finished eating. You didn't even make brikas when you're done. You have to make another bracha, rishayna, and achar. And finally, last halakha for today. The Tzarma says that when you make hamaitzi on bread, it's not maitzi the wine. Why is that? Because wine is special. Wine is goyim a bracha for itself. Meaning, there are times that you make a bracha on wine, you don't even want to drink the wine, but you have to make it on wine, such as Kiddush and Havdalah. Therefore, it's a very special bracha, and if you're not yotza through the bread, have a wonderful day. Bracha is that membase, continuing with the sugya of pasaba bekisnim, bread that comes together with kisnim, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a different type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very low on flour. That's why there's a manoma that says you don't even make a birkas hamazon on it. What bracha rishayna do you make on it? According to Rabbi Yehuda, you make hamaitzi. According to Shmuel, depends. If one is kiveh suda on it, in other words, he eats 4 kibbetzim of it, then he would have to make hamaitzi. In fact, nowadays, if you eat any cake or whatever cookie that and you eat 4 kibbetzim of it, you would also have to make hamaitzi on that cake and cookies. If you're not kiveh suda, says Shmuel, then it's just a mezainas. Rabbi Yehuda was at a chasana that he made for his son, and they brought out kisnim. And he said, what's this tzitzi tzitzi noise that I hear? In other words, he heard people say hamaitzi, and he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said you could use lachmaniyot, which are hisanim, for eruv chatzeres, eruv tavshilas. And the question is why? It's not real bread. And the answer is, if you kiveh sud on it, then it's real bread. Now, what bracha achrona do you make on it? According to Rav Huna, you do not make a birkas hamazon. So what do you make? According to Rashi, it's a bar nefashis. According to Tosfos, it's salamichya. According to Rav Nachman, if other people establish a meal on it, then you make a birkas hamazon. The concept of hesach hadas, one decides he's no longer in a meal, even if he didn't make birkas hamazon, and they bring more food out, he has to make a new bracha. What's hesach hadas? There are four opinions. One opinion is once he decides the meal is over. Rav Papa says no. You have to remove all the food from the table, or actually move the table out of the way, according to another opinion. Rava was once at the Reish Golos, even though the meal was over, in his mind, he understood that the Reish Golos might bring out more food, and therefore there was no hesach hadas, and he didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out afterwards. A third opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil, like you sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's the end of the meal for you. Anything that comes after that point, you have to make a new bracha. And finally, the fourth opinion, and that's the halacha, is that it's mayim achronim that establishes the end of the meal. So once you wash your hands from mayim achronim, then the meal is over. Even though you didn't bench, if they brought food after that point, you have to make a new bracha. The Gemara says that there are four tchifos. There are four things that must happen immediately after you do the first thing. The first one is, if you lean your hands on the animal's head, you do smicha, you must do the shechita that comes right after smicha immediately. Geula l'tfila, you say Gal Yisrael, you must have Shemona Esrei immediately. When you wash your hands, you make a bracha immediately. And finally, Abaye says, if you invite a Talmid Chacham to your house as a guest, you will immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah, there are 3 times during a meal that one would drink wine in the time of the Gemara. One was before the meal started, during the appetizers. One during the meal, and that was in order to soak the food in the stomach. And the third one was after the meal, before Birkas Hamazon. Says the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetizers before the meal, that's enough to pater the wine that comes after the meal, before Birkas Hamazon. The same thing if you make a bracha on some sort of appetizer, that's enough for the appetizers during the meal as well. And this brings us to Talmud Beis. Gemara says that 1 cup of wine, a bracha on a cup of wine, is mitzi the second cup of wine, provided that there's a kviyah suda there. In other words, it's Shabbos, it's Yontif, it's after bloodletting or after coming out of a bathhouse. But if it's during the week, 1 cup of wine has nothing to do with the other cup of wine. You'd have to make a bracha on each and every cup of wine. In fact, if you're the type of person that doesn't really drink a bunch of cups of wine, you only drink one, like a baya, then you would have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine. He's nimlach. He didn't have in mind when he drank the first cup that he's actually going to have a second cup, and therefore you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on what's the ikr, and you're mighty the tafel. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're mighty the parperes, which is like cake, a snack, but not the opposite. If you make the bracha on the parperes, you're not mighty the bread. By bread, in the time of the Gemara, when they ate the meal, like we know on the Lil Seder, they used to lean, they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a leaning position, then one person could be mighty everybody else. But if they're not leaning, they weren't kaveh suda, then one person cannot be mighty other people. And nowadays, this says it's different because we sit as is, we're kaveh suda by sitting, not by leaning. During the suda, when you drink wine, is to soak the food. That has less of a chashivas than drinking wine for enjoyment. And therefore, there's a machlokes whether making a bracha on the wine that's there to soak food is mighty, the more important one of after the meal when you're drinking for hana. When wine comes in the middle of the meal, everyone should make their own bracha. One should not be mighty other people because they're busy swallowing and they're concerned that they might choke and they won't have kavanah to your bracha. If it comes after the meal, then one person makes a bracha for everybody else. And the Mishnah says that only when they're all leaning, one can be mighty everybody else, unless they planned initially to sit down and have the meal, and that is considered as they were kiveya, they decided to do so. The Gemara says a story that after Rav was nifter, his Talmidim went to the Levaya, and they all decided, they got together and they said they're going to eat on the banks of Nahar Dag. And when they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered to establish a Suda. and they were very sad because they had nobody to ask. They felt like the Rebbe wasn't there anymore. Rabbi Adav Rahava got up and he turned his shirt around. The shirt that already had Kriya on it, he flipped it around so he could perform another Kriya because he was so sad that he had nobody to ask. The Gemara tells us that Eliyahu Navi came and he says, no, because there was a contradiction between the Mishnah and the Bryce, and we had to answer and say, the difference is when people get together and they come up with an eitzah, Rashi says, and they decide that they're going to sit down and establish a meal, that's enough. Because Suda and one can be mighty everybody else. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is that Mem Gimel. We learned in the Mishnah that if everybody's gathered around and all leaning on the couches, one person can make the bracha for everybody else. Says the Gemara, that's talking about bread. But when it comes to wine, there's a machlokes. And there's two opinions what Rav said. The first Lashon says, the Rav said, that when it comes to wine, if everybody's leaning, then one person could be mighty to everybody else. The second Lashon in Rav is, it doesn't matter. Everybody could be leaning, it won't help. Everybody must make their own bracha. And Rabbi holds, as long as everybody's leaning, one person can be mighty to everybody else. How do we explain the Bryce? There's a wealthy person that invites many poor people as guests. And the guests start coming in and they sit down in the front room. And they're waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. And as they're waiting, he serves them wine and he tells them, wash one hand. Rashi says because of Tumah, because it says because of covered of bracha. And each one makes an individual bracha on the wine. The question is, according to the first opinion in Rav, why can't one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is, because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, in this room, they're not considered Kavua, they're not considered Mizuman together, and each one should make their own bracha. So now, all the guests show up, and they transition into the second room, where they have beds, and everybody lays down, they do a seva, and they all wash both of their hands, because they're going to be eating bread. And now, one person makes a bracha on the wine for everybody. The question is, according to the second opinion around, how could one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is, since one person is making a bracha on bread for everybody, so migui that he's doing it for bread, he can be might see other people for wine as well. It says in the Mishnah that the person who is honored in Zimun, he's the same person who's going to make the bracha on the summon, he might see everybody else. And it seems like there's another greater person than him in the room. Why is it that he's doing all these brachas? Says the Gemara, because he washed his hands first for my machrayim, so he gets to do zimun. And once he gets to do zimun, we say finish the mitzvah, make the bracha on the summon as well. The Gemara tells us a story that Rabbi was eating by Rebbe's house together with Rav Chizda, and Rebbe looked at Rabbi and said, "Go wash your hands." Rav started shaking. He thought maybe he did something wrong. And Rav Chizda explained to him, "No, Rebbe wants you to go wash your hands first for my machrayim, like we said before. The one that washes first, he's the one that's honored in zimun." Why do we make a bracha on smell? It's not a physical thing. Says the Gemara, because it says in the pasuk, "Kol neshama tahalul ka." What is it that a neshama can benefit from that the rest of the body doesn't? The only thing is the good smell, and the pasuk says, "Make a bracha." Rabbi Bar Yirmiyah says that just like when you're eating food, you eat bread, you say "Amaiti" and then you put it in your mouth. Even before you eat and benefit, you say the bracha. So too, when it comes to smell, you make the bracha before you actually smell. As long as it's going up in smoke, you can make that bracha. Says Rav, mugmar, which is incense that you put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance in the smoke. The bracha is atzi b'samim. Besides mush, which in English is musk, which comes from animals, the bracha would be bayir minei b'samim. The Brisa says differently. The Brisa says that the only thing that you say atzi b'samim is a farsamayim of Rabbi and Hadassah. Now, what bracha do you make on a farsamayim? The oil of a farsamayim? Don't bring a rag from Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda loved Eretz Yisrael, and therefore he inserted in the bracha, Boirei Shemen Artseinu, our land. The bracha is like Rabbi Yehuda who says, Boirei Shemen Arei. And the Gemara brings a list of things they say, Boirei Atze B'samim. Kesharta, which is castus, also known as Chosh, which is one of the Samamonim of the Kairos. Simlak is jasmine. Chilufei Dima is spikenard, also one of the Kairos, which is Shipoilis Ner. And Narkoim, which is garden roses, are all Atze B'samim. What do you say is Beit Psalm? The Gemara brings an example of sigle, which is violets. If you have a fruit that's edible but also has a very good smell, such as an esrog or a chavusha, which is a quince, then you make a special bracha. Nosan reach toiv ba'peres. In Nisan, when trees start blooming and you see a blooming tree, what you say is, Baruch shali chizar ba'ilami klum. Nothing is missing in this world. We don't need these beautiful trees. We can live without them. Why did he create these beautiful trees? It's nice by him b'nei Adam to give us pleasure. Says Gemara, in the future when Mashiach comes, Bachur Yisrael, young men will have the smell of Levana. Gemara says an amazing thing, that Baruch Hu created the world in a way where everybody enjoys their job. Even a tanner enjoys the smell, gets used to the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says the Gemara, similar to a mashal where a person puts a palm shoot on the back of a pig and it's clean. The pig will find his way and roll into the mud. Even if this person, this tanner, finds another job, eventually he'll end up back tanning. If a person walks by himself at night, he might encounter a shade, and the shade could damage him, could harm him, and he'll see the shade. But if he holds a lamp in his hand, then it's as if he's walking with another person. It's as if there's two people. He might see the shade, but the shade won't harm him. If he's walking to the light of the moon, then it's as if there are three people there, and he won't even see the shade. Rabbi says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to embarrass somebody in public. We learned that from Tamar and Yehuda. If a person is holding in his hand oil that smells good and hadas, according to Bishil, you make the bracha on hadas. According to Bisham, you make the bracha on shemen. It says Bisham is right, because shemen accomplishes two things. You can smear it on your skin, and it also smells good. And Gamliel says that Bisham is right. But what happened was, the Gemara says, Rav Papa passing like Basil, and he said, but Rabbi Gamliel said that looks like Bisham. He says, Rav Papa, yeah, but I heard that from Rava that looks like Basil. Says the Gemara, a very interesting thing. Rav Papa was embarrassed, so he made up a story that Rava passing like Basil. The person has two things: oil and wine. Which one does he make a bracha on first? Bishami says you hold the oil in your hand, you make the bracha on the oil, and Basil says you hold the wine in your right hand, you make the bracha on the wine. What do you do with the oil? You anoint your servant. When the servant is a Talmid Chacham, don't put this good smelling oil on him, because the Talmid Chacham should be careful not to go out with good smelling perfume. The Gemara brings a list of things that the Talmid Chacham should be careful of. First of all, a Talmid Chacham should not go out into the marketplace smelling good, especially in a place where there's a shad of Mishkan Zachar. And the Gemara says he shouldn't put on his clothing, but he can put it on his body to act as a deodorant. The Gemara has a shayla machlekes. What happens if you put it on his hair? Is it like clothing or putting it on his body? A Talmid Chacham should not go out by himself at night, because people will make rumors about him. Unless he has a chavrusa learning, people know that he's going there, and that's why he's out by himself. A Talmid Chacham should not have shoes that have two patches on them. It's not nice. And only if it's in a place that it's seen, and only if it's in the summer days, if there's no mud outside, and only outside. A Talmid Chacham should not be talking to a woman in the marketplace, even if that woman happens to be his wife, daughter, sister, because people don't know that they are related to him. And the Talmid Chacham should not be in the company of an Am Haaretz, because that Am Haaretz might bring him down. And he should never be the last one in the Beis Medrash, because people say that he's negligent. And he shouldn't walk very wide steps, because where it says every wide step takes 1/500th away from his eyesight. And if he does do so, he should make kiddush, and that will restore his eyesight. And finally, a Talmid Chacham should not walk upright, because that's gaiva towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf mem dalet. The Mishnah tells us that when you eat a main food and the secondary food as well, you make one bracha on the main food, and the secondary food is part from a bracha. 99% of the time when you eat bread, bread is the main food. The Mishnah tells us that there's an exception to the rule. Peiros genoisar. These are extremely sweet fruit that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste, and you eat a little bread with it. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yochanan loved this fruit very much, and his Talmidim would bring him 1,000 of these fruits at a time. and he would eat them all, and he would swear that he's not even satiated. The bavo, he would eat them until a fly that would land on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi and Rabasi would eat so many of these that they would have hair loss. Their hair would simply fall out of their head. Rish Lakish would eat so many of them that he would become delirious, he would become shikr. Rabbi Yochanan had to call on the authorities to have them drive him home. The Gemara tells us about Eretz Yisrael. Yana had a city that had so many figs that he needed that many employees to pick the figs that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna per week. Yana had a tree that had so many birds in it that he would take 3 times a month 40 saw of chicklings out of the tree. There was a city called GUINNESS that had 80 pairs of kohanim that married 80 twin kohanim girls. The Gemara says it's so rare that only happened once. The Rav Chizda's twin daughters, and he was a kohen, married 2 brothers who were Yisraelim, which were Rami Bar Chama and Ukva Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. Gamliel holds that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you have to make a Birkas Hamazon. You have to bench. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Haminim comes 2 psukim before the pasuk about Birkas Hamazon. Chacham say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates them. And that says that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. Gamliel says the pasuk in between comes to tell us that if you eat wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, Tarvin says you make a shahakal and you make a boirei nefashit. So we're going to see soon there's a machlekes whether you make a bracha at all, bracha chreina on water. The ala michya on fruit is very similar to how we do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. We say shuratzis over here. The Gemara does it. And on the 5 minim of grain, we know that in Chodesh, we finish off the bracha, Mekadesh Yisrael, Ver Rosh Chodashim. That's 2 things that we say. We say the same 2 things. We say 2 things in Al Michya. For instance, according to Rav Chizda, in the Chutz La'aretz you say Ala Oretz Val Perisel, according to one lashon. In other words, you're benching the fruit of Eretz Yisrael. And Rabbi Yochanan in Eretz Yisrael would say Ala Peretz in general. Rabbi Nachman said we have to flip that around. That in Chutz La'aretz you say Ala Peretz, our fruit. We're not going to bench. We ate fruit here. We're not benching about the fruit in Eretz Yisrael. In Eretz Yisrael you say Al Perisel. Rabbi Yehuda Rav Dima says that when it comes to vegetables and water, there's no bracha chreina. You don't make a bar nefashos. Rabbi Yitzchak says there is by vegetables, but you don't make a bracha chreina on water. Or Papa says you do make a bracha chreina on bar nefashos on water and on vegetables. The Mishnah Nida says there is a bracha. There are things that need a bracha beforehand, but not afterwards. According to Rav Papa, everything needs a bracha afterwards, even water. He must say that's referring to mitzvahs. If you do a mitzvah, you don't make a bracha when you're done. Although in Eretz Yisrael, they would make brachas when one would remove his tefillin and his tzitzis, they would say bracha. So we must say that according to the Man Omar, is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha beforehand. You don't make a bracha afterwards. Gemara tells us that an egg is healthier than any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world besides meat. Meat the same size of an egg would have the same nutrient value. A spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you ate from it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you shouldn't eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. According to one lashon, raw vegetables, causes the person that eat them a lot of damage if you eat them within the first 4 hours of the day. Another lashon says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals that are supposed to grow to large size, and you ate an animal that's only 25% of its potential growth, it prevents a person from growing. Animals, live animals, bring life. So even if you eat a small fish, that brings life. If you eat from the throat area, which is where the life goes in, where you breathe from, that brings life, that revitalizes the body. And Rava was makbid to eat from the place of the shechita. The Gemara tells us there are 6 things that are medicinal, and that is cabbage. And the Gemara says not only is cabbage is a good medicine, but it also satiates a person. Beets, pennyroyal water, maw, a womb, and the diaphragm. Turnip is really bad for your health unless you eat it together with meat, according to one shita, according to another shita, unless you cook it really good. The Gemara calls it eitzim, and another shita, which is rava. If you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. And that's why Rabbi would tell his servant, if you see turnips, don't ever ask me, just buy it, I would like to eat it. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf mem hey, brand new perek. Shloisha shachlu ka'achas, discussing when 3 people get together to eat bread, one of them leads the other in zimun. How do we know this? From the pasuk, person says, Gadlu Hashem iti. You two, my friends, should bless Hashem iti together with me. That's a total of 3. Or Kishem Hashem Ekra, I will call out Hashem's name. You guys, Havu Gadol Zakenu. So together we have 3. The Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of the Zima. These are people that are eating food that Trumas and Meisters weren't taken from them, or you weren't paid the Meister Sheni, or the waiter, he ate less than Kazayas, or a guy. But a Kusi is mitzdarif. Women, halachically, can make their own zimun. Ketanim, avadim can make their own zimun, but they're not mitzdarif together with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to have a chiyuv to do zimun, and have enough of a chiyuv to lead the 3 with zimun? Tanagama says a kazayas, and Rabbi Yehuda says you must eat a kabetza. We learn from the same pasuk, Gadol Hashem iti, that the person that answers Amen shouldn't answer it louder than the Chazan himself. The pasuk says, Moshe yidaber v'alikim yanenu b'kol. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu said over the Aser Sadidus to Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu repeated it over to Klal Yisrael. From here we learn, in the time of the Gemara, there's a Bal Kairei and a Metargimon, a person who repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The 2, the Bal Kairei and the Metargimon, have to be on the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. And there's a fundamental machlokes in the Gemara. The Mishnah says that zimun is with 3 people. How about 2 people? Can they elect to do zimun? Rabbi Yochanan says no, and Rav says yes, they could do zimun. Abaye says the minhag though today is when people know how to read, and you have 2 people, each one benches individually for themselves. If there's a bur, somebody that doesn't know how to read, then one could bench for the other. He could be mighty the second one because of the halacha of Shaimea Kaina. When you hear a bracha, it's as if you said that bracha. And the Gemara goes through a series of questions, asking questions on Rabbi Yochanan and Rav. In our mission, it says that 3 people get together to do zimun, and not 2. That would be a question on Rav who says that 2 could do zimun, and he'll answer. Our mission is talking about a chiyuv, and I was talking about a rishos. If you elect to do so, you can. In the Rais it says that if 3 people get together to eat, one of them cannot run away and leave his 2 friends behind. It seems like if 2 people are eating, one could run away, and the answer is yes. When you have 3 people eating, then one can't run away because he created a chiyuv by him running away. He's destroying that chiyuv. Very interesting halacha. You have 2 people, imagine 2 people eating together, having conversation, and there's a waiter, and the waiter plops down next to them and he sits down and eats, and it's not considered gaiva, and it's okay, because we assume that those 2 people want him to sit there so that they have a chiyuv for zimun. And the question is, according to Rav, 2 is enough. You don't need a 3rd one. And the answer is, 3 is better than 2 because 3 creates a real chiyuv, whereas 2 is just elective. And when you have a real chiyuv, gadol ha-mitzvah v'isa, v'shein mitzvah v'isa. When you're mechuyev to do the mitzvah is greater. As we said, women can do zimun by themselves, but they should not use an eved to be mitzaref eved, and ktanim could do zimun by themselves. They can't use an eved because of promiscuity. It seems like that even 100 women have the same halachic chiyuv as 2 men, and it says the women are mechuyev. So you see that 2 men are chayiv. Says the Gemara is not true. Women have a greater chiyuv. 3 women have a greater chiyuv than 2 men because of the pasuk of Gadol Hashem iti. When you have 3, that creates a chiyuv. They are considered dayos, the Gemara calls them. And now the Gemara says that if you have 3 people that were eating and one ran away, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people and one ran away, you cannot scream out to him so that he turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, you have to call him back because you're saying Hashem's name. And therefore it's not proper for him to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if 3 people are eating together, it's not polite, it's not their cheret, for if one of them finishes eating and says, hey, I'm done, can you please answer me? Because it's 1 against 2. But if 2 finish eating, then it's okay for them to ask the third one to stop and answer them. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until they are finished with the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon, Hazaras HaKol. The Gemara tells us that there were 3 Amoraim, Yehuda B'Meremar, Mar Bar Ravashi, and Rav Achim Edifti. And they were all sitting together and eating, and they said, we're all on the same level in learning and in Galus, so who's going to lead us in Zimun? There's no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided just to bench on their own and not to do Zimun. Meremar heard about this, and he wasn't happy. He said, you weren't Yaitz the mitzvah of Zimun, you were Yaitz the mitzvah of Birkas Hamazon. And to go back and do Zimun retroactive doesn't work. Here's Halach L'Maisa. You walk into a meal on Shabbos and people are about to start benching. What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shachal Mishlei because you didn't eat with them. So what do you say? The Gemara says you answered Baruch U'Mevarach. And Taisus brings the Bahag, and it's brought down in Shulchan Aruch, the Halacha, minus the word who, that you answer Baruch U'Mevarach Shemai Tamid Lo'elam Vayim. And if there's 10 people, you walk into a Shever Brachas, and there are 10 people about to start Zimun, you say Baruch Elokeinu U'Mevarach Shemai Tamid Lo'elam Vayim. What if you walk in when they're already at the end of Zimun? So there you just say the word Amen. The Gemara says that only the bracha B'nai Yerushalayim you say Amen on your own bracha. B'nai Beracham of Yerushalayim Amen, or according to the Gaon you say B'nai Yerushalayim Amen. But other brachas, that's a gnai. Rashi points out, and that's how the Sfardim do it, that when there's a series of brachas, the last bracha you could answer Amen to yourself. So the last bracha of Hallel you would say Amen, or after your Shabbat you say Amen. Taisus argues on Rashi. Machlokes, this Amen in B'nai Yerushalayim, do you say it out loud or do you say it quietly? Abaya would be mitzi his employees with Birkas Hamazon, and when he got to B'nai Yerushalayim, he would scream out Amen to indicate to them that their time is up and they must go back to work and they shouldn't bench the 4th bracha, which is only in the Rabbanan. Rav Ashi, on the other hand, held that the 4th bracha is in the Rabbanan, and if you say it aloud, it'll come to a zilzul. People won't treat it respectfully, and therefore he said the Amen quietly. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Mem Vav. Who is Moitzi everybody with Hamoitzi and Chas T'chala? The host, the Balabais. The Gemara tells us that Reb Zera was very sick, and Ravo accepted upon himself that if Reb Zera has a refuah shlema, will be healed, he'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that they used to call Reb Zera the short, burnt one. His legs were burnt. Reb Zera would test himself out once a month, put himself in an oven, and see if he would be burnt like he would be burnt ahead of him. 1 month, there's an ayin hara, and in fact, his feet got burnt. Reb Zera had a full recovery. They threw him a big party. Ravo says, I want you to cut the bread and be mighty everybody. Reb Zera says, no, the Balabais has to do so. So he said, okay, but I want you to be Mizam and lead us with Zimun. Says Reb Zera, no, I hold that the person that cuts the bread, he's the person that does Zimun. Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Balabais cuts the bread. That's true. But Zimun the guest should do zimun. Why? Because the guest will give a bracha to the host, and it will say Yiratzah. The famous Yiratzah, Shelo Yevash Balabayis Hazeh, Loy Bailam Hazeh, the Loy Bailam Anbo. The owner shouldn't have any embarrassment, not in this world, and not in the world to come. Rabbi Yosef adds, V'yisach Moed B'chol Nechasav, V'yunechasim Utzlachim Kravim Le'ir, V'yunechasim U'nechaseinu U'tzlachim Kravim Le'ir, V'yishal Tzat Loy B'masi Yodav Loy B'masi Yodenu, V'yizdakir Loy L'fanav Loy L'fanenu, according to Rav Nachman, Zimun is like what we do today. You see Rabbi Sain and when you finish, you start Baruch Atah Hashem, Hazanas Olam Kulei B'Tuvay. But according to Rav Sheshes, and this is only according to Rashi, it's incredible. Rav Sheshes holds that Hazanas Olam Kulei B'Tuvay is part of Zimun. That is, if you're not benching with three people, you're just benching by yourself. You don't say Hazanas Olam Kulei B'Tuvay. You just start. That's where benching starts. It's unbelievable. Same thing would be, let's say if three people are benching together and they asked one of them to stop eating because two have to go. So the one that stopped eating and he continues eating later on by himself is a machlokes. Where does he start from? According to Chachamim, that's the halach. According to Rashi, he would start from Naida because he's all by himself. According to Abaya, he goes back. He says Azon Shalom Kulei B'Tuvay. Two brises that seem to contradict each other. How do we explain these brises according to Rav Nachman and according to Rav Sheshes? One brise says that sometimes benching is only two brachas and sometimes it's three. The second brise says sometimes benching is three brachas and sometimes it's four. According to Rav Nachman, we could explain that the first brise is referring to workers. The workers, they say Bnei Yerushalayim as part of Al Ha'aretz V'Al Hamazon. So that's two brachas that are actually one. So if it's only two people, they only have two brachas. They have Azon Soilam and they have Haaretz. If they're benching the zimun, you add one more because the zimun is considered a bracha. The second brayso Rav Nachman would say is talking about regular people, and regular people say Bnei Yerushalayim that's a bracha. So either you have three brachas when you're benching just by yourself, or four brachas if you add zimun to it. According to Rav Sheshes, zimun goes all the way through Hazan Salam Kulei B'Tuvay all the way to Naida. Therefore, the machlokes between the brises is whether or not the final bracha of Atay V'Ameitiv is the Rabban or the Raisa. We took it for granted up until this point that it's the Rabban. There's a Madama that says the Raisa. And therefore, the first brisa holds as the Rabbanon. So if two people are benching, you have only two brachas. Because you only start by Noida. And if it's three people benching, you add to that the Zimun, that's the third bracha. And if you hold, like the second brisa, that Atay V'Ameitiv is the Raisa, so now you add to everything a fourth bracha of Atay V'Ameitiv. Gemara proves three proofs that Atay V'Ameitiv is the Rabban. One proof is from the fact that workers could skip Atay V'Ameitiv. They have to skip Atay V'Ameitiv. In other words, it's the Rabban. Another proof is that Atay V'Ameitiv starts with Baruch Atah Hashem, but doesn't end with a bracha. And if it was part of benching, it was part of the Eraisa, it's what we call a bracha asmucha l'chaverta. It's a bracha that's next to its friend, and it should not start with Baruch. Because the rule is, the only brachas that start with Baruch are short brachas like brachas haperis on food or brachas on mitzvahs. A few exceptions to the rule. Bracha of Kriya Shema, for instance, Emes V'Yatziv starts without a baruch but ends with a baruch. Now, another raya is that in the Abel's house, you don't say Atay V'Ameitiv according to Rabbi, and that will prove that it's not a Doiraisa. The Gemara says that Marzutra went to the Beis Abel, he went to be Menachem Abel Ravashi, and this is la halacha that in benching you say, okay, Lavin Makina Adirin Barin Galini Yisrenu, etc., until you get to Gumalana. You say Atay V'Ameitiv, and then you say Kail Emes, Dayan Emes, Shoifet B'Tzedek. He judges with truth and with tzedek. With Ker B'Mishpat, V'Shal Be'Lama, he rules the world. Last is B'Kitzani as he wishes. Yichal Drachu Mishpat, Shakol Shaloi, everything's his. V'Chal, Anachnu Chayim L'Hoydis Loi. We always have to bench for everything. L'Varchai. Goyder Pirtzis B'Yisrael, he knows how to mend the holes in Klal Yisrael when we have a loss. U'Yigder Sa Pirtzah Zois, he should mend this Pirtzis B'Yisrael. L'Chayim. Gemara tells us interesting conversation that Rish Golos had with Rav Sheshes. He tells him the Rish Golos, the Parsin, the Persians, they know how to have dinner etiquette. In fact, when a very important person comes in, he would sit down first, he would lean, lay down and lean, and the second to him would lean right above his head. In other words, there was an issue here. The important person, if he wanted to converse with the second in command, he would have to sit up and turn his body, and that's not proper for an important person. But the Parsian, they knew sign language. They would go like this with their hands, and the person behind them would understand them. My Rishonim, they would start from the most important person, and they would bring his small little table immediately, so he didn't have to worry about keeping his hands clean. My Machronim, they start from the least important person, but they would keep the table in front of the important person, so he would have what to do. Rav Sheshes says, I don't know anything about Persians. I know about Brises. And in the Brisa, it says, yes, that the most important person sits down first. However, the second to him sits below him, so that the important person can converse with him without straining his neck. The third important person sits, well, if there's three people, so now you reverse it. Now you put the second person above him and the third person below him, because Rashi explains it's better and it looks more chashuv when the important person has to strain his neck for somebody more important. Therefore, let him strain his neck for the second in command rather than the third. How do you do? My Mishonim, yes, we start with the most important person, but my Machronim is different. My Machronim, you start, if there's 5 people left, then the fifth one, he's the most important person. He's the one that starts with my Machronim, and he's the one that does it. However, if there's a lot of people, 100 people, you start from the least important person until you work your way up 95 people later, until you have 5 people left. You have 5 people left, then the most important person washes his hands by Machronim, and he does Zimon. Have a wonderful day.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. A dude. A dude. Oh, Myra.
Rabbi Dam Zayin. We all know that you're supposed to honor and give kavod to Talmid Chacham. The Gemara says there are a few exceptions to the rule. When you're on the highway traveling, you don't have to let Talmid Chacham go in front of you, nor do you have to let him go in front of you when you get to a bridge. Or if you're in line for my Machronim, you don't have to let Talmid Chacham go in front of you. What is the story? Rabbi's donkey was overtaking Abayi's donkey on the way, and Abayi's thinking to himself, look at this. He comes from Eretz Yisrael. He's driving like an Israeli. What kind of chutzpah doesn't give me cover? Yet when he got to the shul, Rabbi tells Abayi here, Mar, go in front of me. Abayi tells him, now all of a sudden you give me cover. He says, Rabbi, I hold like Rabbi Yochanan. You only give honor when you get to a doorway that typically has a mezuzah. Yes, if he smokes doesn't, but typically you would have a mezuzah. Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rab that when people are sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. Rav Safar screamed out, it's not what he said. He said until the person that cuts the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same thing. The Gemara teaches us that when you repeat something in the name of your Rebbe, you should say exactly the same words that your Rebbe used. The Gemara teaches us proper dinner etiquette. If 2 people are sitting around the table and eating and one of them gets up to get a drink, the second person should wait patiently until the first person gets back from his drink. But if you have 3 people and one gets up to get a drink, the 2 don't have to wait. And the one, the person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal, he should dip into the dips first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. Halacha l'maisa, when you cut the chal on Shabbos, do not start cutting until everybody says Amen. Now you don't have to wait for somebody who's saying an exceptionally long Amen, but it's not proper to say an exceptionally long Amen. The Gemara teaches us there's Amen Yisayma, Amen Chatufa, and Amen Kitufa. Amen Yisayma is where somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha, the shorts. He says Amen because the people around him are saying Amen. Chatufa is that you don't say a comments under the aleph, you say a shva under the aleph. So you don't say Amen, you say Imay. Ketufa is you don't pronounce the nun at the end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these 3 things can cause a person to lose life. Yet if a person prolongs his Amen, says it properly, that will actually give him additional stomach. A person should not say a bracha as if it's a burden he's trying to get over with. He should say the words nicely and slowly. Rav holds that if 2 people are eating and they're basically done eating, and the third person comes along and joins them, you cannot join for Zimur. Shmuel holds that as long as if dessert would come out. You eating, that means your meal is still going on, and that third person is mitzvah for zimot. Rabbi says, who's mizamen? The ikir shabasuda, the main person of the meal, meaning the most prominent person, even though he can't. The Gemara tells us that the list that we had in the Mishnah of different foods that people were eating, some of them are mitzvah. For instance, the Mishnah says that if a person eats demai, he could be part of the zimot. Now, demai is also how could demai for a bunny and a soldier, a Jewish soldier, and every person, even a wealthy person, could be considered a poor person at any given moment, as long as he is master all his belongings, and he'll become poor instantaneously. Therefore, it's not the end of the world if a person eats money to be mitzvah. Now it says that if you give meiser to a lady, you give him 10% of all your fruit, and the lady took 10% of his 10% and gave it to the time, that fruit, and he ate from that, he could be mitzvah. What's the big chiddush? The answer is because the Yisrael never took the step one. He went out of order, he gave the lady before he took Truma Gdoila, the 2%. And the chiddush is that the Levi is not responsible for that Yisrael's 2%. All the Levi has to give is 10% of what he received. What about Meiser Sheni? What's the big chiddush that if somebody eats Meiser Sheni that was redeemed properly, that he could even start? The answer is because it wasn't redeemed properly. There's another step. You have to redeem it for face value, plus add an additional 25% or 20%, depends on the level of value. And he didn't do so. And the chiddush is that even though he didn't take the chaymesh, he could still be mitzvah. What's the big chiddush that a waiter could be mitzvah if he ate a full kizayis? The answer is because the waiter typically doesn't sit down as kidei suda. He's walking back and forth, and he's standing, nevertheless, to be part of the meal. Now, why could we be mitzvah if he kusi? Why is he any better than Amaretz? Which the Gemara says Amaretz is not part of the zimah. The answer is because we're talking about a kusi that's a kamakapa. Or we're talking about an Amaretz that doesn't take Trumas and Meisus. That's why he's not mitzvah. But a kusi, since Trumas and Meisus are in the Torah, kusi are makbid on all their rices. Not only that, they are more makbid on their rices than the Israelis. So therefore, I can mitzvah. What's the definition of Amaretz? The Gemara brings a whole bunch of shittas. One of them is that a person who doesn't say Krishma in the morning and the evening, or a person that doesn't wear tefillah, a person that doesn't wear tzitzis, a person that doesn't put up a mezuzah, a person who has children that doesn't teach them Torah. Finally, the Gemara says, the halacha is, even a person who's very learned, if he doesn't serve something with a comment, he's considered an Amaretz. But it says, but nowadays, we are mitzartis Amaratzim, because otherwise they'll go off and make their own religion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi Bar Chama did not allow Rabbi Nasher Bar Tachlifa to be part of the zimah. Because he held Rabbi Nasher Bar Tachlifa, he didn't serve him with Chachamim, even though he himself was a Talmid Chacham. Rabbi says, that's why Rabbi Bar Chama died, because he wasn't inside Rabbi Nasher Bar Tachlifa. The question is, for why? If he didn't serve them with Chachamim, he shouldn't be part of the zimah. The answer is because Menashe Bar Tachlifa did serve them with Chachamim. Rabbi Bar Chama just didn't know that. The other pshat is that he didn't serve them with Chachamim, but he was a Talmid Chacham. He listened to Torah and he repeated it in Kazir, and that was enough for Menashe Bar Tachlifa. Mishnah tells us that if you eat tevel, you cannot be mitzvah. What's the big chiddush in that? It's also to eat tevel. The answer is because we're talking about tevel d'Rabbanan. We're talking about food that grew in a planter that didn't have holes facing the ground and it didn't nourish from the ground, and it's mutativ in the rights, but only us from the Rabbi. If you don't take Meiser Sheni, of course you can't be mitzvah to Zimun. The answer is you did take Meiser Sheni, but you took it with the wrong coins. You took with flat coins that don't have any depiction on them. Of course, a guy cannot be mitzvah, and the answer is we're talking about a guy that went through half the passive Gerish. He has a milah but didn't do tefillah. And for this reason, he's still considered a complete guy. Even though you cannot be mitzvah if you cut with a zimon, yes, here's a tremendous chiddush. If you have 9 people, you could use a cotton as the 10th, even if he's an extremely small child, infant, a day old in his crib. Rishon Levi says that he could be mitzvah as a 10th, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why did Rabbi Eliezer feel the need to free a slave in order to create a mini? He had 9 people, and in order to get a 10th, he freed a slave. Why couldn't he just be inside the slave? The answer is because he already used one of his slaves as the 9th, and he used the second slave. He had to free the second slave. You can't use 2 slaves. And how could you do that even though it's an aver? The answer is because it's a mitzvah for the community, and therefore you're allowed to free your slave. If a person gets up early and comes to shul, he's one of the 10 first people in shul, he gets sechar, the same amount of sechar as everybody else gets. Very interesting halacha. If 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a minyan. The machlokes whether they're together or they're spread out. And finally, to the Talmidei Chachamim that are learning together, the halachas that they're learning act as a third, and they create a zimun. Have a wonderful day.
Simultaneously, it was a trip because thinking back on it, it's some of it just kind of exists. Just Polaroid snapshots that kind of fast like this. Other things are kind of see through time.
Bracha is daf memches. The Gemara says the maskana that a young child who understands who you make a bracha to could be mitzaref to zimun, could be one of the 3 people in zimun. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi asked very young Abaye and Rabbi when they were extremely young children, who do you make a bracha to? And they both said Hashem. They said, and where does Hashem live? Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, and Abaye went outside and pointed up to the sky. And Rabbi declared, he said, since these are very, very young children and they understood this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big rabbanim. As the Gemara says, butzin mikatvi yidir. You can tell on a very small pumpkin, when the sap goes in, you can tell which one is going to be a good pumpkin. The halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have a tziruf of 10 people for zimun. If zero is mesupuk, what about 6 people that ate bread and 4 people that ate vegetables? Is that a tziruf as well? You need a majority that's obvious. The Gemara tells us that after Yanei HaMelech killed all the Chachamim, he realized that he doesn't know how to do benching by himself, and he needs somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I hid one who happens to be my own brother, and if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yana gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him between himself and his wife. And he said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. And Shimon Bashedach said, no, it's the Torah that gives me honor. And Yana says, look at him. He's being a chutzif. He's being morid b'malchus. Okay, bench. He says, how can I bench if I didn't eat the meal with you? I can't say sha'achanu mishalai. Therefore, he took a cup of wine and drank it in order to be mishtatif in the meal. And then they gave him another cup of wine. The Gemara says that's not la'alach. Since in order to be mighty other people, as Shimon Shelach was going to do, he's going to say the entire benching. And be mighty yana, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the 3 of Zimun, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. Says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu was the one that instituted the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon, Hazanas HaKol. And he did that when Klal Yisrael received the month. Yeshua, when they went into Eretz Yisrael, he made the bracha ala Aretz v'ala Mazon, about Eretz Yisrael. David and Shlomo made the bracha of Bnei Yisraelim. David made the part of Yisraelim Becha v'Yisraelim Recha. And later on, when Shlomo HaMelech built the Beis Hamikdash, he said Al Habayis Hagadol v'Hakadosh. Hatoiva made it. It was the Rabbanon. When the Harugei Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried for many years, as Yerushalmi says at the end of Tainus. And when they were finally able to be buried, it was tremendous nice. There was no smell, and the bodies were whole. And Chacham made a bracha hatoiv that there was no smell of hametiv, that we were able to bury them. So we have 4 brachas in Birkas Hamazon: Hazon, Al Aretz, Bnei Yerushalayim, and Hatoiv HaMeitiv. And on Shabbos we add Kedusha Shabbos Ritzei. You insert that in the middle of Rav. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you could insert Ritzei anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it in the beginning of benching the first bracha. Lechatchila you could do so. You could put Ritzei in the middle of Bnei Yerushalayim, in the middle of Hatoiv HaMeitiv. According to the Tanna Kama, you could L'chatchila, you should say it in Rachem. However, if you forget to say Ritzei by Rachem, you can say it later on in benching. So according to Chachamim, once you forget to say Ritzei no Rachem, you must repeat the entire Birkas Hamazon. Says the Gemara according to Waman Omar, the Achalta v'Savata teaches us that you have to be Mizamin, and that's the Raisa. Es Hashem Elokecha is the source for the first bracha of Hazan. Ala Aretz is the bracha of Eretz. Hatoiva is Bnei Yerushalayim. Asher Nas Allah is a source for Hatoiva HaMeitiv. The Gemara says, and how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? If you make a bracha when you're satiated, certainly when you are starving. Rabbi says you don't need a kavachayim. You can actually learn that from the pasuk now, because the concept of zimun, I don't need to use the words v'chalta v'savata. That I can learn from Gadol Hashem Iti. Therefore, it's extra. V'chalta v'savata will teach us the first bracha of Hazan. V'ameitiv is only midrabanan. And how do I know beforehand? The bracha beforehand, Asher Nasan Lach means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the food before you eat it, you should already bench Hashem. You should make a bracha. Rabbi says I can learn out from another source. It says Uveirach es lachma. HaKadosh Baruch Hu blessed your bread. Don't read it. He blessed, but you should read it Uvarech, and you shall bless your bread. When is it your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, in the bread state, you should make a bracha. The Gemara tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkeys and he couldn't find them, so he asked for Shmuel. He figured maybe Shmuel could help him out. So he asked some young girls, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long arichos. They said, you better go quickly. He's at the outskirts of the city. He's about to bring shlomim on a bama. And before he brings it, he says a bracha, a zavachta, then he gives it out. On and on. So the first thing we see for our sugya is that you have to make a bracha before you eat. But why did they talk so much? He asked him a simple question where Shmuel was, and the Gemara says three answers. Either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul, it says, Mishikmai V'mala, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted to gaze at his beauty, so they spoke to him for long. And the third shot Rabbi says is that one kingdom cannot go into another kingdom even for a millisecond. And Shmuel was the ruler of Klal Yisrael, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but the time didn't come yet. So therefore they had to speak to him for that time to arrive. The Gemara says, if you make a bracha on food, which just gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on Torah, which gives you sustenance in Olam Haba. Shmuel says it's actually impossible. It says, and in Torah it also says the concept of Nasan, Nesina, Ve'etna, Lafa, is Luchos, Eben. So therefore, I learned the concept of bracha. You have to make a bracha when you learn Torah. Rameir says, Asher Nasan Lach, I learned from there that just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu throws my way, Asher Nasan Lach, even if it's bad, I have to make a bracha. And another pshat, HaToiva. It's broken down to two words, Toiva and HaToiva. From the word Toiva, Toiva means Torah. HaToiva is the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, a wonderful day.
Knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back, and now they're on the right track.
Bracha is Daf Tesh. We're continuing with Hilchos Birkas Hamazon. There are certain words that must be inserted in Birkas Hamazon, otherwise you're not against the Birkas Hamazon. According to the Lezer, you must say Eretz Chemda Toiva, and you must say Umachas B'David. If you don't, you're not Yosef. According to Nachman Zaken, you must say the word Bris. According to Rabbi Yosef, you must say the word Torah. Flaming says, and by the way, you must say bris for Torah, because when the Torah talks about bris, it mentions the word bris 13 times, whereas Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the bracha ala haaretz starts with Noida l'char Hashem. We thank you, Hashem. You must insert that, and in addition to that, you must say Moida l'anachalah. But if a person doesn't even say one eidah, he's meguna. Machlokes in the Gemara. When you say Yirachim, Yisrael Amecha, by Yerushalayim Yirecha, how do you finish off the bracha? When you finish it off, Koine Yerushalayim. What if a person wants to finish it off like he started? Koine Yerushalayim U'Mashiach Yisrael. According to one man, the Omar, that's considered Namara, it's a board. Because Rabbi Yehuda would actually finish it off. Koine Yerushalayim U'Mashiach Yisrael. The Gemara tells us the Rabbi Rav Huna would start one out of the two. He wouldn't say Yisrael Amecha by Yerushalayim Yirecha. He would say either Yisrael or Yerushalayim. However, with the Chasima, when he said Bon Yerushalayim, you'd say Bon Yerushalayim, and Mashiach Yisrael, you'd say two. Where it says, but Rabbi holds that when you finish a bracha, you never talk about two things, because that shows you're trying to get rid of 2 mitzvahs in one shot. Where it says, but what do we do with ala aretz v'ala peros? So Gemara explains, it's the land that brings out fruit. Ala aretz v'ala mazon. The land that brings it out sustenance. What about in Shemona Esrei? You say, Mekadesh Yisrael V'Azmanim. So over there, it's not Yisrael V'Azmanim, it's Klal Yisrael that are Mekadesh V'Azmanim, or Klal Yisrael that's Mekadesh V'Shchodesh. The only issue that the Gemara has is, what do we do when Shabbos and Yom Tov fall out in the same day? So we say, Mekadesh HaShabbos V'Yisrael V'Azmanim. How do we explain that? Says Gemara, that must be referring to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, who's Mekadosh all three, Mekadosh Shabbos, Chai Yisrael, and Yom Tov. But just as it depends. If you start racking, just talking about Chai Yisrael, then you can finish it off with Shia Yisrael. Otherwise, you finish it off with Bnei Yisrael. The Nachman says, regardless how you start off racking, you always finish it out only with Bnei Yisrael, like we do today. Gemara tells us a very interesting story. Rabbi Zera tells Rav Chisda, come, let's learn, teach us some Gemara. He says, Rav Chisda, how can I teach you Gemara when I don't even know how to bench? He says, what do you mean? He says, I was in the Rosh Gadol's house, and I benched, and Rav Sheshes jumped up like a snake, wanted to attack me. He was really upset at me. Why? Because I forgot to say Bris, Torah, and Malchus. He said, why? Why do you do that? He says, because Rav said you don't have to say it. If you don't say it, you're yaitzer. He says, Gemara, but all the Tanaim Amoraim say you should say Bris, Malchus, Torah. Why pass me like Rav? The Gemara tells us, if you hold that the fourth bracha benching Hateva Meitzid is the Raisa, there's no need to mention Malchus, kingdom. You don't have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. You don't have to. But if you hold that it's the Rabbanon, you have to insert the words Melech. Says Reb Zera, since you're already inserting the word Melech into the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice in the fourth bracha. Once for Bnei Yerushalayim, that's not mentioned. And why do you have to say that? Because in Bnei Yerushalayim we talk about the Malchus of David, the kingdom of David, and there's no mention at all of the Malchus of his bracha. That's not appropriate. So say it twice in the fourth bracha to make up for the third bracha. Says Rabbi, if you're already making up and sticking in Malchus, you might as well say it 3 times in Bnei Yerushalayim. That's what we do. And an additional one for the bracha of Aretz. And what are the 3 ones? What do we say? We say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam. That's one. We also say Avinu Malkeinu, and we say HaMelech HaTov. So that's 3. Rav says if a person forgets to say Ritzei intention, he can say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Shemnasan Shabbos L'Mlucha La'ama Yisrael La'ois U'Lebris Ba'Hava. Baruch Atah Hashem, because the Shabbos, you should root things down. If you don't remember all that, all you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem, Shemnasan Shabbos, Baruch Atah Hashem, because Shabbos. If you forget a Yom Tov, you say again, Baruch Atah Hashem, Elokeinu Melech Haolam, Shemnasan Yom Tov L'Am Yisrael, L'Simcha L'Zikaron, Baruch Atah Hashem, Yekadesh Yisrael V'Hazmani. Which you say, Baruch Atah Hashem, Shemnasan Roshi Chadashim L'Am Yisrael L'Zikaron. The Gemara was Mesukik whether you finish off with Simcha, whether or not there's a chasim at all, you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, Rosh Chodashim, and whether it was Rav who authored the other brachas, he authored this as well. So Nachman says these brachas that Rav instituted, forgot to say Ritzei or Rabbi Yavar, that's only if you didn't go into the fourth bracha of the Torah. Once you start at Torah, you got into it, then you have to repeat with the Samazon. Shmuel says that our Chodesh, if you forget the Shmoneh Esrei Yalav, you have to repeat. But if you forget Yalav Yalav Mirkas Hamazon, you don't have to repeat. What's the reason? Because Shmoneh Esrei, you must say Shmoneh Esrei. Everybody has to say Shmoneh Esrei. But in Rosh Chodesh, you don't have to eat a meal. You don't have to eat bread. So there's no chiyuv, and therefore you don't have to repeat. But there are days that you are not quick to eat a meal. Which are Shabbos and Yom Tov. On those days, if you forget Yalav Yalav in benching, you have to repeat benching. It's brought down that in Rosh Hashanah, that you're not quick to eat a meal. There's a sheet that says you can fast in Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, if you forget Yalav Yalav in Rosh Hashanah, you don't have to repeat. Because it discusses what about Shal Shuddis, is that a chiyuv or not? Says the Mishnah, we learned in the Mishnah that the Mechuyev and Zimon and to lead Zimon, Machlokes Rameir says you have to eat a zayis and Rabbi Yehuda holds it to beitza. Yet we find the exact reverse. The Rameir holds it to beitza, and Rabbi Yehuda holds it to zayis. When it comes to somebody who forgot and he brought a carbon shlomim outside of Yerushalayim and he didn't pass Har Tzayif, he must return to the Beis Hamikdash, the burning in the Beis Hamikdash. The question, how much? Over there, Rameir says a beitza, and Yehuda says a zayis. Why is it different? So one shot is that you have to flip the sheetahs, you're right. Rameir says a Yehuda says a beitza. Or the shot is that the machlokes is in the pasuk. Rameir learns the words. Achalta is talking about eating. Savat is talking about drinking. How much is an achila usually? A kezayis. But Yehuda says no. Achalta is savata. You have to eat to be satiated, and that's a beitza. But when it comes to kachim, machlokes says, do we compare Tumah to going back to the Beis Hamikdash? And Tumah is always a beitza, so you have to go back to the Beis Hamikdash with the beitza. Or you compare the Isser to go back to the Beis Hamikdash, and the Isser is always with the kezayis. Says the Mishnah, you have 3 people by Zimon saying the Baruch Shacham Shalai, If you have four people, you could say, Baruch Hu, you tell the three, you shall bench Hashem. You have 10, you say, Baruch Elokeinu Shachan Shlo. You have 11, you could tell the other 10, Baruch Elokeinu Shachan Shlo. According to Rabbi, there's no difference between 10 and 100,000. You always say, Nevarach Elokeinu. According to Rabbi Yosef Levi, since it says in the Pasuk, do not Elois, we're going to discuss tomorrow, there's a difference between numbers. If it's 100 people, you say, Nevarach Hashem Elokeinu. If it's 1,000 people, you say, Nevarach Hashem Elokeinu, Elokei HaTzvakos. Yoishiva Klubim Ala Mazar. Have a wonderful day.
Is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain. And now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day, 2017. You're going to be able to do that in your brain. And the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory.
Rachel is Davnon, as we discussed yesterday, if there are three people that are Mazamin, you say, Yevar Shachan Shlo. If you have four people, then the fourth person can tell the three, Baruch Hu Shachan Shlo. You make the bracha. The Gemara today tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing, and the fourth person doesn't remove himself from the group, and they'll say, Yevar Shachan Shlo. Gemara proves it from the Mishnah later on today's daf. Three people that are eating, it's also for them to split up. That removes the zinyan. But if you have 6 people, you could break it into 2 groups of 3. The question is, by breaking into 2 groups of 3, you no longer can say, Baruch was Hashem, Baruch Shachanu. You have to say, Nevar Shachanu. You see from here that Nevar Shachanu is better than Baruch Shachanu. The Gemara tells us that from the way a person says benching, you can see whether or not he's Tamchach or Namar. Don't forget, in those days, it was also for them to say from a siddur, they had to say by heart. Different people said it different ways. But Tamchacham, the Gemara says, will say, Uve Tuvai, and from his goodness, but not Mituvai with a mem, because mem means you lessen what HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving us. It's only the partial goodness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What about the fact that we say, it's with a mem, from your bracha you give us? The answer is, that's when it comes to tefillah. When you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say, Harchif Picha B'Maleo, the Baruch Hu says, open up your mouth, daven to me for anything, and I'll give it to you. That's referring to Torah. When it comes to Torah, you can ask for a lot. The Gemara continues. Atam Chacham says, Uvetuvai Chayinu, our life. Amar says, Chayim, your life. Atam Chacham says, Nevar Sha'achalnu Mishaloi. And not like an Amar who says, L'misha Achalnu Mishaloi, referring to the host that fed him. When we say on Pesach, in the Haggadah, L'misha Asal V'Lav Yisrael V'Lonos Kalarizim Ha'evu. In the Haggadah, it's obvious that we're talking to Rabbi. The Chacham says, Baruch Shachan Mishaloi. And Amar says, Ala Mazin Shachan Mishaloi. Almost making a bracha on the food rather than the food. But when it's 10 people, you're allowed to say Ala Mazin.
Hey,
everybody understands.
Apologies.
Just mention his name.
Sometimes I've been getting more people in here, and they wait.
This is going to be a dumb question to begin with, right? It's a dumb question. It's like, what day of the week do you think the universe started on?
Oh, that's a good question. Welcome. How are you? Oh, Smoking King. Dude, how'd your stream go? Smoke King. How'd your stream go, big dog? Smoke King. Alright, Zoo, this is a great question. So traditionally, we don't know. Religiously, it's a very good question. Meaning, like, was it? So God rested on the 7th day, and we take. It's like, well, when was the start of the world? And so, at least as religious Jews, we believe that when God created humans, so that was the 6th day, that was the start of the world. So that was Rosh Hashanah in our religion, so that's the New Year. But that's not the first day in Genesis. So we believe that it was in the month of Elul, which approximately like the 26th of Elul or so. Um, but that's just from a Jewish perspective, and that still doesn't give us what um, um, like exactly the day. Um, I mean, we take it back to being 5,785 uh, years ago. So I'm just explaining from a religious perspective. Then we'll get into it from a secular perspective.
Like, well, here's the thing, right? I should rephrase that because a day is really a concept on Earth. Because the universe doesn't go by days. That's an Earth concept, right? A day is a concept on Earth. Well, then there's other planets that have days like Mars. So I'm talking about what day did the Earth start on? Did it start on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah. So
Sunday?
um, it would have been um, like when was the Earth created?
How old's Earth?
Well, I mean, it's the universe is 13.8 billion years old, and the Earth is something like 4 billion years old or something like that. Um, so the first day of creation is the 25th of Elul, and so that's religiously though.
15 million.
So if you're talking in a secular way, I mean, we don't know. But was it a day? And like, if you take Earth days, yeah, it was a day. It was a real day. But what day was it? Your guess is as good as mine. Are you ready to lose? Zoo, did you know that you have an invitation as of right now?
Well, this. We could change the secular calendar at any time. But we can change to another calendar at any time. Civilization.
Yeah, I have plans to do it when I go viral. I've already created it. It's in the section that says Rabbi's New Calendar.
What?
Yeah, it's 10 months, 40 days each month. Each week is 10 days.
Well, I mean, look, like 50. So,
No, the last month only has 5.5 days, or 5.25 days.
yeah, I'd be like 60 then.
60 what?
60 years old.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. Are you ready to lose? Loser, are you proud of that?
You know what people would like to be use that calendar, Rabbi, like a shorter calendar?
Doug, it's not a shorter calendar. It's not a shorter calendar. People are going to like it even more. They tried to do this during the French Revolution. They just didn't have enough leadership to do it. But I'd be a good enough leader, and I've already created it.
No one wants to be older than they actually are.
They wouldn't be older than they are. The year doesn't change, except for like we don't have leap years anymore. The way that I created the calendar,
How many days are in a year?
365 in a quarter.
Okay. Okay, so everyone stays the same age.
Yeah, the only thing is, instead of celebrating your birthday, you celebrate your birthday and your birth week.
I mean, that's what.
That's what a lot of people do anyway. Yo, what up, gun pack? How you living, pimp?
But that's what most people do because most people's birthdays, like their milestone birthdays, falls on a fucking weekday, and then everyone's working, so they have to celebrate it with their family on a weekend. So it doesn't really, like people doing that anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. So I have I foresee that. That's the thing. Yo, gunpowder. How old are you?
7 years.
Oh, you got to get out of here. I'm sorry. Gun Park. It's been real. It's been fun. But you've got to be 18 to be here. So, my friend, come back when you're
What the fuck?
a lot older.
Sorry. What is a 7-year-old doing?
I mean, I didn't.
I'm going to go back to
Bye bye.
Like,
I just banned him.
you can't. No, like, how does a 7-year-old pick up an iPad and goes, I want to go to Rabbi Rothschild stream?
Well, he sent me a message saying that he couldn't join my stream. And so I sent him a message to come here because um, a lot of people do that. A lot of people, for one reason or another, can't figure it out. And so I just sent him a link. But you have to be at least 13 years old to be on Discord.
Look at that. Look what just happened.
I saw what happened. It fucked you.
What?
It fucked you, Zoot.
How did that not? How did that not? How did that not? What?
Zoot, it fucked you, dog.
Nah, you didn't really fuck me. You fucked me.
Zoot, you ready for one of the greatest moves you've ever seen? Extra move, plus a heal. And I'm going to evolve. How do you like that move? Zoot, how does a 7-year-old have Discord? Like, Discord's really complicated to figure out. I don't think I could have figured out Discord at 7. I could barely figure it out at 35.
What's a 7-year-old doing in an iPad?
Well, I'm sure their parents gave it to them, and the question is, why is it, like, how do they have a Discord account? That name is Gun Pack. Like, that shit's wild.
It might be like their dads or their brothers or something.
It must be. I don't know, but they turned their camera on for just like a split second, and I was like, "Oh, this person does not look old enough to be in here."
Does that look 7?
Yep, that's why. I mean, I ask that to just about everybody, especially if they don't sound of age. And dude, there's this one girl. This is funny. She came in and she's like, "Hello," and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on? How old are you?" And she's like 18. I'm like, "Oh, you're like 18?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, I'm about to just toss this girl. I'm like, "All right, did you already have a birthday this year?" Or no, I go, "This is how I test people. I ask them to answer quickly. And what year were you born?" Because that's something that like people know, but if you're like trying to make up like a date or whatever, it's hard to do the math really quickly. And she's like 2007. And I was like, "Oh, well, I guess that would make you 18. All right, did you already have a birthday this year?" She's like, "Yeah, my birthday's January 27th or something like that." I was like, "Oh, so you're really 18. Yo, Zoo, what up?"
So, what age?
Dude, I was telling a story.
Okay.
So I'm like, "So you're really 18? She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, okay, because I don't want to talk to anybody as a child. She's like, no, I'm really 18. I'm like, okay, well, what are your interests? She's like, well, I'm in high school. I'm a senior, and um, she like just tells me about her life or whatever. And I was like, you're really 18? She's like, yeah, I really am. Wow. Like, I guess there are people who are just barely 18 and they're in here. And so she was cool. I've also had people who are, I'll jump their shit. I'll be all over them. Like, um, there's this girl from Israel that's here last week, and I was like, how old? I thought she was a boy, and I'm like, how old are you? And she's like, 23. Or she came in and she was a girl, but I thought she was a boy. And I'm like, you're 23? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, uh, I don't know. She like we start talking, and she's like, um, we're talking about Israel and like Judaism, and I was like, did you daven today? Or I was like, did you lay tefillin today? And she's like, I'm like, do you have tefillin? And she's like, no. And I'm like, why not? You should have gotten them on your bar mitzvah. She's like, I didn't have a bar mitzvah. I'm a girl. I was like, oh, it was just super funny to me. Okay, what's your question, Zoot? I mean, I know that she wouldn't have to. I know. It was at that. It was at that point that I found out that she was a girl, and then I was like, oh, of course she wouldn't have that.
I mean, I think talking to 18-year-olds is weird at my age, but what age does it become too weird to talk, like, to be talking to 17-year-olds?
Um. Well, in my opinion, there should be a pretty strict line. There should there,
18, 19.
there should be a pretty strict.
18, 19.
Zoot, are you gonna
18, 19.
Zoot? Are you gonna ask a question and let me give you the answer that you for what you asked, or are you just gonna give your own opinion?
Really?
Um.
Yeah. So, what's your cutoff?
Yeah. So this changed in my lifetime. But 18-year-olds should be with 18 and above, and 17 should be 17 and below. Pretty simple. Now, I get that it gets murky when people are in like high school and you have someone who's an 18-year-old in high school and they've been dating their significant other or whatever for, let's say, 3 years, and one of them turns 18 and the other one's like 17. I get that. That becomes kind of weird. Not weird, but like it becomes um, like it can cause issues. I get that, but I'm just pretty strict about if the law says that like 18-year-olds can't date 17-year-olds. If that's what it says, then 18-year-olds should be with 18 to 80 or 800, and then 17 should be 17 below. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts.
What are your thoughts?
Um, it starts getting weird, like, if they're still in the tens, like tens, but then it starts getting weird when you get to the 20s.
Um, yeah, I when I grew up, I didn't know anybody. I knew somebody who was like 26. They dated someone who was like uh, maybe 18 or 19, and it was totally legal, and they didn't date before then. But I did not like that, just because I was frankly envious. Like this guy had a house, he had a car, he had graduated from college. I didn't have any of that stuff, and he became my very good friend, though, very one of my best friends. But that was just something like that was difficult for me to. I don't want to say comprehend. I could easily comprehend it, but you're done. It's over for you, Zoot. You're done.
Yeah.
The thing that changed that was the show To Catch a Predator in the United States. That made everything like really strict on ages and such. And um, what game are we starting? Oh, this game is Riser playing? No way he's playing. No way he's playing. He messaged me earlier. Dude, I made this new bot and I already got somebody in here from it. That was that Smoke King. He wasn't talking, but I talked to him earlier.
I do.
Go baby, go baby, go baby. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. You do think what? Zoot, oh, it's right.
No, every state has. Every state in Australia except for 16 and 17.
Yeah. I had this girl who, there's this app called Whisper, and this was funny. This was funny to me. I was like spamming people on Whisper like a few years ago, and she was from another state. She was from like Mississippi or something, and she was like, oh, what a shot. Um, she's basically like, I think her whisper was like something like, I forget. It was just, I think it was just, will you buy me cigarettes or something like that. And I thought it was interesting, and I was like, I think I responded to it, and I was like, why are you looking for someone to buy you cigarettes? And she's like, oh, I'm a college student, 19 or something like that, and I've smoked for the last year and a half or whatever, but I moved to California, and you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes now. I was like, oh, like all you need is someone to buy you cigarettes. She's like, yeah, and I'm like, well, it's not like a really good habit, and so I don't really want to promote that. But I just thought it was just like an interesting whisper. Like, well, I can tell you this. This one fucking story that I have. I was with some friends in college, and um, we were throwing a party, but none of us were 18, or none of us were 21 to buy alcohol. And like the party was going to be at like, it was going to start at like 9 o'clock or something like that. And we collected all this money from our friends, but still none of us were none of us were 21. And so I went to a pharmacy, not even a liquor store. I went to a pharmacy and just stared at the alcohol. And some guy comes up to me and he's like, you need some help? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, all right, give me the money. I'm like, I'll put the money down right here. And I did. And he bought us like a bunch of alcohol. And he like saved the day. He absolutely saved the day. This other time, um, we had we were throwing a party and none of us were 21 again, but one of our friend's sisters was 21, and so she and I basically filled like a U-Haul truck full of alcohol and delivered it. It was a big deal. All right, are you done? Are you gonna play? Zoo. Dude,
Yeah.
you have you have an invitation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just sent you an invite. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
All right. We'll go. Oh, Zoo, you just gave me points. 3 points for Rabbi. Look at that shot, Zoo. Zoo, are you ready for this shot? I have this thing. If I don't focus on like aiming, I just do it really quickly. I can do it like really well. All right. I don't know what to do here. Are you proud of that shot?
No.
I wouldn't be either. That shot sucked delicate dick. Dude, the guy, Smoke
I'm
King,
proud of this shot.
he has a goat. Pretty amazing. You're proud of that shot, too? Because in my opinion, that shot sucked dick. Dude, what are your thoughts on this shot?
Seven.
That wasn't a seven. That for you, maybe. Dude, when you came in, I was watching the Joe Rogan Charlie Sheen, and you're right. He got popular. He got famous at 21.
No, I'm saying.
Okay, 19. At least they said on Joe Rogan 21. Okay, whatever. Zoo, are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen?
20, 21 would have been when the turn came out, probably.
Oh, okay.
Like Platoon was his biggest movie. That was like that made him a superstar.
You fucking love Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, he won. Platoon won Best Picture, and that's what made him a superstar.
Do you know who directed it?
Charlie Sheen.
No, Oliver Stone.
Was his son.
Do you know who Oliver Stone is?
No.
You don't know who Oliver Stone is? What a fucking shot, dude. That was amazing. Dude, did you see that shot? Dude, I had one of the best shots in the history of mankind. Dude, do you want to hear how my fantasy football team did tonight?
Yeah.
Excellent. I had one guy play and he overachieved, but he didn't overachieve until the very end, and I was like begging him, like, come on, like do well, and he just was not doing well until the very end. He got a touchdown, and this is the Harry Potter Obama Soccer 10 New League, and it's like for $600, and I really want to win it. I want to win it bad. I love it. Dude, it has become like it's so much fun. Do you ever do fucking fantasy? I don't know, Australian sports. Why not?
Yeah, no. So, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
there's one thing that my mom did that really fucking frustrates me.
What did she do?
She decided to put me back, hold me back a year in school for the reason, or this reason, okay?
she said that she wanted me to have friends. She didn't want me to be the youngest. She wanted me to be the oldest, which was a really dumb fucking move because I had to wait for all my friends to turn 18 and shit. And I was a little older than them, and they were trying to get me to buy alcohol, and it was just a fucking shit show.
Dog.
Right?
Yeah, I think that she was right. I would have rather had my child do that. And if you've read the book Outliers, that's what they say to do. Like basically all the good athletes are all older than their peers.
No.
Yeah.
All the good athletes are old. Well, I wasn't gonna be a fucking athlete.
Okay, that's fine, but like even the smartest people in class, they're all older than their peers. So that was smart of her.
No shit.
I wish my parents would have done that.
That sucked.
No, it was smart.
No, maybe fucking socially retarded.
Okay, I mean you can think that.
You took because I already built my fucking friend group in that year, right? And now I have to get help back a year, and now I'm about to make new friends again, which made me like fucking socially retarded.
Oh yeah, no,
all over again.
Yeah, no, that sucks. And then, yeah, to get held back is really difficult. Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to be done. You're just supposed to, like with your kindergarten class, be older than the other kids. That's the best way to do it. But
I was held back.
yeah, that's not ideal because then if we ever knew a kid to get held back, they were just seen as stupid, and they weren't. But they didn't have any friends, and I get that would have been really hard.
But what? It's psychologically demonstrated because it's like, well, now I feel like I'm fucking stupid.
Right? No, I get that. The way to do it is before the kid has any friends, like to hold them back a year for kindergarten. That's how you want to do it. If they've already made friends, then it's devastating to them. Like you're saying. And I can tell you from personal experience, the kids who I ever knew to whom that happened, they suffered socially and academically. Even though they were like a year older than everybody, they they were seen as dumb and they were seen as inferior to the kids who were like in their normal schooling, and they weren't. There were some exceptions, and I did know some kids who were a year older and they were successful, but uh, the key is that none of us knew that they were held back at a different time. Once kids find out that a kid's been held back, it makes them a target and it hurts them socially. But like I knew one kid who was a year older than we were, and we didn't know it, and then he was able to drive before everybody, and people liked him because he had connections, and there's just like that kind of shit can happen. Zoot, you lost.
When did you get your license?
Um, my parents did not want me to get my license until I was 18 years old. So I had to wait like 2.5 years. Um, because there's a thing. I mean, like drivers are really. Um, okay, so the way it worked is, like in most states, including California, you can be like 15 and a half and get your learner's permit. And I could just get my learner's permit and drive with my parents, and they were fine with that. So I became a really good driver because I was always driving with my parents, and I was never driving with people who were underage. And that because you can get in a lot of trouble, like if you're going out in a car with people who are underage. And my friends had cars, so my it wasn't like necessary for me like to have a car, and um, I wanted one, but it just wasn't deemed necessary. Um, and then when I became 18, I moved out, went to college, and I did not have a car, but I had friends who had cars, so I could just go with them whenever I needed to do anything. And then when I graduated from college, then I bought my first car, and um, it was a Toyota Corolla. It was a really nice car for being young and very reliable and such. And if I were to do it again, I like you. I like me too, but I'm gonna have to shut you off, baby. Um, if I had to do it again, I there's part of me that maybe would have not had me get my license as young as or there's part of me that would have done it the same way, because when you're 16 years old and you've never driven before, especially on highways and stuff and the freeway, it's a big risk to a child. So, um,
Oh, Rabbi,
what up, baby?
you might be fucked here.
I
You
know.
might be fucked here.
I know. Let's see here. How could I get out of this?
I don't think that was me.
Oh, that was the big time move. I fucked you. I fucked you majorly.
Did you though?
Oh, for sure, dog. You're up, baby.
I don't think you did fuck me that hard. Rabbi, your best move was not that. That was not a good move.
No, it wasn't. Zoot. Oh, but I got that turned out. That turned out to be really good for me.
Holy shit. 6, 7, 19, 20. You won it.
Maybe. Now I did. It's over for you, Zoot. Zoot, did you know this game is over?
Not yet.
Oh, for sure. You're done. You're done, Zoot. It's game over for you.
I won.
Nope, that's 2 games in a row, and you should have won that one. I made a major mistake, but then I made a really good move. Zoot. So, in your case, you've never had your driver's license? Like, did you even have a learner's permit or anything?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. But never your license? Okay. Well, when I go by, well, we're going to teach you how to drive. You're going to be a really good driver. So, look, you can look forward to that. In fact, you're going to have a car collection. It's going to be a big deal.
My mom just did not want to fucking teach me how to drive. Fuck me.
Well, I mean, you're like an adult now. You could do it yourself. Will they not let you get a driver's license medically?
Why have they told me?
I don't know. They stop some people in the United States if you if you get like um, seizures. I know you don't get seizures, but you get some shit like that might make it hard.
Tourette's.
Yeah, that was a good move.
That that does worry me. The level of like fucking sick and just like pull the handbrake right brand. Does worry me.
Um, yeah, I mean I get that. Does your do your parents drive?
Yeah. You know, I haven't got a diagnosis for girls yet.
I know. It's the only thing that I think that you really have.
Should I get it?
I think if it would be beneficial to you, then yeah.
It doesn't fucking do anything. They don't give you anything. Like, it's crazy that they say, like, this made up thing that kind of doesn't even exist, like a disability, right? But, right? But, like, it doesn't say Tourette's as a disability.
They don't see Tourette's as a disability.
Not in the same way.
It definitely seems like one. Oh, Zoot, you won. No, you didn't. We tied.
But let me see if you can get funding for Tourette's.
All right, well, you do that, Zoot. Do you mind if I go to the restroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna stay?
Yeah.
You're the man. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Trying to follow women. She's shady.
Jazz feature. And they finally saw some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't all access 24/7, 365.
And for some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They're live streaming from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like,
Yeah, what is it about?
they're nuts. They just walked into this weird new world that we're living in.
But is it because there's genuinely people that are tuning in with enthusiasm, that are looking forward to that live stream car ride home, or because the person, or is it a combination?
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you did never get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch and just like catch your breath.
Right.
They don't want that. They're scared. They're just constantly engaged with something.
I like entire days of that. Alone on the couch.
Yeah.
Watching
That's
TV.
nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's no work, no play. Not good.
Not good at all.
Not good. Bad for you. And bad for your work too. Because it makes you just kind of, it gets dreary. You don't have the same enthusiasm for it. It's like you need discipline, but you also need control.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that now it's, it doesn't even connect.
It doesn't? Let's find out.
Well, no, then I actually forgot it. How about that? Is that fucking nuts?
It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Platoon, did you have any idea like what the fuck was going to happen?
I didn't.
Was that for people today to understand how big that movie was? Because it was one of the very first realistic war movies, and I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War.
Yeah, I'm not going to forget it again.
Okay, pardon. Sorry, but it was a different kind of war movie,
Yeah,
it wasn't the lines of your dad's movie.
Yeah.
And that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
Yeah, Apocalypse from here to boots on the ground. The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read like kind of like a docudrama sort of movie of the week. Didn't read that script and say, oh wow, okay, yeah, this is the one. People are really, wow, they're gonna worship this. It didn't. Dialogue was very clipped, very specific. It kind of never really knew where you were in the script, in the scene descriptions. The script was so lean. I think it was like barely 100 pages. Really? Yeah. So I didn't realize sort of what we were doing until we were actually doing it. Usually I can read a scene and get a sense of what my responsibilities are going to be, or how we're going to break it down, or at least how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with Platoon because all the terrain, all the scenes, everything kind of felt very similar. Really? Yeah. The original title is The Platoon. You think it's as big a hit if it keeps the "the"?
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Thank you.
Great movie. It doesn't matter.
But we started to feel it as we got deeper into it. And Oliver did something brilliant where he decided to film it in continuity. Like from page one, day one, all the way to the final day was the final page. And that gave us a chance to, like, when something was finished, you were done with it. And you didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that hadn't happened yet.
Right.
And when people died in the movie, they got sent home. The next day they were just gone because he wanted us to feel that sense of just someone gone. sadness. I'm not saying that I know how that felt in the real thing, but we bonded really, pretty we bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had in the middle of that country, in the middle of that jungle, in the middle of that movie. So you really missed somebody suddenly.
I would love to ask. I mean, I've had all around a couple times, but I would love to ask what it's like to make a movie about a war that he was starring. Like, what kind of bizarre mental conflicts?
Yeah, he didn't get into any of that stuff.
Not really. I mean, he talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we ever? We talked about the making of Platoon. We got so heavy into the JFK assassination, we hardly covered anything else. Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was when they were doing that Showtime JFK documentary. It was a Showtime thing, right? Wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a multi-part.
Yeah,
That he put together. So, his recall is insane. It's insane. You have a conversation with him, he's pulling up dates. He's got no. I mean, how old is Oliver at this point in time?
Upper 70s. I just turned 60. So if he was
78 years old, rock solid memory. I mean, rock solid. This, Harry Ann, it's just like the entire Warren Commission report. He's like citing different passages in it. It's bananas.
Yeah. Wow. Has he landed on like what can he point to? Or is
What
it several
anybody
factors?
can point to, but there's a lot of people that wanted him dead, and for sure there was a lot of fuckery going on with the Warren Commission. For sure. There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly, and leaving more bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist than that magic bullet was missing, the one they found. It's like bullshit. The story's filled with bullshit. And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of the Zapruder film on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Yeah.
When Dick Gregory came on and was a comedian, which is pretty wild, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy's head go back and to the left.
Right.
Hey, what happened there?
And you immediately apply just simple common physics to it.
Yeah.
Especially anybody who's ever fired a weapon.
Also, it clearly looks like he got shot in the chest, too. Like when he grabs his neck.
Right.
Clearly looks like he got shot right there. There.
And there's always that talk about doing a trach.
But there's two different autopsies. There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an entry wound. And there's the autopsy in Bethesda, Maryland that says it's a trach.
Interesting.
Yeah, two different autopsies. Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of glued his head back together again, or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the gloved hand is looks like it's pointing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, and he was an accountant, and they had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report, and so what he decided to do was read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who were witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
It's off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts.
Like 95% of
All those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them,
Right.
died in car accidents, weird fucking.
Who was the guy in the train tower? Bowers, right?
Who was Bowers?
He was the guy that saw Badge Man. He saw people behind the door. He saw the exchange of the rifle. He saw all kinds of shit. He died. I think he had a heart attack on a train track, and then, of course, also got hit by the train. I could be wrong, but it was one of those times that they.
But of course, yeah.
And then, wasn't it? Who was the guy standing when the curb explodes, like the underpass?
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the reason why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory.
Is that T? No, what's his name?
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right.
Because they knew that the overpass. That's why they had
that adds a bullet.
Yes, they had to. And they were okay. How do we fix this?
Right.
I mean, we said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? They came up with a magic bullet.
Yeah. I think the architect of that was this Spectre.
I think it was our own Spectre. Yeah, I think it was his idea. The wait is over. 2 pound-for-pound kings, 1 epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe-to-toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more.
Dude,
Bet on a fight before? Easy.
remember when I said, hey, will you wait for me? And you're like, yeah. And then as I was walking in, you left? What the fuck is that shit?
I'm trying to get Raza.
Did you get him?
I said, come Discord. He was active. He's spamming the Harry Potter Discord.
Telegram. Did you know that you have an invitation?
So, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
I think I want to be religious.
Why?
I think I want to learn more about God.
Alright. That's cool. Do you think learning more about God will make you less shitty at Mount Kala?
I think it might help my Tourette's and I'll stop swearing as much.
We gotta work on a fucking cure for that. I think that one exists. We gotta figure that shit out, son.
Isn't it sin to swear?
It depends how you're swearing. So what you consider a swear, but we're not supposed to swear. And what do you define as swearing? Cussing, you can cuss, but like swearing to a Jew means taking an oath, and we don't do that. And we also don't like take God's name in vain. So like you'll notice I'll be like, oh, go fuck yourself, you loser douche. I'll say that. We're allowed to say all that. What we avoid saying is something like, gee, damn it, or something like that. Even though that one's not that bad, there are some other ways that we would just try to avoid. So it like some people have different definitions of what swearing is. We don't even call it really swearing in the traditional sense. That's like taking an oath. We'd call it cussing.
But you wouldn't be going around saying God has autism.
Yeah, no, that's blasphemous.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the judge of what people do, but many people would consider that to be blasphemous.
Yeah.
Look who it is, you little bitch!
I don't think it's blasphemy if it's true.
Alright, that's fine. Zoot, you got our boy in. How you living, pimp?
Is it blasphemy if we go around saying God has autism and ADHD? That blasphemy? Blasphemy? No. I mean, it depends on your,
Hey,
doesn't God want you to spread, joy?
is your intention to accept the invitation that we just sent to you, Riser?
here's the thing, right? I don't think anyone I don't think anyone could have been built the pyramids unless they were on amphetamines.
I think they could be, but okay, we just have differences of opinion. What we don't differ on opinion is Riser going to accept my invitation?
Accepting was not.
Hey, Rabbi,
Hold on. Riser game started. Okay, there you go. All right, focus, Riser. What were you gonna say, Zoot?
how do you think the pyramids were built?
Perhaps they were slaves. Perhaps they were paid craftsmen. There isn't really too much of a record on it. Look at look at you. I mean, there are records of like people who were paid to do it. So maybe perhaps some people were paid. Riser, that was really good.
They formed. They formed with limestone. Or
You don't think it was slaves?
Dude, how about you fucking go?
Man, what the fuck? I was in the wrong fucking thing. You know what happened? I accepted the last game's invite. Rabbi, why is your bullet shadow?
Riser, please explain.
Y-A-I. You know what W-E-Y A-I means?
Yeah. Did I buy an ice cream?
I actually do not like that ball. It throws me off.
Why do you have it?
You know, I bought it. Or I don't know if I bought it or it was given to me. But it's like the weirdest thing. Riser and I really like back rooms and liminal spaces. I personally also like pool rooms, which I think are kind of freaky. They're like places where they're like designs that are basically like you can't see outside generally. They're like enclosed. They're like abandoned places. Zoot, that's unfair. Zoot just fucked me. Zoot just typed and it threw off my basketball skills.
W-Y-D-W-A-I.
Doug, no one knows. No one. It's
What do you want me to do about it?
much easier, dog. Just miss all your shots.
This is a warm-up game.
I like how you call it a warm-up game. That's nice. It is a warm-up game because Zoot didn't get an honest effort or an honest opportunity.
Not fucking typing shit. So.
Here, I'm gonna do it to him.
Imagine
Dude,
if
everything
I-
is fucking amphetamine from Egypt. Like, weird.
I think that was.
Yo, that emoji is cheating.
Oh, totally. But if Zoot wants to say stupid shit, he's got to deal with it.
Yeah, but I don't care because I've lost already.
I'm playing like dog shit. All right, warm-up game.
What is the greatest rap feud of all time?
Puffy Tupac and B.I. Notorious, Biggie. Without a doubt, West Coast versus East Coast. There's no doubt about that. That's like
Drake, Kendrick, in modern times.
no, that's not even close. Drake and Kendrick were in diapers when this shit was happening. It's not even close.
I said in like recent times.
That's not even a thing. Those guys didn't give their fucking lives for the game. Tupac and Biggie died for rap. Riser, are you gonna accept the invitation?
I am.
Riser.
I
Riser. There you go.
was encouraged with that.
Yeah, you were.
Kanye West is goodness now.
Kanye and 50 Cent never had a beat. Do you think Hitler would like Kanye?
Do you have any business ideas?
Sorry?
Do you have any business ideas?
Yeah.
Like what? Yo, what up? How are you, Nerox? Nerox.
We make a toy that's also a collectible. The toy, we make a toy that's a collectible, but it's like really cute like block design thing where like you make these like visual, like kind of like Transformers, but you have to solve a puzzle.
Okay, what's the puzzle?
The puzzle is like different variations that you can use. Like different variations that create different characters.
So is it like Legos? Or Lego, I should say. Is it like Lego?
Yeah, it's kind of like Lego, but it's like it's a bit like it's more like collectible. Like there's like I don't know. There's probably going to be like 9 to 18 pieces.
So it's
maximum.
Lego.
The 9 to 18. They can create multiple designs.
Like Lego.
Yeah, but Lego you can do like infinite with Lego. These things like these are like you're just doing you're just coordinating what you're building.
Okay, how big is it?
How big is it?
Yeah.
Not very.
Like, does it fit on a desk?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's multiple variations and little collectibles. You put them together to build something.
Okay.
There's a visual picture and you build it.
Dude, there's this game that we used to play that was so much fun, and I think you could do it today. You could make a machine that does it, basically. We used to just take tacks, like from jacks, I should say. You know those like little X-shaped things that you play with like a ball? Do you know what jacks are? No one knows what jacks are. You don't know what jacks are? Okay. Okay, imagine just like a top that spins. I think they already make this. But basically, it's like a top that spins that you hit you have battles with another top that spins. Pretty cool. Anyway, I just won that game, and I was really focused on it. Now it's time for me to whoop both your asses. Both your asses in mini golf.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Alright, what do you think of my idea, the crypto, right? You can be a part of it.
No.
Zoot, are you?
It's not a piece of shit though.
Zoot, are you gonna buy Charlie Kirk token? That's already a token.
No.
500 of them.
You bought 500 Charlie Kirk
No,
tokens?
there's like 5 different Charlie
Right. Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation for golf? Or are you going to J-Yor? Are you going to jerk yourself off raw? I don't like those kind of tokens, and I don't think they're good investments either. Zoot, Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot.
Facebook, there's like this Facebook advertisement where they're trying to like bait people into buying this like AI book, and they're like, oh, like a day before they published this book of like the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and then there's like a link to buy this AI law book on the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Zoot, what the fuck, man? Okay, are you back?
Yeah,
Did you know you have an invitation?
What the fuck? Every time you guys text me to another game.
All right, well, this
Every
is
single time.
this is right. You're in the golf. That's good.
Are you gonna record your next stand-up?
Oh, I already got jokes ready.
What are your jokes, big dog?
About RFK Jr.
Okay, I like how American your comedy is. It's like I get it. That's cool. Okay, so what is it? Oh, dunk on the water. That's not a good show.
One of my jokes is that RFK Jr. said that autism is a plague. These people will never pay taxes, never hold a job, never be able to write poems, and some of them can't even go to the toilet unassisted, like most politicians in America.
That's funny. Dude, now that's funny. Dude, that's the first joke. Dude, that's the first joke I've ever said is a funny joke that you've had. That's funny. Riser, what do you think of his joke? Riser, are you on a phone or are you on your thing, your iPad? Are you really? Zoot, tell Riser your joke again, because it's funny.
You can go back and watch it.
Look at you, big dog. Riser's fucked. Yeah, welcome to the real world, son. Zoot, can I tell your joke?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. So RFK Jr. said that people with autism will never be able to vote, will never be able to go to the bathroom by themselves. They will never be able to pay taxes, just like most politicians in the United States. What a good shot, Riser. Riser, are you really on your phone? Are you going to be a bitch and switch between your phone?
Can I tell you about my fucking idea? Okay, listen. Are you there?
I'm here.
Dude.
Zoot.
Yeah, what's up?
You know tokenized real estate, dude?
Yeah.
You can buy a property, right, and put it like Patreon where if you pay access with tokens, but
It's like buying stock in a creator.
the creator would offer like 10% of their revenue as stock, and then people can invest directly into the creator and buy the token that is tied to dividend revenue. But it's like Patreon where you get access to exclusive content only that you actually own a stake in the creators.
This would be one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. No way. Zoot, is he gonna make it? Zoot got fucked on his second shot. What the fuck was that? Riser, what was that, dog? Get him, Zoot.
I'm in the friendliest
I mean, did I hit your ball there? Riser, do you know what I want to say to you? What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, I am in the worst position right now. I rather. You know what I'm going to say to you?
Oh. I don't think that's a thank you, Zoot. That's a really... Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Zoot, blast it, and hopefully you'll...
one opportunity.
Oh, that was a bad angle.
I think I can still get it in.
Nope, because he's going to make it, and then you're done. Well, maybe.
No, I still got enough shot.
Maybe. I mean, you have to make it through the little thing first. The gap.
No, I'm on a big fat zero right now.
I hate this hole.
What do you think of the idea of tokenizing YouTubers people that own a stake in the YouTube channels or creators success, and then also gaining access to the content?
It already was done in 2020 and 2021, and it didn't work. No one cares.
With what?
No one cares. It was already done in 2020 and 2021.
What was it called?
It was called like I can't remember what it was called. Like Friend something.
Friendster? What a terrible...
I mean,
How did I fuck that up?
That was Friend Check as well.
How did I fuck that up?
Is that what it was called, dude? Friend?
No, it wasn't called Friend Check, but it was a social platform. Why none of those crypto things are gonna work? No one cares. People just want to make money.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby.
No, okay, this is not... Okay, think of it as like a Patreon like user, like, and plus you can still make money on this because there's speculative value of people betting on this. Think of it just as a Patreon, or instead of getting nothing in return, you get...
Rise up. People only want to use crypto for two things: trading and gambling.
What about buying drugs? Hit my ball.
Yeah, no one uses crypto to buy drugs anymore. Like, if you're like, the best way to buy drugs is use fucking Visa gift cards. There's no reason to use crypto.
This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Right, so you're doing a lot of typing, not a lot of shooting. Why don't you use ChatGPT?
Why is it? If you have money, I'll give you $100 to tell someone that I don't like that is a dumb fuck drug addict that will never amount to anything. Do it on Instagram.
I'll send them a cameo.
Do it on Instagram.
So,
Really
oh no. Worst hole in the world to have this and go first. Woe is me. Woe is me. Riser, make it. Hole in one, first hole. Oh, that would have been amazing. Go, baby.
I don't know why it's actually not been managed to just not take any of
Look at this move.
I'm not bad player.
Zoot. Slap yourself. If it's there, I'm going to be pissed. Hey, when are we going to get the autumn holes? The autumn holes, the skeletons and the portals and things.
in October.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe a little bit more.
I just want.
We all have our like little area. Oh, no way. That might have been a major mistake. That might.
Bro, how do you feel that you had 100 Ethereum and 5 Bitcoin with the price going up?
I mean, I had to buy Bitcoin for like literally like before I canceled all that.
Why'd you do that?
When I was on BitMEX and I thought I was like super high IQ trader.
Oh, riser. Riser.
What was the price of Bitcoin when you did that? Over 10 grand?
Yeah.
What year was it?
Like 27. I think
How are you cool?
$1,000 bucks.
Oh, it was 5 grand?
No way.
Riser, what did you think of that shot, big dog?
That could not have. That's way.
Riser.
Oh my.
Dude, how do you feel getting 0 points in this entire game?
You
Give the attention.
Zoot, that's really bad.
Zero. Not even a single one.
I fucked up on the last one intentionally, to be honest.
Didn't look like that. You look like you were trying. Because
No,
when you missed your last shot, you were pissed. If you weren't trying, you'd be like, whatever. Zoot, you're up.
Yeah, I was trying to do a trick shot on the last one, and I was like, fuck it, alright, I'll try and get it in. And then I was just like, oh shit, I wasn't really super focused. Do you think it's a disadvantage to go first on this one?
Yes.
Why is that? Right Rabbi shot. Rabbi, you actually might have the best, be in the best position out of everyone here.
Perhaps. What are you going to do?
I just gave him the easiest fucking hole in two. And he fucks it up.
I didn't fuck it up, dude. I couldn't make that shot.
I fucked up.
Don't go in front of my ball. Whatever you do, don't go in front of my ball. Don't go in front of my ball. What a shot. Zoot, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
That's one of the dumbest shots.
Riser, why did you have such a bad shot?
Because he saw the biggest. Because he saw my shot and he was like, that's like impossible to replicate. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
That was actually a really good shot.
Thanks, baby.
But I'm going to say something.
What do you want to say?
I am about to have a tick, so I forgot what I was about to say.
Okay. Riser, were you proud of your shot?
It's weird, bro. I can sometimes feel ticks like coming on. Like it's a weird feeling.
I get you. Just remain calm. Riser, what are you going to do? Zoot, if I were you, I would blast it and try to go around the pink. Dude, banking it off the gnome? That... Bank it off the tree.
Nah. Rabbi.
That's a bad shot.
I get that. I get that shot.
Yeah, but fast, not like a pussy. I would have expected you to put some oomph on it.
Alright. Riser, just go up into the grass and tie with me. If you try to trick, go fuck.
Oh, did he fuck you? He kind of fucked
Not necessarily.
you. He fucked you. Bounce it off the left wall. Off the left wall. Left wall.
Yeah, left wall, dude. Bank it off the side.
Off the left wall. Off the side.
What a bank shot is, dude. You can make it.
Oh, dude. He water bumped you. Newfie shot, Zoot. Absolute brilliance. Zoot, that was... Oh, and he... Oh, now this is why I love this game. This is why I love this game. Because that was such a good shot. And you got 0 points. Look at you. You're the one with 0 now, Riser.
Maybe next game, next game, Raza gets. Sorry, Rabbi gets a 0.
No, I'm not dog shit.
Have you ever played a game where you go complete 0?
No. Dude, you fucked me, dog.
I think you have played a game where you played 0, where you what was like a 3 game hole, or 5 game hole.
No. Riser, what the fuck was that?
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I'm not gonna knock Rabbi's Raza's ball.
Why wouldn't you?
So I can get it in the next shot.
What is Riser doing?
That was actually a really good shot.
That was brilliant.
He is ahead of me.
Dude, bank it off of the merry-go-round.
No, I got no idea.
Pinwheel.
I got no idea.
That shot sucks. It's gonna hit the pinwheel. You're just gonna go in front of his ball? And what was
Yeah,
that?
that was my plan.
That was a terrible
The
shot.
plan was to go in front of his ball, but I fucked up.
Hey, he scored.
Yeah, could you fucking knock me in the... Rabbi, I have a feeling I'm gonna win here. Not this game, but this hole I'm gonna win. I've got a strategy that's gonna fuck you completely.
Riser, what do you think of my shot? Riser, what do you think of my shot? Oh, wow. That was amazing.
I think you're in a better position than me.
I am not.
Rabbi, who's in a better position? Me or you?
You're gonna fuck this up.
Who's in a better position, me or you?
I am a little bit, I would say.
Who's in a better position, me or you, or other?
Well, it's definitely not Riser. Look at this shot, Zoot. Fuck, I hate this hole. It's hard.
Yeah, but you fucked me. You fucked me though. Okay, that was an okay shot. That was an okay shot. Can we all agree that was a good shot?
I think it was good.
Like an okay shot. It wasn't like, oh shit, like the one I did in the previous game. Yeah, that was not a good shot.
Why was it a good shot, Zoot?
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Yes, it was. Dude, you're not coming back. You're done.
You can knock Rabbi's ball and give me the lead. Rabbi, you have to get it in 2 shots. Oh my god, that's not good. This is not good.
Right.
I'm getting Rabbi's ball.
Riser, do you think I can make it? I think that's too much sand.
You think I can make it?
Yeah, you can easily make it. I think I could do this.
I don't think that's not. Holy shit. Did I just get the. Don't hit his ball, whatever you do. I can come back. Rabbi, always we both suck at it.
I'm actually very good at it. Dude, that shot was terrible. So long as Riser doesn't help you, why would you help him?
You could have gone around me. Rabbi, Razi, hit my ball, not Rabbi's. Hit my ball, not Rabbi's. So you hit Rabbi's ball.
Oh, Rabbi is cooking so.
Rabbi, I could win here. Yeah, perfect shot. Perfect shot. Nearly perfect shot.
Nearly perfect shot.
That's not going to help me. That's just going to help Rabbi. Yeah, like, you just got rid of all the trades for Rabbi. Rabbi, you're just going to help me if you do that.
What an amazing shot. Did you guys see that shot?
I'm not as good as this job. I'm in a better position. Ah, Brazo, all you had to do was get in front of the way with bow.
Sure. You're not gonna. You can't water bump me.
Dude, you can crank it around him.
No way. Zoot doesn't have that kind of skill. There's no way. There's no way Zoot has that skill. There's no way he has that skill. There's no way. No fucking way, dog. No way.
This is the hardest shot. This is the hardest shot of all time. That was the hardest shot of all time.
You're not gonna water bump me.
You nearly killed it.
But you're gonna fuck over Zoot. You're gonna fuck over Zoot. It's over. Zoot. Zoot, you lost. Zoot, you lost. That's a terrible shot. Make it, Riser. Why wouldn't you just make it? That's a great shot. Champion, boys. All right, next game is going to be. Can we play it with that many people? No. Can't play Moncala. Can't play Cup Pong. Can't play Literati. Can't play. I don't understand why you can play. Dog, the game. Have you ever played Draw Together with Zoot? It's hard. All right, Riser, here we go. Yeah. I'm not saying you're a bad drawer. I'm saying it's difficult to draw with your finger. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I am a fucking terrible drawer. Like, you saw my...
Get it right.
Stop now.
Zoot. Get it. Zoot tied Riser.
Actually, I'm mistaken rather with Rabbi.
My sexiness should be easy to differentiate. $35's the record. Make it, Riser. Alright, that was alright. Zoot, your turn. Get 7 or more. This is a battle for second place. Okay, Zoot missed the first one. He got the second one. Missed the third. Missed the fourth. Swished the fifth. Made the sixth. Missed the seventh. Made the eighth. Swished the... One more. Oh, he tied. Alright, everybody be quiet. I have to focus. I'm going for the record.
Chopped it up. I have a feeling Rise up, we're going to both beat him. All we need is a 10. You need 5 swishes.
1. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss.
5 swishes. 5 swishes.
Zoot's gonna beat Riser. Zoot's gonna beat Riser.
Right, all I need is a swish. I'll beat Riser.
That's incorrect, but nice. Riser, what's it like to lose to Zoot?
Hasn't lost yet.
Did you guys know that I won? I don't even have to go. But I'm gonna still try to get the record.
But with that lost round,
Draw together. Do you guys want to play in English?
yeah. No, I'm playing Portuguese. There's no such thing. Waiting for Rabbi to finish drawing with the plate. Oh, it's a state. Yeah. It's a state. It's America. Yes, the United States of America.
It's not the U.S. How do you know it's a state? Oh,
Okay, it does have the top category place, so it has to be a place in the world.
I fucked up.
You just draw a spot sticker over what looks like America.
No way. You got that?
Yeah, it more looked like they were in the ground.
That was supposed to be Maple Leaf.
Oh,
That's a person? That's a duck? It's a person? It's a duck?
the
Wow.
Yeti? Hey, why is it just
Evil.
you and why was it just you and Rosa?
I think you play next. Oh wait, no. Maybe it's just a two. Maybe I made it for only two people or something.
Is that next day? Yeah, because you're sleeping here.
Then you're in it. Okay, do I have to guess? What is
Yeah.
evil? Is it a devil?
I think it's a snowman.
And quickly, because it's a hard word.
Next day?
It's like kind of like the so strong noise for the paramount noise.
David?
Demonic.
Cool. Dude, shut the fuck up.
You got it?
No.
No.
Choose
Whose turn is it?
mine.
You have to finish guessing. Because it, we're almost done it, correct? Movies. Is it Cars too?
Why would it be Cars 2?
Because you trip. Car. Is it Cars? Is it Taxi Driver? Is it Taxi Driver?
Zoot's pretty close. Zoot's incredibly close.
Driver? Oh, Baby Driver.
What movie is Baby Driver?
The one with Kevin Spacey. Before he did all this allegedly good stuff.
Boar?
Oh,
You guessed Boar? It was Cars. And I said Zoot's.
I thought if I guessed it wrong, then you would have the car and she could
it was Cars.
Oh, Riser, you get to guess again. Riser, you get to guess again.
I said Cars 2.
That's why I said you're incredibly close.
Oh, she just said, oh, it's Cars.
Well, I said, why would you guess Cars 2? Like, the sequel. What the fuck is this? It looks like...
I just said Cars 2 because it was...
Oh, it's a piano. It's a piano. It's a piano.
Piano Man.
the famous piano player.
It's a famous piano player?
Like in the early days, similar to like
Mozart. It's Mozart. It's Mozart.
Mozart. Are you ready for how?
What the fuck? Was Zoot not in this? Oh, you can only play with two. You can only play with 2 people.
Hey, he's got it.
Show me. Yeah, like they're gonna catch that. The guy's in custody. All right, word box time. 3 players, 60 seconds. Zoot, we're not playing draw together.
You can't play with 2 people.
That's
You
what.
can't play with 2 people.
That's what we learned. Riser, Riser, come on, man, Riser, Riser.
How did you not get it was cards? How the fuck did you not get it was cards? What? ASM5. So, have you ever had
Zoot, shut the fuck up. I'm trying here.
who's your favorite?
Zoot, shut the fuck up, man. Zoot, shut the fuck up. Okay, now what do you want to say? Zoot beat you.
You had the F word as well.
Yeah, he gave it to us. All right. Redo that. You want to reload? Well, we don't have many games we can play, so we're gonna try it. Zoot and
No, we have that.
what's the game? Did you guys know that? No. Did you know that you guys have an invitation? Though we could play darts and just do a round robin. Zoot, you have an invitation. We'll do darts next with a round robin. And then we'll do archery with a round robin. And then we'll do archery with a round robin. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, come on. Zoot, accept the invitation.
Can we play Dice Party?
Yeah, we'll do whatever that is. What else?
Rabbi.
Shut the fuck up, Zoot. I think you're like your thing gets really bad when you're playing and you want to just talk.
That's my poker strategy, just never stop talking. Yeah, but yeah. You remember the Tazos? Oh, I come back at the end. Sam, baby, Sam.
All right,
Sam.
that's not a word. All right, you ready for dart zoot? Okay, are you ready for archery?
Dust party.
What's darts party?
Dust party.
What are you saying?
Dust party.
Dice party. It's a two-player game, dog. We're gonna play poker. Did you know that Zoot and I played every single game on here one night, and I won about 2/3 of the games, but he did really well.
Tazo. Yeah. Can you just like?
Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation, or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot,
What do you send me an invitation for?
poker. Zoot is Yoring. Zoot, riser. It stands for jerking yourself off raw. It's in the Urban Dictionary. You can look it up. It's a real word.
What was it called? I want on the hot dog.
You just said you won on a high card, and then you said you had pocket aces. Which is it? Whose turn is it? I mean, would you expect anything else? Would you expect any other strategy from Zoot? I mean, he is doing well. No way.
Fuck. Nice strategy there, dude. 5-6. Nice. You're done. You can bluff your way at 5-6.
I want him to be able to get the money back.
It's done again. You left as an 8. No, you're done now. Take a seat, son. You're done. Not sure. That's really working. No, I'm trying to trust this way. Another arm on the book. Alright. Look at the days up on run too.
What did you do there?
I pulled it because I didn't hit my.
Wait, that's really difficult.
You still have enough shit.
No, but I mean, normally it would be just like 20,000 versus 20,000. Now it's 20,000 versus 36,000.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses here.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Why would you fold? You didn't have to bet. Why are you folding?
Do the antes keep going up?
You were already the big blind, so you chose the big bet. I don't know why you haven't folded. You're running the easier chip so that's even.
No. Just play it normally.
The cookie crumbles.
You had a pair of fours? Oh no. That was on the board.
I had trips. I had 3 fours.
Oh, that's good.
So.
Do you think you could beat Zoot in a fist fight?
It depends how drunk I am.
Okay.
I'm drunk drunk enough, I could be. Have you been in a fight before?
Fortunately, I've been able to avoid all of them with my beautiful, beautiful mouth.
I had nothing. Okay. No. Fuck. No.
Pair of tens, ace.
No, what? I didn't even bet that much.
Yeah, but there was a lot. There was a big pot because it's like 3,200 things every time. We like switch positions.
You hit call.
You're done, son. All right, let's call it a night. Come back tomorrow, please. Peace, big dog. Night. Shout out to Riser. Shout out to Zoo for being such cool people.
Look for something simple like
I would describe basically learns from the word how many people are being examined. 100 people say this thing, 1,000 people say that. When people says they're all the same, everybody says
Get this athleticism,
the word he learns that even the babies in the mother's stomach said Shira by Kriyas Yamseh. And he says you're right. I learned that from the word Mikar. Rav Chama was in the Rich Golis' house and he tried to find 100 people. Finally, he get to say a special zima for 100 people, and they told him, wait. Rabbi said that Allah is like people. That doesn't matter 100 or 10. You only say Nevarach Elokeinu Shechavim Shalom. Says Rabbi in the Rich Golis' house. There's a lot of people there. When we came to benching, we'd split up and make small groups of 3, because the Rich Golis was very makbid. We made kaburas, different groups. 3 to get away with it. Why not listen to the Rish Golis Zimun? Because it was so loud there, it was hard to concentrate. 3 people that were eating, and one of them benched on his own. The 2 that didn't bench, they could force the third one to start from the Zimun, but he is not Yoitza in Zimun. The one tells us the Rav Bar Papa got up in Shul one day and he said, Baruch Hu Hashem, and he never finished off the word HaMevarach, which is Machlokes, you say Mevarach or not, and the congregation, they answered, Baruch Hashem HaMevarach Ve'elam. The Rabbi said, Hasya Ukma, you're like a black cloth, like a Chacham that doesn't change his clothing, dirty clothing. Why are you getting involved in a machlokes? When the halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel, that you don't say HaMevarach, you say HaMevarach, and everybody agrees that HaMevarach is better, why are you getting yourself involved? Says the Mishnah, that if there are two groups in a house and some of the group sees the other group, then the mitzvah as one, they could do one zimun. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine that's not diluted, in those days the wine was very strong, you had to dilute it with water, you don't make boy priya gafen. The Gemara tells us, what's the chiddush in our Mishnah, that three on the Zamu already discussed this, the number of tirutzik. One shot is that even if they just sat down, the three, and they never ate anything, they didn't eat a kazais, they didn't eat at all, they cannot get up. It's considered that if they can't get up and split. Or they all were eating, but they were eating from their own bread. Nevertheless, they can't get up and leave. So the shot is, you had 9 people, 3 groups of 3, and one person from each group went to the center and they made a new group. That new group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original groups didn't do zimun for them, but once the original groups do zimun, their chiyuv of zimun disappears, dissipates, and they can no longer be mizamen. And it brings a raya from a bed. There's a bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed, the rest of the bed becomes part. And even though you found the part that was stolen, you reattached it, the tumah never comes back. And so too over here, once the original group says zimun for you, that chiyuv makes the zimun, your zimun dissipate, and that chiyuv never comes back. If there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between, that waiter is inside the 2 groups and they can do zimun together. When we're discussing wine that wasn't diluted, what bracha do you make on that kind of wine? Machlokes. According to your lezer, you make bar priya, and you can wash your hands with it. So Chacham say no. Regardless if it's diluted or not, you make bar priya gafen. What can you do with wine that's not diluted? You can make medicine out of it, and you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Chacham admit when it comes to kosher bracha, you make a special kiddush or zimun on a cup of wine. That wine should be diluted, because it's a mitzvah and a mikvah. We know it's better wine, and for a mitzvah, you take the best they can take. There's 4 halachas that are said by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make the bread disgusting to a point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it, or bringing a cup of wine over it. The wine might drip on the bread, you won't be able to eat it, or leaning a dish on the bread, because if the dish spills on your bread, you won't eat it. Mal Zutra threw fruit because he held that this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread and not by food. And only by food, if it falls on the floor, you won't eat it, it'll be disgusting, you won't eat it. The Gemara tells us though that by wedding, you're allowed to pour wine into different pipes as long as it doesn't get destroyed. That's not considered easy. You're allowed to throw nuts at the chassan and kala as long as they're not destroyed and they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do? Well, it depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow the drink. If you're eating food that is disgusting to take out of your mouth, so you put it to the side of your mouth and you make a bracha. But if you take it out of your mouth without it being disgusting, take it out of your mouth and make the bracha and have a wonderful day.
Radically underserving the book. Yeah, maybe they can try again. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts. That very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely.
Brochus Daf Nun is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? Says Rav Chisda, if somebody forgot to say a bracha and is in the middle of eating, you shouldn't continue eating, you should stop and make a bracha. Says Ravin, if so, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal, and it brings a raya from a person who cannot make a bracha before he's toivel in a mikvah, he's about Terry, or let's say he's a ger, you should make the bracha afterwards. So too, you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Gemara says there's no raya from there, because a person who's a ger cannot make a bracha. The only time he can make a bracha is afterwards, but a person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting drink called asparagus. It's made out of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's 2 types, 2 varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. The one that's made out of wine is very good for lot and very bad for ramat. It's good for your heart, eyes, and spleen. Very bad for your head, intestines, and tiny hemorrhoid. If the wine is old, it's 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards bread. If you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards whatever that beer is made out of. If it's made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety and not spit afterwards, because that causes a lot of damage to the body, the beer variety, you should spit, and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of the king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, Shmuel ben Elisha was talking to Surreal, a very prominent malach, and Surreal said you should be careful from 3 things. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. And when you finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it can be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shadim that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess up on one of these 3 things, and then they'll attack you, or there's a gang of Malach Kabbalah. Either way, it's very dangerous. Yeshua Levi was told by the Malach HaMavis the same exact thing, but the third thing about asparagus was switched. Malach HaMavis didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself, the Malach HaMavis, sit between them, dance there with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 arms, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. If you can't, you should at least say the pasuk, Vayim Hashem al Satan, Yigar B'chol. There are 10 halachas that are said by a kosher bracha. Use undiluted wine and only later on dilute it. You should have a full cup. And if you do, you'll have nachla b'yutzar. Another child is you'll have oil nazeh. You should do itur, round your cup, either with talmidim or with other cups. Fill those cups with wine, according to one shot. Itur means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush. You should wear brings la'alachim, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands, or have somebody else lift it up with 2 hands and put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tefach, and above the table, if you're using a table, 1 tefach. Gaze into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha, on the kiddush, on the Birkas Hamazon. Rabbi was only makbid on 4 out of the 10. On washing the inside and out, that should be full and it should be undiluted. Places points out that Rabbi was also makbid on a 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amirayim were very makbid on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be makbid on all 10. The Gemara discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos, Rosh Chodesh, Chanukah, and the benching is really long and it becomes heavy, can you use your left hand to help you out? And since we don't have any conclusion, you should be machmir and do not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wife wine from the Kosher Bracha. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Nachman had Ula as a guest, and he honored him with a zimon, and then he told Ula, give some to my wife. And Ula said, I don't have to, because you drink from the Kosher Bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Rabbi Nachman's wife, was very upset, and she went ahead and she broke 400 barrels of wine. Rabbi Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. The kosher bracha goes into the barrel. She tells him, what do you think, I'm a fool? You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another 2 halachas, the Gemara says, once you lift up the kosher bracha, you're not allowed to talk anymore. And if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, do not drink the 2nd cup. That's called tzudas. You should not make Birkas Hamazon on that 2nd cup. It's dangerous to drink pears. Anything in pears is dangerous. When it comes to Birkas Hamazon halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're leaning. You should always be in the same position so you can concentrate on Birkas Hamazon. With that, we finish Perek Shleishish Achlu, and now we're going to begin Perek Eilu Dvar. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlekes in Rishon and Silo. We're going to go into all the machlekes later on in the studios, one by one. We'll mention them briefly here. And all of them, the halachas like Basilo, we have a machlekes between Rishon and Silo. If you make, according to Basilo, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make kiddush. First you make kiddush according to Basilo, and then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands on a towel, and you put the towel on your cushion, not on the table, like the Shama. First you wash your mayim achreinim, and then you sweep up the floor from crumbs, or the table from crumbs. If you only have 1 cup of wine, and that cup, you want to use it for Abdallah and for Birkas Hamazon, what is the proper order? According to Beis Hillel, You do ner, the candle, then besamim, then birkas hamazon, and then havdalah. And they still say, you say the words me'oreich, not me'oreich, meaning the different colors in the fire. If a person forgot to bench and he walked away, he should just do birkas hamazon wherever he is. On a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to Beis Hillel, you make a bracha on the birkas hamazon, first you do birkas hamazon, and then you make the bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle and the summon of a guy as a dead person, and that of Avodah Zarah. Birkas hamazon can't be said until the food is digested in the body. The Gemara goes into that, what exactly the shear is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what bracha he's referring to, you're allowed to answer Amen. But if a Kusi says a half a bracha, you don't know if he said a bracha to his God or to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, therefore you don't say Amen at all. The first machlokes between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel is what comes first, Kiddush or Yayin. Beis Hillel says you say the bracha al Gefen and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine and challah, you cannot make Kiddush. And wine is pader. You use wine for Havdalah, for Hamazon, for Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's two reasons against Beis Shammai's two reasons. And Allah is like Beis Hillel. What's the big Kiddush that Allah is like Beis Hillel? We know Abbas came and said that Allah is always like Beis Hillel. It's very possible, says the Gemara, that this is before the heavenly voice came out. And it's possible that we don't go by a basketball. Rabbi Shua says, when it came to Rabbi Eliezer, and they said Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer, we don't listen to a basketball. Have a wonderful day.
It's just, I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil. I know they were, but sometimes things get messy. But it's like you talk to like your average boomer who just watches reads newspaper. They never believe this in a million years. And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, come on, guys. No, you're out of your mind.
Bracha is Dafnun Beis. If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimun, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the one cup of wine for both birkas hamazon and Havdalah. But what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does birkas hamazon, then he does ner, then he does psamim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Beis Shammai. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir. What is the machlokes between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end. And in Rabbi Meir, everybody agrees that ner is first. The machlokes between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel is in the middle. Do you say birkas hamazon and then besamim, or do you say besamim then birkas hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that birkas hamazon is first. The machlokes is ner before besamim or besamim before ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that birkas hamazon comes first, then comes ner, then comes besamim, and then Havdalah? Like we said in the Brisa, that the only one that says that is Beis Shammai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The issue is that you see Havdalah is all the way at the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah, Beis Shammai hold that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First wine, then Kiddush, Havdalah. The answer is, there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then Bar Pri Hagafen. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Bar Pri Hagafen first, and only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zimun? They still say yes. And Beis Shammai is a machlokes, a two-way machlokes. What Beis Shammai hold? The Brisa says specifically that according to Beis Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine, because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Beis Shammai, you don't need. But in the Mishnah, there's no hechrach, because it's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine for benching. But it says in the Mishnah, he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tasted a little bit, he put it into his hand without touching it, without pegging the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to do yotze both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of tumah and tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is avi avos tumah. A person that touches that corpse becomes an avat tumah, one step lower. Avat tumah, who touches food or kelim, they become a rishon. A rishon touches another food, becomes a sheni. And that's pretty much it for chula. Unless you truma, which becomes a shlishi. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashkim, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, if a person who's a sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a rishon. And it has the power only the Rabbanon to be metama something else and make that a sheni. Therefore, we have a machlekes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the netilas yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlekes? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tummy. The Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is tummy. Outside means only tummy rabbanon. I'm concerned that if your hands are tummy, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup, and your hands have liquid on them, will touch, or the cup has nitzoitis, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's the sheni, touches that wine. That wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the tam of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tummy, say Bisham. But Basil say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tummy. My concern is, says Basil, that your hands are going to become tummy. You're not allowed to eat with tummy hands. That's why we wash the netilas yadayim. So if the cup is tummy, you wash your hands and you have moisture on your hands, you didn't wipe your hands perfectly clean. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a sheni, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup, because a cup cannot make hands tummy. You need the water in between, you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either, because a sheni doesn't make a shlishi. Another machlokes we learned from the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? Do you put it on the table, or do you put it next to you on the couch, on a cushion? What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say Beis Hillel, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the Kamarisha will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy, because that is not something that we find in the Torah, that just hands become tummy when the rest of the body doesn't become tummy, where food becomes a shame. That's in the Torah. Yishami say differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a sheni according to Bishama. You're not allowed to use the table that's a sheni according to Bishama, and therefore put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is, do you have to sweep the floor before you wash my machrenim, or do you have to clear the table of crumbs? According to Bishama, machlokes says, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter who's an amaris and doesn't know the halachas and doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread? According to Bishama, you are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's amaris, and therefore have to be concerned that he might leave larger pieces, and the water from your ma'acharenim will drip on it and ruin those pieces. We still say, I'm not concerned, because you're only allowed to use a Talmid Chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. The halacha in this case is like Bishama. Unless you switch the shitos, and you say that what Bishama said is what Basil said, and therefore the entire Mishnah and the entire parak, all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. There's a machlokes between Bishama and Beis Hillel. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word boire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Boire means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes Bishama and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yotzar u'voirei chayshach. Doesn't mean he's creating right now. It means he created Sheshis Mei Bereshis. Therefore, says everybody holds to say boire. The machlokes is the word ma'oire. Does ma'oire mean that light? How many different colors does fire have? According to Bishama, only one. According to Beis Hillel, it has 3 ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a guy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Havdalah because he did it issue with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it for Malacha on Shabbos. He used it for Malacha. The summer of the guy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party, because most of the parties are for Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful day.
It's not going to look anything like that. It's going to be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist. There are fragments that are missing from the actual bullet that are tripping to the boat. But they did it. That's what's nuts. You know what I'm talking about?
Bracha is Daf Nun Gimel. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Havdalah candle and B'Samar. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but beheter, for a woman who's giving birth or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the gzeira that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if it's at the end of the process and they're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? It very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Havdalah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha on it. And if there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Havdalah. If they brought a candle into Beis Medrash for Havdalah, Machlokes Beis says everyone should say the bracha to themselves, because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that could cause a big bittul karer. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of Beis Medrash, you don't say bless you because that's bittul karer. They still argue and they say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept v'roiv am hadrus melech. Like one person makes kiddush for everybody, amaisi for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Havdalah. But if they're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, you do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it. It's for Avodah Zarah. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for kishuv, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Havdalah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Havdalah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Avera. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Havdalah. First, you must see the flame, and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a bend, behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rav says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out. Oimemois with the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light different coins. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Motzei Shabbos like you would search for an esrog and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beis Hillel, he doesn't have to go back. According to Beis Shammai, he does have to go back. But Beis Hillel admit to Beis Shammai that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, b'meizid, he must go back. The Gemara tells us there were two Talmidim. One was makbid like Beis Shammai. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beis Hillel, the other Talmud on the other hand, did like Beis Hillel, but on the Mazid part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi He was on a trip and he stopped to eat. And he ate, but he forgot to bench. And he got back on and they continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me and they'll say, bench right here. Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So they went back and he benched. And the Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klal Yisrael is nimshal to a dove. What saves a dove? Its wings. The mitzvah saved Klal Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, you could still say Birkas Hamazon. What does that mean? Rabbi says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. Rosh Hashanah says it depends. If you walk 4 parsa, it's the time of 4 parsa, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. If it's more than that, you can't. And that's if you ate a very large meal. But if you ate a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you could bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you could answer Amen. Says the Gemara, obviously he's not trying to be Yaitse, Birkas Hamaitzi, or Kiddush, or whatever it is, because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say Amen, because typically you're not allowed to say Amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to, you could say Amen. This machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead Zimun, or is it preferable to answer the Zimun? One Manoma says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says you get Sachar before the person that says Amen. And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the Amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, you do not say Amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or reading the Haftarah, you could say Amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi Zilai, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zuhumai and says that hands that are mezuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise he cannot bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon, I don't know Zilai, Zivai, Zuhumai. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a Bryce. And the Bryce it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishayim, you should wash the Tzilayim, and Mayim Achrayim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says Ki Kadosh is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us that you should bench Birkas Hamazon. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, it was our follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed. Remember when he was around? Remember the juice is loose? I think I just wrote that one. He had like a king's robe on and like a bunch of hot ladies around him. Okay, it's coming back to me. Yeah, he made a rap.
Bracha is Dafnun Dalet, a brand new parak Haroya, which discusses many different types of brachas, which we say in different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and nace happened to his forefathers, he says, Baruch She'asa Nisim Laviseinu B'Malkam Hazeh. This points out in the entire parak where we say Baruch, it means Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam. And this we learn from Yisro. If a person sees an Eretz Yisrael place where they uprooted a Avodah Zarah and the Yerushalmi is brought down, it's the entire Eretz Yisrael, and it says a special pasuk for that. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, Baruch Oisem Ma'aseh Bereishis. Rabbi Yehuda says if he sees the great ocean, he says a special bracha, Baruch Shasas Hayom HaGadol, as long as he didn't see it within the last 30 days. If a person sees rain, or he hears great news, he says, Baruch HaTov HaMeitiv. If he hears bad news, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes. If a person builds a brand new house or buys new clothing, he says, Shechiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. That's called a tefillah shav. So if your wife is pregnant, you daven that she should have a boy. That's a tefillah shav. If you hear a screaming, you say, I hope you ROTHSCHILD. That shouldn't be somebody from your family. It's too late. That's a tefillah shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, machlokes whether he says 2 brachas or 4. 1 when he comes in to the city, 1 when he leaves, or 2, 1 when he walks in, but as he gets in and he sees that he's safe, he says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. You're mechuyev to make a bracha on the bad, just like you make on the good. You say Kriya Shema every day, B'chol Levavcha, with your two Yitzarim, Yitzir Tov, Yitzir Rov, B'chol Nafshcha. Even if the Baruch Hu takes away your neshama, B'chol Meidecha Tu Pshatet. Even if the Baruch Hu takes away your money, or Meidecha, a relation of to measure. All the measures that the Baruch Hu gives you are for your good, and you daven for them. There's an issur to act lightheadedly in front of the eastern gate. Beis Hamikdash, you're not allowed to walk into the Beis Hamikdash with your walking stick and with your money belt and with dust on your shoes. You shouldn't use the Beis Hamikdash as a companion, as the Gemara will explain, and certainly you shouldn't spit in the Beis Hamikdash. In the first Beis Hamikdash, they would say every bracha in Shemona Esrei, they would use a very interesting lashon. Baruch atah Hashem, Elokei Yisrael, Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, atah Hashem Chonin Adat. But the Tzdukim believe that there's only one world, there's no world to come, so therefore they instituted, you say, Mina Olam, from this world, Ad Olam to the next world. When you ask your friend and you say, hi, how are you doing, good morning, you could use Hashem's name. The Mishnah brings a bunch of different psukim. You know this one of the psukim is, Eis Lasis Hashem Efer Torsecha. It's in certain situations, you can break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurred to the congregation, everybody's mechuyev to say the bracha, and if it happened to an individual, the Gemara brings a few cases where somebody was saved from a lion, or there was an Amar that was saved from a wild camel, and also he had a nace who was very thirsty, and a river grew underneath his feet. So every time he passed that place, he would mention both nisim that happened to him. We say the bracha Baruch She'asa Nisim Aviseinu, where you come to the place where Kriyas Yamsuf occurred, or Eber Hayardeh, or the Yerichai, the Nes of Yerichai, where the wall of Yerichai was swallowed by the ground. Why did it fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, so it's impossible to tumble over. Aronai, the Gemara tells us the story that there's a nace that Klal Yisrael were walking in the desert, and the Merim wanted to kill them, and they hid in caves. They dug holes in the walls of the mountains and hid there. And the Arain flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Merim. There were two people, Ace Vahiv. They were Mitzrayim. They were behind Klal Yisrael, Besufa, at the end. And when Klal Yisrael passed and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened to the Merim, and they called Klal Yisrael, and Klal Yisrael said Shira. El Gav means Al Gav Ish, on top of the back of the man referring to Moshe Rabbeinu, who was Olav Michal Adam. In his merit, Barad, the Makas Barad stopped in midair. And later on, when Yeshua needed the Barad to kill the enemies, it came back down. There was the stone of Ein Chavasham. The Chavasham made some sort of calculation. The Klal Yisrael was 3 parsa by 3 parsa. He lifted up a mountain that was that size and was about to kill them. He put it on his head to carry it. Says the Gemara that Rabbi Shalom made a nace that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and the mountain came and slipped right over his head and got stuck on his neck. He tried to lift it up, but he couldn't, because it says in the pasuk, Shinei Yishayim Shibarta, his teeth came out, Sheribafta. They came out long and crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was already weakened. Moshe Rabbeinu, who was 10 amas high, had an axe that was 10 amas long, and he jumped up 10 amas. And all he was able to reach was Eignal Chavashim's ankle, and he hit him in the ankle, and he was able to topple him and kill him. When you see the mound of salt from Lot's wife, that's a disaster, so you don't say a nice bracha, you say Baruch Dynamics. When you see Lot, what you say is Baruch Zochres, that's the Tzadikim Kedimah, because Baruch was upset, mad, angry. He was able to remember Tzadikim, he saved Lot because of Avraham Avinu. Says the Gemara, there are 4 people that must say Goimel. The lashon of the Gemara is Goimel lechasadim tayvim. We, based on different Rishonim, the Rif, we say Hagoimel lechasadim tayvais shemulan kotayvim. That is, the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's healed, or someone that came out of jail, they say Goimel. You need 10 people, and 2 out of 10 must be Rabbanim. Rabbi Yehuda, says the Gemara, was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other Chacham came to visit him, and they told him, we bench Baruch Hu for giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said, Amen. And he said, because I said Amen, I'm no longer in the Chuyev Goimel. There are 3 that need special protection. And they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's in mourning, another. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shadim, they are in danger, and that's a chassan and a kala, and some say even a talachachman. And finally, there are 3 people that are zoicha to longevity, tarich hasam, because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, and we'll explain tomorrow, or they have a very long meal, they have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons. Have a wonderful day.
It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. They think the original guy was and it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first.
Rabbi's Daf Nun Hey, the Gemara tells us that there are 3 things that you do that opens up your file in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks into you. If you put yourself in a danger, you sit underneath a meeting wall. If you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, look what my friend did to me, take care of him. In other words, you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm perfect, take care of that guy, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to look into you. And if you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, my tefillah was so great, why don't you accept my tefillah? That's Iyum tefillah, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks into you. But you should have kavanah, you should learn from your davening, and perhaps the davening will be accepted. As long as the Beis Hamikdash existed, the Mizbeach gave us a kafaru, we brought korbanos to the Mizbeach. Today we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, so it's our table. When we bring 4 people to our table and feed them, the Gemara tells us there's a list of 10 things that bring hemorrhoids. One of them is sitting in a bathroom in a squatting position. But we said that going to the bathroom is a really good thing for medicinal reasons. Says the Gemara, yes, if you sit on a toilet like we have today, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that there was a matronisa, an old woman who told her, "You do very light." She says, "It seems like you're making a lot of money. You're so happy. You're probably selling pig. You're probably a loan shark." He says, "No, I swear that I don't do that. But from my house to the Beis Hamikdash, there are 24 bathrooms, and I make a stop in each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to go to the bathroom." There are 3 things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to read from the Torah is chayenu, it's our life. So if you don't do it, you get the reverse. A person who refuses to leave the Zimon when they ask him to leave, and a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Tzaddik, he was punished, he took off 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word, Avdecha Avinu, your servant, our father, and he didn't protest. There are 3 that means Rachamim, a good king, a good year, and a good dream, which we're going to discuss at length soon. There are 3 that Baruch Hu himself decrees. That is, if there's famine, or the opposite of famine is plentiful, a lot of fruit, and the leader of the community, the Rosh Kahal. Baruch Hu doesn't put somebody in the position to lead the community unless the community agrees. Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, "Do you agree that I should put the tzalo in place?" And Moshe Rabbeinu said, "If he's good for you, he certainly is good for me." Hashem said, "That's not enough." So ask Klal Yisrael. So he asked Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, B'tzal was only 13 years old then. If he's good for you, Moshe Rabbeinu, in fact, Baruch Hu is certainly good for us. Moshe Rabbeinu, some say he was actually testing B'tzal. He reversed the words of Baruch Hu. He said, to B'tzal, first make a aron, then the kelim, and then the Mishkan. And B'tzal said, Moshe Rabbeinu, he used those words. He called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not B'tzal Kel? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem when you heard this? How did you come up with this yourself? B'tzal had tremendous chachma. He knew how to take the letters that Baruch Hu used to create the world, the tziruf oisiyos. Baruch Hu, the Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, the very lengthy sugya. Rav Chizda says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is when he's dreaming that he is in a fast, he's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually the kapara, and it does away with the dream. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels all good about himself, that actually takes away from his sachar. A bad dream is worse than getting malchus. We learn from Yosef Tzaddik that not everything that you dream comes true, because he's talking in his dream about his mother bowing, and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from Yosef Tzaddik that sometimes it can take 22 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as David HaMelech never dreams a good dream, and a rasha like Achitophel never dreams a bad dream. It says in the pasuk, we learn from this pasuk that even if a tzaddik dreams a good dream, he'll forget it by the time he wakes up, and therefore it's not considered a dream. And when the pasuk says the negative loikrab ba'alecha, it's referring to when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state of a safek nida. Any person that doesn't dream any dream at all for 7 days is considered bad. If a person is really worried about his dream, he should go in front of 3 people that they should do hatavas chalayim. They should make his chalayim better. They should tell them, I saw a really good dream. And they tell him, heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu should seal it with 7 seals, 7 zeros that it's good. And he should say 3 psukim that are the reverse, 3 about redemption, and 3 shlumis, like we say in the Yidden. The Gemara tells us, 3 friends, Ameimar, Marzukah, and Rav Ashi were sitting together. And they said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what the dream means and you're worried about the dream, so you should say in the Yiratzon, when there's Birkus Kahanim, and that's what we do today on Yom Tov, there's a Yiratzon that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Yiratzon, and you're supposed to finish off that Yiratzon with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you miss the boat and they don't say Amen on your Yiratzon, so then you're supposed to say, the second one gets up and said, whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm so and so. Yosef, I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, he should, so that people should daven for him and be healed through their davening. And as Rabbi, who was once sick, and he told his Gabbai, don't tell anybody the first day, but after that he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rava should daven for Rava, and whoever hates Rava should be happy that Rava is sick, because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say the pasuk, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say it in a question, what? Chalomis are nothing? And in fact, it says in the pasuk, you should consider dreams. Rabbi had the contradiction. You consider dreams of Chalomis Shavi Daberu, and he said, well, if the dream comes from a malach, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, you know it's false. Rabbi says, in Yerushalayim there are 24 people that knew how to replace the Chalomis. They knew how to decipher dreams, and he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones, and all 24 came true, and will continue with dreams. Tomorrow, Bez Hashem, have a wonderful day.
So it was, being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities. Just I didn't care, writing of a show or response to a movie or popularity or
Bracha is Dafnu Vav. We're continuing with an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a Rav HaGoyin Rabbi Yeshua Pesach drew himself and gave me as a gift. Picks all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Gemara tells us that whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Gemara tells us 2 stories where Goyim came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind date pits. Gemara tells us about Bar Hedia. Bar Hedia was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation, and if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Abaye and Rava had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted Abai in the positive. He told Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your business is going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by 2 clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked into the shul and he saw 2 blind people fighting, and he tried to break the fight and he got hit twice. They were about to hit him again, and Rabbi said, stop, I only dreamt that I'm going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. 2 pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid him, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abai's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abai under the bus, even though Abai paid him. He said, Abai is going to die. You're going to take all of Abai's Talmidim. My house is falling. Your Torah is going to go everywhere. And Rabbi says, I saw in my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers out of your pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Halal of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Halal. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisan. The Gemara says both Bar Hedi and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Bar Hedi remembered that Rabbi was going to have a nace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rabbi? If the boat sinks, he'll have a nace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped, and Rabbi peeked in his book, and he saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Bar Hedi and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the daughter of Rav Chizda, my wife. And it gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. Bar Hedi said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. He goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, Bar Hedi, pay me and I'll tell you the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. He says, I won't interpret. The next day he comes to him, he says, I dreamt that I have worms in 2 of my fingers. Pay me. No. Following day he says, my entire hand is wormy. Says Bar Hedi, you don't have to pay me, I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it, so you know they're wormy. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, well, Bar Hedi knew about this and he didn't tell me. They took Bar Hedi, they tied his 2 legs to 2 cedars, they bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Bar Hedi's body was split in half, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bar Doma came to him and said, my 2 jaws fell. Says Rabbi Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the 2 Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. Says that means that the Inger of HaKadosh Baruch Hu fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnos anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in Adar and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. He says, no, that means you're going to die with honor and you're not going to have Nisayan, a lashon of Nisan, Nisayan. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's Duki that came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you kidnapped a Jew. And I swallowed a star. That means you sold a Jew and you already used up all the money. My eyes are touching one another. That means you had relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means you had relations with your sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means you had relations with the Naira Hamurasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that you had relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were with many women. I grabbed onto 2 pigeons and they flew away. You sent away your 2 wives without giving them a gift. I peeled an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says this Duki, unbelievable. I agree to everything. I did all of those things that you mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. In that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. And finally, and this is incredible, why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. But he tells Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt that my father said he left me money in Kaput. He says, that means that he left me money in the 10th beam in your ceiling. In fact, there's money there. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific pasuk, and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, he's supposed to say special psukim. About a shofar, a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or an ox. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about weeds, plural, he should anticipate bina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, hearts of palm, and wax, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Yirah Shamayim. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. So if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you dream about a cat, depends. If they call the cat Shunra, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shinra with a Yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, that's a good sign. Black grapes depends. If it's in its right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse depends. If it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli, an Arab, that's the son of Avram, Yishmael, then you should know that your tefillah will be niskabel. But if you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day.
That's awesome. That's pretty good. That's very good.
I just decided like a long time ago, like I was 17.
Very smart.
Never gonna happen. There was vacation camp. But these days to get busted drinking and driving.
Rabbi Zayin, we're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 different dreams to interpret, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he was supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. And if he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, Huna with 1 nun, he'll see an S. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chaninach Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisim. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have Rachmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemayim. If a person sees that himself saying Yehei Shmei Rabba, he's promised to have Olam Haba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's roi to have the Shekhinah on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. There's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa, is Torah, Eshes Ish, will be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shivas Aminim, he dreams of wheat, is peace. Barley he won't have any averas. If a person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry. A grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big. His business will expand or grow. If it's split, then he's a Talmid Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, Yitamu Chatayim, he won't have any averas. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrig, now we're going to the Arba Minim. If a person sees an esrig, that means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks he's beautiful in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma, and if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that will become a Rosh Hashiva, like Ravashi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, that's a sign of having a Ben Zachar. multiple chickens, multiple bnei zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs or any round thing that's closed, like a nut or a glass kli or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended. But if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And if he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Rabbi say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently Gzar Din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. But if he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he stripped himself of all the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain him up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kala. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means he'll have parnasa, because snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa, even though Rav Shesha said that his parnasa will double. That's because Rav Shesha dreamt it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. If he sees Yecheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is an Achama, Yirmiyah is Puranos. If a person sees Tehillim, Shir Hashirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. If a person sees Mishnah Kohelsh and Rabbi and Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. If a person sees Iyov, Kinois, Achav, and Rishmon Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranos. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoima, that is a sign that he'll have a nace. If you see Rebbe Loz Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe with a handle. Those are all items that you could do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are three things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are three things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, Rashi brings, of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are five things that are 1 of 60th. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60th of the man. Shabbos is 1/60th of Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60th of death. And a dream is 1/60th of a nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal a sick person. And that is cabbage, the womb, and intestines, diaphragm, some people say small fish, beets, and dry pennyroyal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if you eat the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave, or you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords. But that's large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says that Rabbi Antoninus always had small cucumbers on the table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means it's a sign of peace. If the dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, orech apayim lo'ovrei ritzono. Hashem has rachmanos even to those who do against his will. If he passes by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem she'okar Avodah Zarah ma'aretzenu, ukeshem. Just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, Shenekra me'makom zeh came to okar mikol mekomis Yisrael, from all over Israel, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. In Chutz La'aretz, the Tanakh says you don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Or Shimon Lezer says even in Chutz La'aretz, since all the goyim are going to become gerim, you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day.
Was like he got bit by a vampire, and him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he got bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like to me. It's like he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they were just.
Rabbi is definitely fast when it cursed bubbles and cursed his neighbors. When he cursed Shemrain, blessed his neighbors. Just like every human face looks differently, so too every human mind thinks differently. Therefore, to see 600,000 Jews to make a special bracha, chacham razim, Baruch Hu knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you see 600,000 goyim, you say Boishe Imcha. When Ben Zoma saw 600,000 Jews going up La'aliyah Regel, he added another bracha. Baruch Shebarach Kol Eidul Shamsheni. He created all these people to serve me. Other Marisha, when he wanted to eat a loaf of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. He had to plow the field, he had to seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store and buy a loaf of bread from all these people that created, and clothing from all these people that created. There's been a good guest and a bad guest. The good guest mentions the type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, rolls, and I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food. He just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. And you didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. David HaMelech's father, Yishai, when he came with 600,000. When he left with 600,000 people. When he spoke to 600,000 people. But in Chutz La'aretz, we don't make the bracha of Chacham or Razim. When you see a gadol, Chacham in Yisrael, you make a special bracha. When you see a Chacham or a guy, you say Baruch Shenosam Lechachmasai Lebasar Adam. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shechayim Tzvoidei L'Reyav. And a non-Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenosam Lechachmasai Lebasar Adam. The Rebbe says a person should always try to see Jewish kings and even non-Jewish kings so he can compare the two when Mashiach comes. Rav Sheshes, the Gemara tells us this story, was blind. He went to see the king, and Tzduki came to make fun of him. He said, you can't see anyways. What are you doing here? He says, look, I'll show you. I understand more than you do. So when the first troops walked by and there was a lot of noise, the Tzduki said, oh, here comes the king. Says Rav Sheshes, not yet. The second troops come. Here comes the king. Not yet. The third troops came and it was complete silence. Says Rav Sheshes, here comes the king. Because that's how it goes with the Baruch Hu. Because Baruch Hu comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. And when he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said, the bracha. Says the Tzduki, why are you making a bracha? You can't even see him. Says the Gemara, either the Tzduki's friends poked Tzduki's eyes out, or Rav Sheshes looked at the Tzduki and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Rav Shelo gave Malchus to a Jew who was a Baal of Goya. So the Jew went to the king and snitched on Rav Shelo. The king summoned Rav Shelo and said, why did you take things into your own hands? Says Rav Shelo, because he was Baal a donkey. Says the king, so you should kill them. Says no, once we left Eretz Yisrael, we're in Golos, we don't kill people anymore. And he said, do you have a witness? He says, yeah. Eliyahu came and testified that this guy indeed was Baal a donkey. Says the Gemara that while all this was going on, Rav Shelo started saying, says the king, what are you whispering? He says, I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king who knows how to do great judgment. Says the king, oh, you love the kingdom? Take this back, take this stick, and do din for yourself. Whoever needs, you'll dish it out. Says the Gemara, we're leaving the palace, and this snitch Jew tells Rav Shelo, what HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends witnesses for lies. Says Rav Shelo, it wasn't a lie. You were Baal Chamar. That's considered a Chamar. And Rav Shelo noticed that the guy was turning around to snitch on him once again, to say that the guy was called Chamar. So he took the stick and he killed him. Because Hashkim Lahargoy. He was a roidef. The Gemara says, since he was saved by this pasuk of the Chashim Agdula, so he darshan it. The Chashim Agdula means Ma'aser Bereishis. Rabbi Kiva says it's referring to the Yamsuf. Vagvura, Rav Shmuel says as you see it's Mitzrayim, says it's not because B'chayres. Vatteferes is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi Kiva says Matan Torah. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi Kiva says it's Yerushalayim. Bahoy is the war of Arnon. Rabbi Kiva says in Hamikdash. B'chol HaShamayim is Sisra, L'chashim HaMav. This is all Sheila, who says Reb Sheila is a Koyim Modig in the future. B'chol HaRaysh, that even the head of irrigation, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides that should be his job. If you see houses of Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Matzah Gulam Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Dynamics. If you're in Goysha houses, you say base, game, Yisaf. In other words, it should be uprooted. And when in the Churban, you say Pil Nekamas Hashem. Says Gemara, a story. Ula Rav Chizda were walking by the rubbles of the house of Rav Chana Bar Chanilai. And Rav Chizda let out a sigh. Says Ula, how did you sigh? It's going to ruin your body. So Rav Chizda, how can I not sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people. There were 4 doors that people could come in from all over. Rav Chana had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that it takes to stick your hand in the pocket. He put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They could take it at night. How should I not sigh? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the Churban, the houses of Tzadikim were destroyed, or Mirvan says the houses of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better, you're just a servant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu's home, the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, so too yours. Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caver, a cemetery, or just a grave of someone from Klal Yisrael, you say this long bracha. Baruch atah Hashem, sheyotzer eschem b'din, v'zon eschem b'din, v'kilkel eschem b'din, v'asem eschem b'din, v'asem lakim chem b'din. Rav Nachman used to say, and we end off, v'yidei mitzvah kulchem, v'asem lach yoysem, v'chayim eschem, Baruch atah Hashem, v'chayim eschem. When we say, see Goysha grave, we say, Boysha imcha. Rabbi Shmuel says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shechiyanu. If it's more than 12 months, you should say Mechayim Mason. As Rabbi would say, if it takes 12 months, forget about the dead. The Mishnah brings down in nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. Avuna, the son of Rabbi Shmuel, Rav, another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Chanina Breder Avika. It was a big double. So they said 2 brachas on it. First of all, Shechiyanu, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said, Asher Chalad Mechachmas L'Reah. Says Rav Chanina, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bracha. Let me say Chacham Razim, because you are equal to 600,000 people. They looked at him, 600,000 people. What are you, so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. He said in the Mishnah, if you see different types of people, so one of the, says in the Gemara, if you see a Bahamkin, somebody that has major freckles, this colored face, you say Mishana Habriyos, special bracha. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say Dayin Emes. You see a Kushi or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyos. If a person doesn't have hands, doesn't have feet, or he's blind, or he has hair that's matted, it's one piece, then you say Baruch Dayin Emes. A person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyos. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say Baruch Shekachalei B'Olamah. We learned in the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all the paths in heaven, like I know the streets here in Aradai. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by Exil, then the world will be destroyed. But the fact is, we see that it goes by Exil. That's just its glow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's a curtain that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is when Shabbat comes this way and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing, and that's why it seems like it's going there, but it doesn't. Have a wonderful day.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's when he popped again. That's nuts. He was a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him.
Bracha is Daf Nun Tes. We are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or if they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie, than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, and when HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make a Mabul in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima, and in order to stop the Mabul, he replaced the 2 stars that he took out of Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace with 2 stars that he removed? Says the Gemara, there's a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. When you take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or, a prosecutor, something that caused a Mabul, cannot stop the Mabul, cannot become a defender. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you have to make a bracha. Says the Gemara story, Rav Shartino was walking by an oiv. Oiv is a person who converses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. Says the oiv, of course I know. So when HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks about Klal Yisrael and Golas, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. Says Rav Katina, that's not true, he's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. Says the Gemara, the reason why Rav Katina said he's lying is because they didn't want people to follow this oiv. But in fact, Rav Katina knew he was right, and there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is created, says the Gemara, this could be Meshalem, either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Rav Acha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder, and then the rain. The Gemara says, we like this pshat the best. Another pshat, says the Gemara, is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound. The Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. Says Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night to give people a chance to escape. They could start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say, Rabbi says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and one should daven. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if there's a cloud that comes from Ma'ariv and comes around through the north, or 2 clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the time that you have to dive. Rabbi Shmuel ben Levi says the reason why HaKadosh Baruch Hu created thunder is to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zocher Abris. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a bris with us that he's not going to give us another mabel. The nemam b'brisoy v'kayim b'mamorot. Abaye says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those, you make 2 brachas. Rabbi says that when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. You can't say Sheklefi Grosim Alei Oilam because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. There's a concept called a clear sky. This is a bite that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes a northern wind. And according to Yeshua Levi, you say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. Rav Chizda says that once there was a Churban Beis Hamikdash, there's no such concept as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created at Sheshis Yemei Bereshis, in other words, the sun was created according to this man Omar on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be back at that position is every 4 years, since the year is 365 days and a quarter, divided by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday, or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. You have to wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening, it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. And that's when we said in the following morning, so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's Kufas Hashemish, that's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the sun. The same, the Gemara says we'd say bracha today, we don't. on the stars and on the moon and on Mazolis and the zodiac, you make a bracha. Oisa Maisa Bereshis. Rabbi says on the great ocean, whether it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. And you say a bracha she'asa es hayom hagol. You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah if there were no human intervention. Once humans diverted the river, you can no longer say a bracha on the river. You see Paras by the Euphrates by the bridge, so you can say the bracha from the bridge and upriver, but not downriver. At a certain time and place when they diverted the Euphrates, you can no longer say a bracha. The Chidekel is a nutrikoin of Chadin V'Kalan. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and cleaner. Pras means Harim Rabbi. And it says Rabbi, the people of Mosfaiza, they're very sharp because they drink the water of the glass. The reason why their faces are red is because they're Mishamash Bayayim, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, you say Atov Ameta. And the rule is, any time that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even other farmers that own fields, you say Atov Ameta. If you do not own a field, then you say a very long bracha. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the people, we thank you for every drop and drop. And they say, all the way until Tishtachava, and they say, Baruch Atah Hashem. When you say Shechiyanu, only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say Atei Ramedit because your wife is also happy. When there's an inheritance and you have brothers, so you say first dynamis, but afterwards you say Atei Ramedit on the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say Atei Ramedit. If there are other people joining the meal, have a wonderful day.
All other hormones. It does. It really does. I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think that's a true masterpiece. It really is. There's no computers. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day when you watch that.
Bracha is Daf Samach. According to everybody, if you buy brand new clothing or any vessel, a kli, you make a shechiyanu. The question is, what if you already have that exact kli, and this is the second time around that you're buying it? Well, it depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lashon, you don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, so now there's something new by you buying it, so according to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rabbi, you do make a bracha. But according to the second lashon, if you had this kli, you had this garment already from an inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rav Huna agrees, you make a bracha. The argument between Rav Huna and Rabbi Yochanan is whether you make a bracha if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha. According to Rabbi Yochanan, even in such a case, you make a shechiyah. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also includes something good. For instance, your crop was ruined from a flood, but the flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You still make dayan MS, even though it includes some good. And the same thing in reverse. What if you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad? For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it, will come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. Nevertheless, you say, we learned in the Mishnah that a person's wife is pregnant. It's a tefillah shah. It's futile to just daven and say, I wish it's a boy. It's already too late. What about the fact that Leah davened and she switched her baby to be Dina, from a boy to a girl? That's a nace. We don't discuss nace. It's also possible that was within 40 days, and within 40 days you could daven. As we learned, within the first 3 days of pregnancy, you daven that it should be a pregnancy. From 3 days until 40, you can daven that it should be a zachar. From 40 days to 3 months, you daven that the baby should be squashed by another. And from 3 months to 6 months, you daven that there shouldn't be a miscarriage. From 6 months till the end of the pregnancy, you daven that it should be a good birth. Now we learned this throughout Shas, that if a woman fertilizes first, it turns out to be a zachar. We must say that in our story, we're talking about the man and the woman both fertilize simultaneously, and therefore you can still daven that it be a zachar. Mar does a story about Hillel HaZaken, who heard screaming coming from the city, and he said, I'm sure and certain that it's not coming from my house. Gemara says that Rabbi Shmuel was walking with one of the students, and he noticed that his student was shaking out of fear, and he said, "Is it possible that you sinned, and that's why you're shaking?" He says, "No, I'm not been on the pasuk. Ashri Adam Mufaki Kamen. A person should constantly be in fear." So Rabbi Shmuel, you didn't understand the pasuk. The pasuk is talking about Torah. You should always be fearful that you're going to forget your Torah, and therefore you should review and chazer your Torah over and over. We learned in the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you're going to a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. What are the 4 brachas? When you walk in, right before you walk in, you say, "Yiratzim lefanecha Hashem elikai, shedachniseini lekrach zeh l'shalom." You should bring me into the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, "Ma'adan lefanecha Hashem elikai, shechnastani lekrach zeh l'shalom." Thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, "Yiratzim lefanecha Hashem elikai, l'shalom." I should leave in peace. And once he's out, he says, just like you took me out in peace, like you say in Gemara says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system, but in a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, no, or you could say, but perhaps even in a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven, perhaps you won't find someone to testify for you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to heat up the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included vidui, believe it or not. You'd say, "Yiratzim lefanecha Hashem elikai save me from this and others like it. And nothing bad should happen to me. And if something really bad happens to me, this is basically vidui. Rabbi says, you should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, "You saved me from the fire." The Gemara says the story: the Bava was in the bathhouse, and the floor fell out from under him, and with a nace he was saved. He held onto one of the beams, and he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into bloodletting, you say, "This business that I'm doing here should be for medicine reasons, to kill, revealing his hope." Gemara understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just daven. Says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, "Yirape," that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. When a person leaves the bloodletting, should say, "Baruch Roifei." When a person in those days would go to the bathroom, he would tell the malachim that accompany a person and say, "You guys wait out here for me." And he'd say, "Iskavdim uchubadim b'deish b'shar seyaleh." And the Shabbat says that they don't do that. It's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Abaya says, don't tell the malachim to wait outside because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, "Shamruni, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me. Samchuni, Samchuni, Amtinuli, wait for me." When he goes out, Gemara brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriyash Malamita, as we know. You say until V'hayim Shemaya, and then you say the bracha of a Makol Kavli Shema. When the person wakes up, at the time of the Gemara, you'd say all the brachas that we say in one shot, you'd say it as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like, "Hi, Neshama Shanasata Bi," etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan Lasefti, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, when you sit up in your bed, you say Matar Asurim. When you wear your clothing, you say Malbish Harumim. When you stand up, you say Zoyif Tekufim. When you get onto the floor, you say Reika Ha'aretz Al-Moim. When you start stepping, you say Amechim and Tzadigover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shal Selit Tzarkim. When you put on your belt, you say Oizei Yisrael B'Gura. When you put a covering on your head, you say Oizei Yisrael B'Sakar. When you put on your tzitzis, you say V'Sa'ativ B'Tzitzis. When you wear your tefillin, Shal Yad, you say Lehoniach with a comment. When you put your Rosh on, you say Mitzvahs Tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands, you say Al Tezidayim. When you wash your face, you say Amaber Shenim Ma'eva Yistum Hafapa, and then you say Yiratzah Shkar Yilein B'Sarisecha. Baruch Hu should make us used to learning Torah, that we can use Secha. We should be used to doing mitzvahs. Baruch Hu Hashem. Goimel without a hey. Goimel chasadim tevinal mishra. A person must make a bracha on the bad, just like he makes a bracha on the good. Meaning, you should always be the simcha, you should be happy. And Akiva says this more famous story. He used to say everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is for the good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in, so he had to sleep in the field. And he had a rooster, a candle, and a donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. Says the Gemara in the middle of the night, the wind came and blew out the candle. Then a cat came and ate his rooster, and then a lion came and ate his donkey. And he said, and everything's for the best. And in fact, soldiers came and took everybody captive, and he was saying, having a wonderful day.
Yeah, but you can't tell me that. They have to kind of figure it out.
They do. But the thing about the two that what happened, the good news is that I had done enough. Let's show that with the film. Parts of it. Just, with the film cutting.
Bracha is daf samach aleph. If you have complaints against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, use as few words as possible. It says Rav Nachman bar Chizda. It says in the pasuk Vayitzer with 2 yuds. It means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created man with 2 yitzers, Yitzar Hara and Yitzar Toiv, 2 inclinations. Says Rabbi Shimon Pazi. If so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a yitzer. Therefore, the 2 yuds, one comes to talk about the Rebbeinu Shalom. You should fear him and you should fear your yitzer. Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Elazar says that Adam Rishon was created with 2 faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with Adam Rishon, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu separated them. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel. When it says in the pasuk Tzela, does it mean the side? Meaning Chava was back to back with Adam, or does it mean Adam Rishon's tail? HaKadosh Baruch Hu snipped off his tail and created Chava. Says the Gemara, a beautiful thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the beginning wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. The Rishon explained, like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. Rav Ami says that it says in the pasuk Achar Bekedim Sartanim, which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for tyrannos. By the Mabel, HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. When it says in the pasuk Yizgor Basar Tachteno, according to the Manda Omer that says that it was a tail, the explanation is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There was a lot of flesh that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to fit in there. Vayiven, he built, meaning, according to the Manda Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built up Chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her Adam Rishon. According to Rav Chizda, means that he created her like a storage, for storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Adam, his Baruch became Shishvinim, he became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at your wedding. You learn from your derech eretz, even though it's below HaKadosh Baruch Hu's dignity. Nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself behind a woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front as not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah Mass and claim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from Gehenna. Manoach, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amaretz, because it says that he went behind his wife. It says, wait a minute, Elisha also says he went behind his wife. And over there the shot is that he went with his wife's device. So too, Manoach went with his wife's device. Rabbi Yochanan has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to the head. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind the Zara, then you should come to the head of the Zara. And walk behind the Zara rather than walking behind the shul that people are doubting, because that's disrespectful to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the Sefta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhar looks like. The Gemara says, no, the Yitzhar looks like a fly, and it sits at the 2 openings of a human's heart. A human being has 2 kidneys. One to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs. The intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, if you reverse the intestines with the nose, when the intestines wake up a person and the nose goes to sleep, you'll have big problems. And if both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer type controls tzaddikim, Yetzer hara, controls shine, and mediocre people are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. The biggest Rishonim, the biggest tzaddikim, only they could completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete tzaddik or not. Says Rabbi, excuse me, this world was only created for people like Achav the Rasha or tzaddikim like Rechanina ben Daista. The pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your entire soul. Meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. For people that love their money more than their body, for that the pasuk says, "B'chol ma'adecha," it says Rabbi Kiva, "B'chol nafshecha," you should give up your body, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu declares something, and that means you must give up your body. Says Gemara's story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Kiva stood in public and was makal kilos and he gave drushes and Torah. Says, "Papas, aren't you worried?" Says Rabbi Kiva, "What should I be worried about? I'll give you a mashal. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land. I'll save you. Say the fish. We thought you were a smart one. We can barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of water." Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says Papas to Rabbi Kiva, beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he would say, says, how could you be mechaben when you're in such pain? Says Rabbi Kiva, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to be mechaben Shem Shemayim, die in Kiddush Hashem. But the question is, it says, David HaMelech says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malachim asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zu Torah v'Zu Schara. This is what happens to a human being that learns Torah his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, Chelkom B'chaim, Rabbi Kiva is invited to Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use Kalish Rosh in front of Kodesh Kodashim opposite the Kodesh Kodashim. It says in Gemara that's dafka from a place that you could see the Kodesh Kodashim. There's no fence, and at the time where the Shekhinah is Shira in the Beis Hamikdash. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's on Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Yehuda, depends. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's also anywhere, but not in the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's okay. According to Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom between Mizrach and Ma'ariv, which means you're facing Yerushalayim. In the Gol, you're not allowed to use the bathroom between Tzaf and Darim, that's also facing Yerushalayim. Chacham say that if you are at an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yossi says, at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's also, according to the first brayso, in a place that you could see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Churban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. And according to the second brayso, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim, it's also in a place you can't see Yerushalayim. It's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
Everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes. You do a 10-episode pilot. And then if you hit the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at, like, I don't know, above a 5 or something, then it's like a share, right? Then it has...
Rachel is Daf Samach Beis. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rabbi Yeshua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position. And when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand. Because the Torah was giving with HaKadosh Baruch Hu's right hand, you put on tefillin with your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth, you show the signals of the timer in the truck to the Balkoyer with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Banazik to Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos to go into the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Kiva, Toirahi, I need to learn the halachas. In fact, when Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Kiva told him over. The Gemara says a famous story of Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachem. And Rabbi Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mushal to somebody that's starving. Says Rav, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their cheretz. Says Rav Kahana, Toiri, little than he's starving. In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. Person who uses tznius in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went in there together, they would be damaged from the Masikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of tznius, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the Yisurim upon himself and davens for the Yisurim. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom, to accompany Rabbi in the bathroom, so he shouldn't be damaged by the shaden. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shaden that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rabbi became the Rosh Hashiva, the Gemara calls him a melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shaden. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shaden, so she created, his wife, who was the daughter of Rav Kiza, created a window, and she put her hand on Rava's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lesson in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that Ameharetz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made it cool and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Gemara tells a story. There's a person who gave a hesped, a eulogy, and he said on that person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He was very modest. He says, Rav Nachman, how could you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rav Nachman so makbid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use tznius at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes into the corner during the day, he uses the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to use the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it could cause great damage of kishuf. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, he should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtim, mehani, etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amud HaShachar. Our Kapara would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel like you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs. We want you to sell it. And very interesting. Notice it says, they were talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides. It might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents to look. Gemara tells a story of Abba went to the bathroom and he made a snorting noise as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, is somebody in there? Rav Safra said, come on in. So Rav Abba afterwards told Rav Safra, why do you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. Gemara says Rav Safra thought that Rav Abba had an emergency and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says a snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, is a puzzle. The Etin Adam Tachtecha, I gave you another man instead of you, and you could also read it, Edom, a Roman. What does about Shaul? He went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the Pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is, because Baruch Hu had Rahmanas on Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. He'd go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and he'd make a sukkah. He'd surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was he cut his coat. But then he was punished because he embarrassed his mavaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, in Tehillim, he says, if Hashem is sitcha, if Hashem tripped you, so Hashem punished David HaMelech and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klai Yisrael, you have to count with points. David HaMelech didn't count Klai Yisrael like that. And what happened is in Mageifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shut the Talmud until the Shrikas Hadar of the Talmud. Rabbi says until Chatzos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinochem. Rabbi says, Vayinochem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu taught about Yaakov. Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu taught about Yitzchak. Rabbi says, it was the Kesef Kippurim. Rabbi says, he taught about the Beis HaMikdash, and that calmed him down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis HaMikdash a shortcut. Some say, Adam Akifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis HaMikdash, Chal v'chaymer, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayas, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi says, but in a shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day.
That got locked. Yeah, just watching me doing it their way. And the brain food, crazy.
Rocha is Daf Samach Gimel. In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words V'ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslois Hashem, a favorite to Secha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis Laslois Hashem. Time to stick off Hashem. Or you could say that the pasuk is referring to Tzaddikim. A favorite to Secha, there are times that you have to be over and retire. You have to do an Avera sometimes in order for Eis Laslois Hashem. Says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an un-up. If you see a gentleman yourself, rather than having a B'zayin Torah. But Kapara says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. Says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pasken. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. But Kapara says, it says in the pasuk, "B'chol derochecha do'ehu, v'hu yiyasher orchesecha," meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting sechar at all. You say, I'm eating the slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Oved Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Gemara gives an example, like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house, because look what happened to Ashes Petifar. She was almost over on his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita, because the Saita was nichshal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Tumas and Maisros, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kohen to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maisros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maiser Ani. But if you give Maiser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. The Belazar Kapper says if somebody has a tzara, and rather than complaining, he thanks Hashem, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes, he's promised that his parnas will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning and mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Says the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he was a gadol. He went to Chutzlars and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says you only do so in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlars. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yossi ben Kibar and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kutal, who were Meshamish Nevis Hamidash. Hanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these 2 are Gedolei Hador. Once they got that askama, everything Rabbi Hanina said, they said the opposite. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asur. He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because of Iber HaChodesh, and he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he says, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador. And then they told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Rabbi Hanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Chayrim. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber HaChodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, Ki mitzion teitzei Yisrael, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of Tumah, how are they able to say on something that's Tumah, that it's Tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Rabbi Hanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Keren B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who was always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil was 12 mil out of the machna, and it says, anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu would go to the oil. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mavakish Hashem, so certainly the Chachamim will go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, Hanim al Hanim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And it says, Moshe Rabbeinu, I want you to return by Al-Mayed. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return, and if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you. And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the Pasuk in the Sharas, Moshe became the Moshe. The Gemara discusses the word Haskes Ushma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove it to you. Because if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, and he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did it. The other pshat is Haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another shot, Haskes. You should Chain yourself to Torah. Rabbi says the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, has means be quiet, listen first, and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, "La'olam yilnoid adam Torah, va'achar kach yegel." First, you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Pasuk says, "Kimitz challah." Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between dam tar and dam kamim. And if he does it a second time, you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in dinim maminuts, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than luchas maminuts. It says in the pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in Zamata, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, then when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day.
Just sort of started trying to reshape it. When I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that, all that garbage. I said, we traveled with unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks.
Bracha is daf samach dalet. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Brachos, an amazing accomplishment. We finished the first Masechtas Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment that you're going to learn Masechtas Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shem Shlach Yomi. We have an app, 8min daf, and we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk like Desai Vadoimi, it says, don't despise that Doimi in the Mitzri. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have a curse at So too says the Gemara, if you invited them into your home and you give them your food and your drink and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Yitzchak, says, Uzzah touched the Aron, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Aron and he put it in Ovid's house. What did Ovid do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly if you take care of the Hamad Chacham, and you feed him and you drink, certainly HaKadosh Baruch Hu will pay you back. What bracha that HaKadosh Baruch Hu give Ovid? That his wife Chamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had sextuplets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with Ovid's 8 children. So he had 62 tzetzai. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kol HaTorah Kula, knew all the brises. Rabbi was Eiker Harim. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the brises, and can teach Klai from all of the Torah. So they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva, and he refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. So he pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 22 years. When Rabbi was lifted, Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was lifted. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, he's in gain to half a year. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Yeshiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was Rosh Yeshiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The pasuk says, the famous pasuk, Yancha Hashem b'yoyim tzara. Hashem will answer you in a day of distress. Yisagevcha will strengthen you. Shem Elokei Yaakov. The name of Yaakov. Why does it say the name of Avraham and Yitzchak? Says the Gemara, a concept. The one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Su'uda of a Talmid Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Ziva Shechina. A person says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leich Bishalom with a base, but rather Leich Lishalom. When he's the dead, he departs from the dead, he says to the dead person Leich Bishalom, rather Lishalom. As David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leich Bishalom, and Avshalom ended up dying. And when Yisrael said to Moshe Rabbeinu, Leich Lishalom, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest levels. A person who goes out of a shul into the base medrash to learn Torah will be zeicha to receive the Shekhinah. It says in the Pasuk, Yechum Mechayil El Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara tells that Talmid Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come, because he's constantly climbing madregos that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different Masechtas, and the siman is Banayich, Brachos, Nazir, Yevamis, and Krisos. Omer Belazar Chanina, Talmidei Chacham Marbim Shalom Ba'olam. Talmidei Chachamim increase peace in this world. Shenema Banayich Lemudei Hashem, Rashon Banayich Atika Banayich Ela Banayich, the builders, and Hashem Ozdam Yitin Hashem Yivarik Samayach Shalayim. And with that, we finish Perek Haraya, and we finish Masechtas Brachos, Mazel Tov.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved it? Right. You found it right here.
Yeah, and I guess that's what you just get the sense we don't know any of the full details of this, and we don't know if this was just
Bracha is the Sam of Gimel. In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words V'ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Lasleis Hashem, Heferi Teresecha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If you do Averis, then it's Eis Lasleis Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you could say that the pasuk is referring to Tzadikim. Heferi Teresecha, there are times that you have to be over on Divrei Torah. You have to do an Avera sometime in order for Eis Lasleis Hashem. Says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anna. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a design of Torah. Like Kapara says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. Says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pasken. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. Like the Parah says, it says in the pasuk, meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting any sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Oved Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Gemara gives an example, like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one another. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house, because look what happened to Eshes Potiphar, which was almost over on Znut. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita, because the Saita was nichshal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas and Maasros, that you have to give over 1/10 of everything you earn, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come on to the Kohen to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maasros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maaser Ani. But if you give Meiser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. The Belazar Kapper says if somebody has a tzara, and rather than complaining, he thanks Hashem, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes, he's promised that his parnasa will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning a mitzvah, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Says the Gemara, an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he was a gadol. He went to Chutzlars and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says you only do so in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlars. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yossi ben Kippar and the grandson of Zachariah ben Kutal, who were Mishamish Nevis Hamikdash. Hanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these 2 are Gedolei Hador. Once they got that Askama, everything Hanina said, they said the opposite. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said also. He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because of Iber HaChodesh, and he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he says, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Rabbi Hanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Chayrim. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber HaChodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's tumah that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Rabbi Hanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Keren B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Nechemiah, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who's always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the machna, and it says, Hashem, anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, would go to the oil moed. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mevakesh Hashem, so certainly coming to Chachamim will go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, Panim al Panim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And it says, Moshe Rabbeinu, I want you to return the Oil Moed. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return it. And if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you. And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the Pasuk in Mishares, Moshe became the Mishar. The Gemara discusses the word Haskes Ushma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove it to you. Because if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, and he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other pshat is Haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, Haskes. You should pain yourself with Torah. Shlokar says the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, Has, means be quiet, listen first, and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, La'olam yilmoid odam Torah va'achar kach yegel. First you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Pasuk says, Ki mitz chalach, whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. Umitz af yoitidam, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between dam far and dam kameh. If he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in dini mamonos, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than duchas mamonos. says in the pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in Zomato, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, then when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day.
An assassination in 1963. Yeah, we do. The Troy assassination. Yeah, he wants to.
And that story's fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because of metadata. Cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute daf. Try to do the synopsis of daf in under 8 minutes. The Gemara tells us that there's a very specific age where a child could understand and accept chinuch from his parents. During that age, that's when a father should give chinuch, should admonish his son according to one shot, or marry off his son. And that age is either between the age of 16 and 22, or between the age of 18 and 24. But any younger than that, the child's intellect is not developed to the point where he can fully understand the musar and the chinuch. The Gemara tells us a person has to teach his son Torah, and there are some who say that not only his son, but a person has a chiyuv to teach his grandson. And the Gemara brings a case of a person by the name of Zvulun ben Dan, that his grandfather taught him Torah, the Miksuva, Mishnah, Agada. The Gemara says that happens to be that the chiyuv of a grandfather is to teach him Chumash, and let the kid continue on his own. But a grandfather teaches his grandson Torah. Also, the Torah considers it as if he accepted the Torah himself from Sinai. The Gemara brings a smack for that. You see that the pasuk, which discusses teaching a grandson, is right before the pasuk of Chorev of Har Sinai. The Gemara tells us a story that Yeshua Levi grabbed his grandson for the one shot, and he didn't have time to put the proper head covering on. So he wrapped himself with a sheet. And the Gemara says, "Why? What was the rush?" And he says, "I'm going to Kabul Torah from Har Sinai. I don't have time for just the proper covering." And the Gemara learns from that for breakfast, to eat meat before you take your kid to yeshiva is not proper. First, you drop off your kid in cheder, and then you eat breakfast. The Gemara says, what you do is, first you do chazara with your kid or your grandchild, and then you add another pasuk and you bring them inside. Say in Kriya Shema every day a number of times, there's a double nun over there. And the Gemara learns from there that you should triple up your Torah, meaning, according to one shot in Rashi, that is, that every day you should divide your day into 3. Learn Chumash, Mishnah, and Gemara. According to Tosfos, it means that every day you should learn Gemara, because Gemara, Bavli, includes Torah, Mishnah, Agada, it includes everything. Shinantam, that the Torah also should be sharp. Al Kigamgim the Toimar life. Don't stutter and tell a person when he asks you should know everything clear. Gemara tells us that there were, in previous generations, people that were called Sefer. They were counters. They counted the letters, the words in the Torah. They were able to say, this letter is exactly halfway through the Torah, so this word is halfway through the Torah. But us, in the time of the Gemara, they weren't Baki and Chaseris and Seiros, the extra vavs, yods, how to read it, and what exactly is considered a word or not. And they also weren't even mumchim and to understand how many psukim are in the Torah. You see, there's Yisrael, they took a simple puzzle, like Hine and Noichi Ba, which is very long, and they divide it into 3 separate psukim, so you have a different count. There should be 5,888 psukim in the Torah. The Hillam has 8 more than that, and the Yamim has 8 less than 5,888. The pasuk says it's Vayi Basufa. And when you learn Torah, even with your own father, you can go to war and battle with him. But at the end, the Sufa, the Saifa, at the end, it's Vayi, it's Ahava. Even though it's a safer, it's a Muhammad through learning, at the end there's going to be a lot of love. The Samtim is Dvarei L'Samtam. Torah is the complete and perfect antidote to the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara, even his creator, the Rabbi Shalom, calls him Ra, evil. And without HaKadosh Baruch Hu's help, you would never be able to overcome the Yetzer Hara. But all HaKadosh Baruch Hu asks is that we move forward, that we make a move, and we try to beat him, and then he'll help us out. Because the Yetzer Hara renews himself and finds tachbulos every single day. one way out of it, and the best way out of it, is just to learn Torah. Schlep him to the Medrash, learn Torah. There's a Rabbi there, and I do want to give a tremendous respect to our artist, Yoshi. He's such a phenomenal piece here with this art. He tries to entice you with the types that we have in our days. All you need to do is shield it with Torah. The Gemara tells us that a father must help his son get married, and he must help his daughter. How do you help your daughter get married? By buying her nice clothing, by giving her money, she has a nice nazin, so that other people will want her. A person must teach his son a trade or business. Why? Because, according to one man, the Omar, business is not enough. Because what if you don't have business that day? So if you have a trade, you can always fall on it and make a parnasa, and you won't have to come to the last instance of leaders to speak to other people. Also, it says, you can learn Isha as Torah. And you can also learn Isha Shudikamash. When it comes to Kibbud Avayim, there's two Kibbud. To be Mechabed a father and mother, and to fear a father and mother. That halacha, the fear of parents, also applies to a daughter. So then why does the Torah say the word ish? A man is never under somebody else's rishos. A man is always independent, and therefore he's always kind of in fear to people out. Whereas a woman, once she marries somebody, she's under his jurisdiction, so therefore she's not kind in kibbutz. But once a woman gets divorced later, then she's equal to a man. The Torah compares kibbud avayim and moira avayim to kibbud and moira hamakam, mechabed and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when you fear your own parents, you have your own parents as if you fear and mechabed HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. Because the three of them, parents and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are partners in the creation of every human being. Rabbi have a wonderful day.
Which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented. And what
Kiddushin, Daf Lamed Aleph, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the evening of Daf. Today's Daf is just an incredible Daf about Kibbud Avayim, very, very famous stories, and a lot of great research. When it comes to Kibbud Avayim, the Torah gives us two psukim. One about Kavod, one about Yira, fear and honor. When the pasuk talks about Kibbud, the father comes before the mother, and the reason is specifically a son gives more honor to a mother. She speaks sweeter to him, nicer to him. So the Torah has to say no. You have the father first. When it comes to Yira, the mother comes first, because typically a father teaches his son Torah, says more Yira. A father and mother who are married, then the son should be Mechabed the father, because the mother also has a duty to Mechabed the father. If they're divorced, and the father is equal. The Gemara tells us that initially when Baruch Hu said Elohim Hashem, the Ummah Sha'ilam, he said, what is this? But then when Baruch Hu said Chabad Seififa, they realized that Hashem wants us to be Chabad parents, and that's the same idea to be Chabad him. He wasn't doing it for himself. The Gemara tells us there's so much to learn from the non-Jew Dama ben Sina, the famous story. Chachamim came to purchase an extremely expensive jewel worth 600,000 golden coins. And because Dama ben Sina, his father Nesina, was sleeping on a pillow with the key to the safe, he refused to wake up his father, and he lost that power. A year later, he had a para aduma, red heifer. He realized that this is no coincidence. His wife was paying him back. So he told Chachamim, he came to purchase it. He said, I could ask for any amount of money. There's only one like this in the entire world. But I'm only going to ask for what I lost last year. The Gemara tells us, Dama ben Sina didn't have the fear of Kibbud Avayim, and this is how we have to certainly us when you have a fear. And there's a concept. A person who is commanded, who has a fear to do a mitzvah, his sechar is greater than a person that doesn't have a fear, because the pressure to do the mitzvah actually prevents him from doing mitzvahs. So we that have that chiyuv, we have a bigger mitzvah, we have a bigger obligation to be mekayim. Rabbi Yosef, who later on in his life became blind, he was upset with this because he thought that he'd get more schar because it's not a mitzvah voice, and then he realized that he gets less schar. He said, I would make a big yont for Rabbanan if they're able to switch around the halacha a little bit. Rabbi Yosef, when he heard his mother coming from a distance, he would stand up. He said, I'm standing up for the Shekhinah. What does a person could feed his father a very expensive bird, but it takes him out of Olam Hazeh, takes him out of Olam Haba. And the reason is because when he gave it to his father said, how do you afford it? Says Rashi. He says, keep on eating. Don't bother with it. And that kind of, those words, they take away from the mitzvah. On the flip side, if he tells his father, here, deal with this, do some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the milk. So somebody standing on the side would say, wait, that's not kibbud avim. In fact, it is. In this case, because what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take your father, and he said, I'll go instead of you. You, dad, you do the rechaim, and he's Zerkat Olam Haba. Avini had 5 sons who were smuchim, they were all b'daylim. Yet when Avini's father came to the door, Avini ran, he wouldn't allow his sons to do kibbud avim, he wanted to do it. One time, his father said, give me a cup of water. By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. And that's when Abush gave him a beautiful shot. The Mizmor La'asaf, as Rashi explains, it shouldn't be a Mizmor that it's a Mizmor's Nefra, it's not a song, it's a Kina, it's a Tisha B'Av. Yeah, Rashi says unbelievable. Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a yankish. Because Hashem is saying, I'm thinking on my finger, on wood and stones, and not on a human being. When a father and mother want to give their child, the Gemara tells us the father, especially the father, if I'm talking, shouldn't take from the father. But taking the mother, if she does it full-heartedly, the father might have some sort of halishas hadas underneath. The Gemara tells us an incredible story about Karva. His mother, when she wanted to get into bed, she would go on all 4 and let her step on him as a step stool. As you can see, a live demonstration in Shir. Nevertheless, the Gemara tells us that that's not even half of what a person has to do for kibbud avim. A real test would be if she took his money and destroyed it, threw it into the ocean, and you don't see it. Rabbi says so much is kibbud avim, severe avera to over on it. Praiseworthy is a person that was born without parents, because that's how chomer it is. The chas v'shalom you're over on it. He himself, Rabbi was a yatzim from a father and a mother, and so was Abaya. Although throughout Shas, at least 15 times, Abai says, unruly Aim. Says the Gemara, Aim is not his real mother, Aim is the woman who brought him up. Ravasi wanted to be careful with kibbud avim. His mother, when the event says she lost her mind, she ran away to Israel. When he heard that she's coming to Israel, he wanted to go out and read her, try to get a heter from Rabbi Yosef to leave Israel. Rabbi Yosef wasn't so happy. He said, listen, I'm not going to be upset at you if you leave. So he left. By the time he got his mother, she was already left. And he felt really bad that he left her Israel for the reason. When a person, instead of using his father's honor, send me out of here, get me out of here in honor of my father. Instead of saying that, he says, in my honor. That's not kibbud avim. When a father dies, he should say, Abba Moiri, Hareini Kaparsim Shkavai Halavai Kashbor should put his einish on myself. And afterwards, he says, Zikronim Lefrocha, Lashon Lefrocha, we say today, Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, and I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you. Yeah, I think it's like radiation. Yeah, like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No, and there's always that little lady who keeps calling you back to Charlie.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Beis. How's everybody doing?
Yeah.
Halacha is like the Mandama that says that when you do kibbud avim, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, if you have to stop working in order to do kibbud avim, you must do so even though it's going to cost you at the end. You're preventing yourself from gaining money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet into the ocean, even if you're the Yerush, you're going to inherit this, you're not allowed to say anything. The Huna, he was Michael, his own covet to his son, and he tested him by ripping his clothing on the scene. He wanted to see if the son is going to be upset, leave the catch. The Gemara tells us that you're permitted to give your own son nicer running That's the Meiser, 10% of what's left over from your produce that you give to some Meisers. On years 3 and 6, you give it to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. But to your own father, son's father, you're not allowed to give him unless he has nothing else. Because Zima Mill says it's not nice to give your father Meiser Ani. When a father makes a mistake in halacha, you have to tell him, there's a pasuk in the Torah that says this and this. And he'll understand by himself that he made a mistake. Halacha is like that if you have two things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, burying a mace, and you have to do that at aim. If it's a mitzvah that can be done through somebody else, let's say going to a Rabbi, you let somebody else do that mitzvah, and you can do that at aim. Otherwise, the other mitzvah is first because you and your father, you both in that mitzvah. The halacha is a father who's moichel on his covet. It's a good mechila. You can be moichel on his covet. Rava agrees that even a Talmud Chacham, because a Talmud Chacham, the Torah is considered his own Torah. Yes, it says in the pasuk that it's Hashem's Torah, but it says in the pasuk also, the second pasuk in Tehillim, your own Torah you shall learn day and night. So therefore, I can take that Torah as long as it's not a bullshit Torah, and I could be Michael on my cover. Yeah, Rav himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding and he's pouring everybody with chayim. And he was upset, he's makbid on the Amirayim but didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself. He was saying, I don't want covet, but he expected them to show at least the hint of covet by standing up slightly off the chair, just to show that they're makbid on his godliness. There's machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin. Machlokes is whether you learn from Avraham Avinu that Avraham Avinu was a human being. He went and he put himself down by feeding the malachim, which he didn't know they were malachim. Look at that. Or do we learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself, who every single day sets our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down, Kaviyah. So, according to everybody, a king is not allowed to be moichel on his covet, but a nasi is moichel on his covet. A king, it says, you have to have fear of a king, so he's not allowed to be moichel on his covet. The sugya of standing up for zakat, they say the talking. According to Tanakama, since it doesn't say talking about Darto twice, so it's mashma, it's one. He's a zakan, he's a zakin, and a chacham. He's an older person, and also Talmud Chacham. So according to Yisai Glidin, since it doesn't say you may save a zakin, it's mashma that he's also a yamik and a chacham. In other words, even a younger person who's a chacham has to stand up. According to Isi Ben Yehuda, seva means every old person. So we have a theory of machlokes. In other words, the person is not a chacham, it just happens to be an older person over 70s. According to Isi, you will fully stand up for him. Both sides have a wonderful day.
But we did it. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows, this is like this.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Gimel. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody a bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, bizun, nachas from our children, shalom bayis, harnosa bereva, a year of getting close to Rebbeinu Shleilam, a year of learning Torah, not missing a day of Torah. And I really hope you have in your heart, down for me on Rosh Hashanah, should have arichas yom and be able to continue giving shiurim. As we were discussing yesterday, there's 3 shittas when it comes to standing up for Talmud Chacham, an older person. We'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word seva and the word zaken. So according to Tanakama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmud Chacham. Otherwise, you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmud Chacham, you don't stand up for him. Yosef Glili says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not a Talmud Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's a Talmud Chacham, even if he's not old, you stand up for him. Ben Yehuda says a tremendous chiddush. If a zaken is a Russia, you stand up for him because he's a zaken. If he's a Talmid Chacham and he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? The Gemara Paskins like Isi ben Yehuda, you stand up for a Russia. The Gemara says it's a comparison between Hidur and Kima. And just like Hidur doesn't have Kesar and Kiss, you don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to Kima, in other words, you don't have to stop to work when a Talmid Chacham walks by, because we learn from Kima. A person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmid Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first fruit to be Purim, and he asks them how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shaita. When you do a mitzvah, you're more chashiv than the Talmid Chacham. Another pshat the Gemara says is we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Purim to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Rashi says this, they're not communicating two pshatim is what if the person is very cautious? He's going to come next year anyway. So you don't have to just say shalom aleichem to him and everything. But if the pshat is the mitzvah is more cautious, then you do. In a Beis HaKisei, Beis HaMercha, it's the bathroom or bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up for Talmid Chacham. Gemara says a whole story that Shimon was in the Beis HaMercha, they didn't stand up for him. There's no raya, says the Gemara, exactly where he was standing. It's possible he's standing in the inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking of learning. Rabbi said maybe they're thinking of learning. Because what he meant is, if somebody is very involved in learning all day, even when he goes to the Beis HaMercha, sometimes he can't control his mind, and he's thinking of learning. Torah says, be a racer. You should have fear about this Baruch. This Baruch knows what's going on in your mind. So don't play games. Don't close your eyes as the Talmid Chacham is coming into your chiyuv, into the Dalet Amos, and as he comes to the Dalet Amos, oops, I don't see him. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and don't try to get it out of there. You stand up, so your Rabbi move up, your permanent Rebbe, when he's within Dalet Amos, and the Av Bezdin, as far as your eye could see. You sit down after Dalet Amos. When it comes to Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down. It says, Poyu Ahoyo. The Gemara tells us you only stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you only say Shema twice. Nevertheless, a Talmid Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if a Talmid Chacham goes out of his way, make sure they don't stand up for him. But if you're a Talmid Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Russia, you don't have Arichas Yamin, and you forget the learning. Abaye would be upset to curse those who are learning Torah and say, oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah. Get cursed for that. The people from Muslim Chassia, they were so used to Talmid Chachamim that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked in front of Talmid Chachamim. The Yochanan would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because an elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized the nisim that his Rebbe did for him. Abaye would give old man his hand, the Rebbe would send a shliach, or Nachman would send his officer. But Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I'll be just another Nachman in the marketplace. So therefore, it doesn't befit someone that learns Torah to help the non-Jews. I'll let my officers talk. Like, why is a suffix? If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? Why is it suffix? In fact, Shmuel told his Talmud, Rabbi Yehuda, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Cheskel, he's big tzaddik, so maybe even Shmuel stood up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that a Talmid Chacham that's on an animal, there's two ways to look at it. You can say the Talmid Chacham is sitting. If you look at it as the animal standing, because you have a halacha, somebody's sitting. You have a halacha, somebody's walking, and then you would have to stand up for him. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is like he's standing. You see this halacha by Evan Amidas, the Evan of a Mitzvah that has saras on it. Is metame b'oil. If it's in a room or under a tree, everything under the tree becomes tonic. But that's only if the person holding the stone is sitting. Like a Mitzvah who's sitting. Pasuk says you have to be in a sitting position. So therefore, you see the idea that even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, the person is on an animal, it goes by the animal. If the animal is standing, the person is considered standing. We all stand up for Sefer Torah. Why? Because you make a Talmid Chacham, and Talmid Chacham that learns from the Sefer Torah, and you stand up for him, you stand up for Sefer Torah. But boy side, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
That's one of the through lines in the book, is that it like really comes down to really being all about choices, you know. But then, but it's just for it to be just talking about bullying and stuff, you know, for it to be so direct. And a guy, let's like, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me?
And
He
some of them
created
go together,
this
so I'll put it
environment
together, maybe
with
like
a
that.
dream
Now,
character
in
in
8 minutes,
an amazing
okay,
show,
so it's
as
time.
some people tell me, right?
Sometimes the class gives a rule.
That
And everyone tells us,
was,
you know, gives the
you know,
rules,
the
not
toast of the
necessarily
town,
100%.
right?
Even if 50%, except for this, it doesn't mean that it's only except for this, you accept the
Like,
other
you
things
know,
too.
just
Like
show
you
up
see by 80, it
responsible,
says if you use the 80.
responsible,
Any type of
realizing
food,
your margin,
besides
your fucking
water
job,
and salt,
you know.
it's
Now,
not the only thing.
those
Also,
were the
you
only
can't use
demands.
mushrooms because also
Essentially, the
they don't
stuff
give
I
you
told
any,
him
they don't
before I
sustain
took
you.
the job
So,
that I was going to do.
over here also, we have a rule. It says that a woman is obligated to every nucleus of
It's
space.
really
If it's
difficult
not
to
money,
really look
it's
back
not
on
have
that
to do
and
with
figure
time.
out
If she's pumping,
why
she doesn't have to do
or
every nucleus
how
of
it got
space.
that for you.
It has to do with time.
Okay.
So, as money,
Testosterone,
Now, it's not 100%.
having all kinds of conversations with people in your head that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right? So I talked to Chuck. Did you ever like? Sorry.
Yeah,
no,
that was,
I was really grateful we were able to do that. So that's carrying that around. He hired me for a show he had a few years ago.
First house I was and in the second house I was probably the same way. You know, the baby don't have to play that's obligated to play as we were before. They also not obligated
just
to
back on a set with
wear
Chuck.
silk.
It was like,
Yeah, so filling, I went through the whole
just
thing.
felt like
Filling the filling is a mix of things. It has to do with height, you only do it today. You don't do it in Travis, and then you don't have to do it. Some people don't have to do any other mix of things as my drama.
I know.
You know,
It's a
example,
complicated thing to think about. Like,
we
why did I
are
go off the
obligated
rails?
in some mix of things.
It's
As
very
drama.
reasonable.
Like matzah. The reason is because matzah, the thing that matzah is like hummus.
I
That is
don't think
obligated.
anybody
Not be
but
hummus is
Charlie
obligated
Sheen
yet to
knows what it's like to be Charlie
also
Sheen.
Hakim, maybe they're obligated to come or Hakim.
In my
So,
estimation,
the reason it's
there
not
are a scant few
the whole
people
payroll
that have
will
become
be obligated
massive
also in nucleus of
superstars
faith.
at a young
It's not
age
in drama.
and
You don't
came
just
through it
make
sane.
it higher than every nucleus of faith.
I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back and now are on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate. Even if you watch the people closest try to go down through most of your life, and like just like right over there, yes, like in the next room, right now, or in the same room, right, and a bunch of your friends. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's still bananas. It's still an alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day except people like that can understand. Right? There's like people always like, why do celebrities just hang out with each other? Because to them they're the only people that are normal. Yeah. They're the only people that like, I get it, I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it, I get fucking TMC to the airport as well. It's like, it's normal for them. Because everybody else is like, whoa, it's trash. They're just captivated, like, kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
That's not like a buying says ladies are not obligated to look at people. The obligation of the husband to look after, that's when you find the mission by Allah. Supporting in Allah, the obligation to also make sure she's happening. Now, the mission of the fetus, non-normal is non-normal. And the mission of the eros is also non-normal.
You can't rely on them for everything. Because they're going through it too.
Ladies are called why don't we share this next year going to they're both beautiful. Wouldn't say the EO, I would think to make them practice.
Get sweaty, is it hot? Turn the AC
Really,
on.
I would think to learn still from the book.
We'll take exactly what happened. I thought I should cover it. I realized it's not mine. And then I started fucking sweating. So I'm just gonna, it's fine, man. Just say you lost your thought. It's all good. It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
But they are talking.
Another message of the pillow, even though it's not normal, the pillow likes to talk to attach to it by doing so. That the main thing is just dismissed it. Perhaps it's also great for just not that good. They're pretty good compared to chimps, pansies, dogs, and stuff like that. But they have a lot of issues. Just like we were talking about memories. My memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots. Like, oh yeah, I never went there. Oh yeah, that happened. There's very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories, right? Yeah, I totally get that. There's a little thing in the book where I talk about how memories are tricky. And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment? Or is it a priest photo I saw in an old album, 70s or 80s? Was the memory given to me, or did I create it? Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. They've even shown that they can introduce memories. Okay, so ladies are talking. Some instances say, even though it's not Hazman Gom, this is Torah, speaking of events, and see as a video. So that's how we learn the talking from instances say that are not Hazman Gom because only these and not the others. Or we learn it from feeling as we saw, and the Torah says there's only feeling they talk to.
It's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away
from scary
things. Like there's the wolf. Oh, get away
feeling.
from the wolf.
Our mitzvahs say Hazman Gom. And the Torah says they're false. Meaning that every mitzvah saying which are not Hazman Gom, which are knowing all the time, they are obligated to do. Now, according to Rabbi Goito, there's an interesting thing. Here's the video ladies are obligated. So now you have one mitzvah, which is not Hazman Gom, which is Kaya. Now you have another mitzvah that then one of these two is Moiva Ava Sud Ava Ein, which is not Hazman Gom. The ladies are also obligated in that mitzvah. So now, people are not married. So now, they have two mitzvahs, I say, which are not Hazman Gom, but they're obligated for why even that mitzvah or one example is don't teach this anywhere else. That's what the Gemara is telling you. They're both needed. You can't bring one from the other. You need both, so it's not considered to make avoiding the example. Now we're moving to mitzvah loitas. And that's what the mitzvah says that they're obligated in every single mitzvah loitas set aside a few. So what's the reason they're tied in loitas? So there's a rule in the Pasuk. The Pasuk teaches that they're equal to men, don't choose about Torah, values, loitas. Explain it. There's markets for Allah. Also for dealing for any deal with that to do with business, monetary issues, things like that. And also if anyone kills a woman or not kills a woman, it has to say Allah because it's still in the hand of people. So anyone says Torah needs the right whole thing, the right only that they're obligated in on things I would think. So it's different than people to follow. The right being I would think that's the only way they can learn. And which is right by yourself, I would think that the thing like passing her to God, the wife, that's why.
So that they're shelf stable
without using chemicals or artificial ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. And I mentioned these guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold. So yeah, a lot of people are into them, and if you're not, no worries, because they offer you 60-day money back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code ROTH. You get 20% off, or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot, and you'll see why everybody's going to do it. Well, there's also the factor that the Univar was such a dramatic event that now, you wouldn't have the word chaos, you still have a good
freaked out.
Then you would use it to layer some of the different halacha, teach you only the way of people of saving a beard. You're not allowed to save a beard only with a knife, and not with something that pulls it out, or with scissors, you're allowed to save the beard with scissors, or something that pulls out the hair. So that's why the Torah wrote the word chaos extra to teach me that it's a full zera shava, and don't think that the Bnei Aharon, which says by Tumah, just only on the Tumah, it also goes on shaving, which is in the same passage. The Gemara says that we find a place, a brayso that says that if a lady or a studies have a beard, it's considered a beard. So what is it talking about? It's obviously not talking about the issue of shaving because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. The Gemara answers it's talking about tumas negoim. That there's a difference in halacha between tuma of a nega, which is any other place in the body, and on the head where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard. To tumas negoim, that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. Have a good event deal. The Marcus in the playground.
Of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy. But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you guy in a van and you look fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by and you probably haven't slept well. You're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with the news now.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. A Gemar Chasim Toiva Ben Shior. Sitting here on Tzim Gedalia. Hope it's a meeting fast for everybody. There's an Isser Doiraisa of Karcha, which is if a person out of pain, losing a close relative or somebody that they know, rips out your hair from their head, they're over on the Isser Karcha. This he comes up with a big Kaddish and he says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say that? So we have a three-way machlokes. For those who say, because it says in the pasuk the word banim, and banim refers to sons and not daughters. The fact that the Torah says Am Kadosh, the entire nation, holy nation, is referring to another Isser called Yedida. Yedida and Srita are very similar. According to Isi, they did the same. Yedida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace, and Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Yedida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it. It's on the entire body, all skin, whereas Karcha is only in the head. So therefore, he removes that Isser. He says that doesn't apply to women. Abai and Rabbi have different reasons. Abai and Rabbi both say that the word banim doesn't refer to sons, rather refers to children. And it says, they both say, that all of Klal Yisrael are considered banim, regardless. And we're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abaya, this he's going to hold as Xer Shava from Karcha from the Kahana. Now without Xer Shava, you think that, as you see in the parasha, it says, in the beginning it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parasha afterwards, including pasuk Hey that says about Karcha? Because without the Xer Shava, I would say the pasuk Gimel makes a break. It should become tamei to a sister who's never married. That applies also to women. Women should bury a sister that was never married. That's a positive. That's a say. Go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a hefsek for all the lois essays that come after that. So the Bnei Aaron doesn't apply to pasuk Hey. Because you have Xer Shava, it does. According to Rabbi, this Xer Shava only comes to teach us that Karcha is not just bein Eichem, like the pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all hair, in the back, in the front, and the sides. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's chayav 5 times. And it only applies if you rip out your hair for a mace. Rabbi doesn't hold like Abaya. You can learn a second Xer Shava from the extra hay of Karcha. So Rabbi learned the Xer Shava bein Eichem from Tefillin. Just like tefillin, women are potter from wearing tefillin, so too they're potter from the Isser of Karcha. According to Abaya, uses Xer Shava bein Eichem to teach us that tefillin must be put on the head where there's hair. And in fact, it brought in the shir that if you put your tefillin shorosh slightly below the roots of your hair, in other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the muffin. The muffin is where the roots are. If it's slightly past that, the shir says he's not yaitza, and it's a bracha of akala. It's possible a person wears tefillin his entire life, he was never yaitza, Rahman. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Klal Yisrael are considered banim, children, only when they act like children. To do the proper thing. According to the mayor, even when they act the shtus, or they're not loyal, like Amon, or mashchisim, even if they do avodah zara, they're considered banim. The person does shuva after he does avodah zara. Not only is he considered a ben, but he's considered bnei ma'alya, a great son. Mishnah tells us, brand new Mishnah, there's a kasha that the following things don't apply to women at all. These are avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. First one is smicha, where when you bring a carbon, you lean your entire body weight on the carbon. You see psukim that doesn't apply to women. Smicha, take a lincha, and you shake it like a lulav. Go forwards, backwards, up, down. Besides, a mincha soita and a nazira, which do apply to women. A woman doesn't do that. Avodah Kehanim, doing malika, which is the way you shech a bird in the Beis Hamikdash with your thumbnail, hazah, sprinkling of the blood, even that of a bird, because it's got flavor that you heard from an animal. An animal, you could do shechita with a Yisrael. Yisrael is kosher with the shechita, but from that point on, the time takes over. But when it comes to a bird, the malik is only with the kain, so certainly from that point on it has to be done with the kain, or not a woman. The hazah of the paraduma is sprinkled towards the disamidah by paraduma, and parapnimi and kippur you bring a part. That's pasha. That's the first something that's only the kain done. To receive the blood after shkita, only a kain, not a woman. Hagasha, to take the mincha in its pot and touch the southwest corner of the mizbeach. It's not a woman. Kmitza, to put your hand into the flour and grab 3 fingers worth of flour to make a kmitza. That's only by a man. Kain. And hakara, I'm putting the carbon onto the mizbeach. We learned the idea of knuva with a kain from a saita, and the fact that it has to be the owner as well. We learned that from Shlomo. Make a gzer shava yad, that the kain together with the bailam, even the saita, the kain does together with her, and that's how you do knufa. Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day.
The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read like a kind of like a docudrama sort of in a week. And didn't read that script and say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah."
Kedushin Daf Lamed Zayin. How's everybody doing? And welcome to the 8-minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides 2 mitzvahs, Arla, the Isser, to have any benefit, any hana from fruits that are less than 3 years old, and Klayim, that's putting together 2 species of plants. And that's halacha l'mish mesina, that those 2 things also apply in chutzlah. According to Rabbi Lezer, the word moishav means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Chadash, and that is that all grain that took root before the second day of Pesach is usher until you bring the carbon omer. And that Isser applies every single place, even in Chutz La'aretz, according to Rabbi Lezer. And that's how most Rishonim passing today. This Chadash applies in Chutz La'aretz as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshav means after you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in Yerusha and Yeshiva. And therefore, the Isser of Chadash only applies in Eretz Yisrael and not in Chutz La'aretz. In other words, according to Rabbi Lezer, when it says the word Bia and Moshe, and some say that it applies also when the word Bia is by itself. Why? Because we learn from Bikurim and to make yourself a king. And it's not considered Shnei Ksuvim Abayim Kachad. Typically speaking, when you have one halacha in the Torah, you take that one halacha and you learn the entire Torah from that one halacha. When you have 2 psukim saying the same exact thing, Shnei Ksuvim Abayim Kachad ain't melamded. So Shmuel was saying it's only these 2 places. However, if each one of those places has its yuchusa, there's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from it. So what's the yuchusa? By Bikurim, the person has hana, immediate satisfaction when he has fruit. So you think, why wait for 14 years until you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you divide up Eretz Yisrael? Bring Bikurim right now. Says the pasuk, no, you wait for 14 years. I would think that Bikurim is like challah. Challah, the Torah says, B'vayachim. Immediately, when you come into Eretz Yisrael, you're chayiv in challah. Bikurim is also something you give to the king. On the flip side, the king, I would also think that it's something that you should do immediately when you go to Eretz Yisrael. The king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general for the war. Mashal, no. You wait 14 years. That's why you learn that an individual who brings nesachim, when you bring a carbon, one carbon is required. You bring oil, you bring wine. Nesachim, you bring wine. That only applies once you have Yerusha and Yeshiva, 14 years in Eretz Yisrael. But according to Rabbi Kiva, that an individual was already bringing nesachim in the midbar. So when the Torah says that when you come into Eretz Yisrael, so what's going on when I come into Eretz Yisrael? What changed? I already brought nesachim. And Rabbi Kiva means that when you have a bamas yachid, you have your own private mizbeach in your backyard. When you come into Eretz Yisrael, what changed is now you start bringing nesachim on that private bama, whereas in the midbar you don't. Any mitzvah that's dependent on the person, not on the ground, like Shabbos, Milah, etc., that you have to do all over the world. Zara, but the Zara says it straight out, all over the world. Now it says Moshe Seifa, Moshe by Shabbos teach us that this applies everywhere around the world, but that you don't need to do Kiddush, you don't have to make Kaddish house. All other Yom Tovim, Rosh Hashanah, Kippur, Sukkot, it's depending on Bezdin being Kaddish the month in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Kiddush HaChodesh, you know when Yom Tov. So I would think that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezdin saying, oh, the days of Kiddush. No. That Kosh Baruch Hu is Mekadosh Yisrael and Shabbos. The issue that we have to eat chayla, fat, blood, today, not only in the time when this Korbanos, even though it says the halacha by Korbanos, because we have this idea of Moshe everywhere. Matzah Mara, even though there's no Korban Pesach, same reason. Now it says the word Bia by Tefillah and Pedachamar to teach us that we supposed the mitzvah, we're supposed these two mitzvahs of Pedachamar, which is to redeem the firstborn donkey. You give a sheep instead of the donkey. If not, you have to cut its head off. Tell us that these two mitzvahs is why we were Zoicha to go into Yisrael, the Hoysai, have a wonderful.
It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the left hand is looks like it's pointing.
Yes. Yeah. There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lipton, and he was an accountant, and he had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report, and so he decided to do is read the entire thing.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're discussing the Isser of Chodesh, and that is all new grain, the 5 grains that grew after the second day of Pesach. It even took root after the second day of Pesach. Is also to eat, even nowadays, even in Kutzlaret, until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. And once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, then it becomes mutter. If we can't bring the Omer, we don't have a Beis Hamikdash. So the second day of Pesach is man. When the man the Omar that this Isser only started once Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael for 14 years after the Yerusha and Yeshiva. So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach to eat from the new crop? The answer is because they had plenty of mun. The mun lasted them all the way from Zayin Adar, which was the last day that the Omer fell. That was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu was lifter. The mun only came in the schus of Moshe Rabbeinu. So they had this mun from Zayin Adar all the way till Tes Zayin Nisan. Moshe Rabbeinu is lifter, but say Eretz Canaan, that was Ismail. And Tes Zayin Nisan, Klal Yisrael obviously was already in Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael. So it was a total of 40 years that Klal Yisrael had mun, because we're going to take into consideration the ugais that they took out of Mitzrayim that had the flavor of mun. Moshe Rabbeinu states, I'm 120, Ben Esim, May of Esim Shana Anoichi Hayoim. I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day I was born on. That's the exact day the shifter. Because Baruch Hu fills the years of Tzadikim into these matching. According to Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, he says there are 3 mitzvahs that take place everywhere in the Deiraisa: Chodesh, Arla, and Klal. It says the word Moshe by Chodesh. So we make it have a claim. If Chodesh, which is an easier Isser, you can bring a carbon Omer and it becomes mutter. You're allowed to feed the Omer even before you bring the carbon Omer. You're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animals. So certainly Klayim and Arla, which they are Osir Bahana, you can't feed it to your animal, and they never have a head when they're Osir. So certainly they should be Osir Kutzlaret as well. Arla, by the way, its Isser is not an Isser oil. In other words, after 3 years, this tree becomes mutter according to Rashi. So the Shimon Bar Yochai's son, the Lazar, he argued on his father. And he says, Chodesh is mutter in Chutzlaret, just like all the other mitzvahs that the Minhag, Klal Yisrael only started keeping it after they came to Eretz Yisrael. There's an exception to the rule, says the Lazar Bar Shimon. 2 halachas. The halacha of Hashmatas Ksafim. If you loan somebody money and Shemitah comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rabbi, that it only applies in a time where there's Shemitah Karka. And Shiluach Havadim, that you send off your slave, you have a Jewish slave, you send him off. By Yovel, even though that the minute of we're only knowing only in a time when there is a Yovel in Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says anonymously, the Chadash is Asur Mid'oraisa, and we learn that Arla is a halacha l'mishna Sinai, although there are those who argue and they say that Arla is not halacha l'mishna Sinai, rather it's something that Klal Yisrael accepted upon himself. Lion is the Rabbanon. So according to the Manomar about Arla, they'll hold both Lion and Arla are the Rabbanon. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Arla? Is this Lion? The suffix in Eretz Yisrael is Asur. That's on Paskin. In Syria, it's Mutter. In Chutzlaretz, it gets even better. When it comes to Arla, as long as you don't, nobody sees him, the guy picking it. In Klayim, you're not allowed to pick it yourself. The boy side, have a wonderful day.
He wasn't involved. He certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy they were going to frame it on, but I think he was in on the whole thing. I mean, I think he killed a cop afterwards as well. The Tippett. Yeah.
Have you ever read that thing about, because Tippett's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Don't read this thing. Then they show the side-by-side of how much they really look like each other.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Tes. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. According to everybody in Chutzlaretz, when you have a Suffolk Arla, you're not sure 100% that this is a piece of Arla, a fruit that grew in the first 3 years of the tree. According to everybody, it's Simultaneity. Rabbi Yochanan, however, said that those who are not makbid in Arla or Chutzlaretz have to do something about it. And he said it's also to make a suffix be a dime. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix and give it to somebody else to eat. The Lord tells us to graft a tree, take a branch and put it into another tree physically. For that you get malchus, even on Chutzlaretz. This is an isser which Baruch Hu gave before Matan Torah, and the reason is, we say it's just like harva, just like you can't put two animals together to create a third species. So too, you can't take two trees and put them together. It's the same issue from before Matan Torah. The Torah says the word "v'sakha," your field. That's a field that was received from Shemayim. That's an Eretz Yisrael. That comes to exclude klei hakeret. That's when you take seeds and you plant it in a vineyard. That's also in Chutzlaretz. What's also the Rabbanon is only when you take 3 types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's also the Rabbanon. Why? In Chutzlaretz, because that itself is also b'hana in Eretz Yisrael. So you take it down a step. This time round, the famous Gala Adar Rabbi, he had a yeshiva, and for his Bachar yeshiva, for his talmidim, he planted a garden of vegetables, and he planted them in individual rows. Why did he do so? He lived in Bava. Well, don't say it's because he's makbid on putting the different seeds together in the Chutzlaretz, but rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for his yeshiva, or for the shamish that his job was to pick the vegetables. It'd be easy for him to find them. With this, our boy side, we finished half a shots. And right now we're on to the second half of shots. It's a beautiful mission with Agadita. The mission tells us, and we just read the simple words, it's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. The mission tells us the person does one mitzvah. His Baruch is going to do good for him, his Baruch is going to be good for him, and give him Maritas Yamim, and he's going to have Olam Haba. But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50-50, 50% mitzvahs, 50% averos. And with one extra mitzvah, now let's say 51%, whatever the percentage is, that tips the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say keep it at 8. So you know it's only 50-50, not 51%, but 50-50. That mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. According to places, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers him a tzaddik gomer. Whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a Beinani, an average Jew. But there's a brisa, and the brisa says that whoever has more mitzvahs than averos, he gets yisurim, terrible punishments in this world. What does it mean? So according to Rabbi, the pshat is he receives a yom tov. You can call it any way you want. It could be Yom Ra or Yom Tov. But the point is that it's a good day because you do bad for him, because through the bad, he receives his proper reward in Olam Ha'emes. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a Yom Ra according to Rabbi, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him. Because now, in Olam Ha'emes, he won't have what he wants. According to Rabbi, the Brisa goes like Rabbi Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no style of mitzvahs by the Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go climb up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the shits from that bird. Shiluach HaKan. Do 2 mitzvahs that the Torah says they get arichas yom. And on the way down, the son fell off the ladder and died. So he says it's impossible. It's not a steer to the pasuk. Shad is you get arichas yomim in Olam Ha'emes. And the fact is that even with all this, if a person thinks to himself, he says, look, it can't be. If he's doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be bacharer in Avodah Zarah. So how did he die? Must be Olam Ha'emes. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he's a shliach to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage, it says, even on the way back. Over here, it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder he used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. The Lord tells us, Acher, he's a Russia. He's a mayor's Rabbi, he's a big bubble, but he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons. The Chagiga, I think it was. But the Gemara here tells us, because he saw this story, and he had the question, how is it possible that a son of people have an aim, doesn't have a Rinas Yom? And immediately he went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw the tongue of Chutzpis HaMeturim. Chutzpis was the equivalent of Yom. He repeated all the Torah, and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats Torah during the meal, the rolls are going to kill him, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around, and he went off the ground. When a person doesn't do an Aveira, he has an opportunity to do an Aveira, and he watches himself, and he doesn't do an Aveira. It's as if he performed a mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmirah protection. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
You think of serial killer, you think of dances. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderous. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs, cutting women's babies out of their stomachs and writing pig on the wall. This is nuts.
Yeah, and they run the Beatles into it.
And our own goddamn government engineered it. They engineered.
Kiddushin Afmem, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 minute hour. Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira and he controls himself and doesn't do the Aveira, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Chanina, he jumped into a bathhouse, even though he was mazikim, and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over that Aveira. And Rav Kahana actually jumped off the roof, where Eliyahu came and saved him. And because of Eliyahu, the reason why I got into this to begin with is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Eliyahu gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing, and I think Baruch later on does needs to be such a person. The famous Mishnah is Dvarim Shalom Moshe Shem B'Nei Mazeh Akhen Yom Tzlei Lamavot. The Gemara wonders why isn't Shiluach HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluach HaKen, as the Torah says, you get Arichas Yomim, you get Olam Hazeh, you get Olam Haba. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with your Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jew. You're doing Kibbutz Avayim, you're doing Milos Chesed, etc. Whereas Shiluach HaKen is between you and the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Lord tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah, whereas in Aveira, Hashem pays exactly as the Aveira is. There's one exception. If a person does an Aveira where other people learn from him, he's an important person, for instance, and other people do that Aveira because he did it. So now that Aveira that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore he'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the pasuk, that a mitzvah is Baruch Hu's mitzarev, machshava l'maisa. The person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of oinus and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the safar. But in Aveira, typically speaking, if the person thinks about doing an Aveira and he doesn't do the Aveira, he doesn't get an oinus, unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he follows through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Aveira, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of Zara, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zara, he had yesterday, he gets an item. And also, if a person does the same Aveira over and over, to the point where it becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Aveira, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the item. Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Aveira in hiding where there's no Chil Hashem, rather to do it in public. A person who controls the Yitzhak and does the Aveira in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yom the Rebbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't care if the Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait and doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. Baruch Hu takes care of the Aveira very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, if a person has 50% of Aveira, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Aveira of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Lord gives us a person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas V'Shalom does an Aveira, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past, or the Aveiras that he's done, he erases those mitzvahs, and he erases those Aveiras. It's a tremendous insight. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. That's erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their Eretz, he won't be chayta so quickly, he won't sin that day. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Tahara where its branches go to a Makom Tumah. And when you take off the branches from the Makom Tumah, then everything, the entire tree remains in a Makom Tahara, so full of Yisurim. A tzaddik is complete Tahara, but he has a little bit of a travel, a little bit of Tumah. So Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is Tahara. When it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in Tumah. You have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Tahara in this world. He gives them some Sechar, so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have. The Parashim being told that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Minu v'Damru. The Rabbi came together, Hanan came together, and he said, that Torah is greater, because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah.
It became a thing during the Kennedy
Even
assassination.
Torah came 40 years before Challah, 54 years before Kibbutz HaMaasros, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Mishad in the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sechar they give him is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before myself. A person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, Eretz, then he's not Bnei Yishuv. He doesn't belong in this world. He's Pasala Eidos, just like a person who eats in the marketplace, in public, is similar to a dog. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, it's real little.
They sent him into that tight turn and put him into that convertible nickel jar. I mean, completely planned. And you watch the emotion. Which is there's something I read. Did you ever read The Men Who Killed Kennedy? I think it's Jim.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever have him on?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Both Hashem Rabbi was starting the second Perek of Kedushin. I spoke out. So the Gemara says, also a person married a wife without seeing her before, thank you for appearing.
Yeah, he's a trap. He was
That's
deep
not
into
nice.
everything. I go back and forth.
Right on the opposite end of
I do
someone.
too.
So therefore,
I do too.
you look on his
But
own, he's not
there's
supposed to
something
send the
to
Shia a woman doesn't
I
have this
haven't
problem.
been able to find
If you're not worried
around these homes.
that it's something in his appearance that will bother her, so Queen is happy with whatever appearance her husband has, because she decided to marry him, she's happy.
For
Now,
victory,
still the Mishnah says,
right after
she
the
gets
family
married
went out
on their own, it's better than living with the Shia. Halacha, when you can do something on your own, and look at it, you do it on your own, but when you do it on your own, you get more reward, but it's better, it's value, it's value, the mitzvah. In the context of mitzvah, when it's better to do it on your own. Do it with the Shia, so it's happier, it's like bounding yourself. Like we see on the right, also about himself and doing the mitzvah on their own. He's saying for Shabbos, also what I'm doing of stuff about the trade show. Now when he's talking about himself as a trade show,
now today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course,
another thing in the mitzvah, there's a father who teaches his daughter either on his own or with a shliach.
When he was
And
alive, this was
daughter
like
being
half
a night.
the country.
And we learn even the father
And
is able
then
to
there
marry
was
off
the
his
Bay of
daughter.
Pigs disaster where we
Under
lost a
well,
lot of people because Kennedy didn't give them air support.
old enough to
He
say I want
wasn't
to marry.
told about the
Person only
invasion
then
until like
marry
last
her
moment,
off.
and air
Again,
support was crucial to its success.
there's a reason
He
to say
denied air
that.
support.
Reason
A
that
bunch of people
you have
died
to
that
make it
were
earlier,
affected.
you may not be
So
able to
those
say
guys
this.
on
So
the
then he's
ground.
allowed to marry her.
My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, Black Rifle Coffee, was a
Now we
great
go to the next
himself.
topic of this.
He's the best. I love him, dude. I love him.
So how do you know
But he
so it
said,
says by
like, those guys, those are
B'Shalach,
hard-nosed
so
killers.
it's the B'Shalach from
And
the
if
word.
they think that
We
they
say
lost their
that means
brothers
that
because this fucking piece of shit
from
didn't give
the
them the air
extra
support
age,
that they deserve,
the
was
woman
Kennedy's
can
idea,
the fact
and
that
you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do
So
it.
that's how we know
He's like, those
how
would
do you
be
know
the type of guys who would
that
have do something like that. They would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it. A tight little turn. Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies get everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or that. Anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying he can do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view. You pull the sight onto his back, you squeeze on ground, squeeze on ground, you get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible. Sure, I just don't buy it. Right. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy. I think what he said, I'm just a patsy. Right. The way he said it was not like the guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up. Exactly. Like, exactly. So I think he was in on a bunch of shit. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Right. Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. Yeah. But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. That's, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to get off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope is perfect, it's zeroed in, bang, I drop it on the ground, try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards. You're going to be like, that thing, they're fragile. Fragile. They require micro adjustments. Little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit. Don't move too much. You get it dialed in perfect on a 30% of the I bought a rifle from 1963. Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off easily, but almost instantly we knocked that thing off. There was a thing about the tree, though.
2%. One out of
The tree that he had to
if you
shoot
gave
through a
one
tree.
of the 40
It's
or
what
one of
they've
the
done with a
what
lot of the
that the person
reenactments
would want to give.
So
Now,
where
is
he was
that
gun with they
also
did
okay.
cut out
It tells us that's what I
part
thought.
of the tree that Kennedy was behind.
Okay, it's not what I
They cut it out for the reenactment.
Okay.
Yeah. So
short point about the different going to
But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time. Sure. That's all you need. That's all you need if you're good and if you practice. And I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you'll probably get used to firing off a few rounds. So probably set up targets. You're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there on 3 years ago. Yeah, you're going to practice. Yeah. So if you're going to practice, you're going to be quicker and firing round. Sure. He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It just none of the evidence seems to point in that direction, including all the evidence that they tried to fabricate, like the magic bullet wounds.
see them right. You don't need to have a good
Anybody
happy
who's ever
life.
shot
I want to come back.
through the bullet
You don't
looks
need
at
to have a good
that
day on my
and
butt.
believes that
You
went
want to
through
do
two
good things.
people
I
and
want to
broke
come back and
bones.
you
Yeah,
get
that looks like it's shot. That's right.
jump to your head. I want to. But now
It
I'm
ever hit
only what you do. So just says, oh, when you come back, that's all maybe
They're not there. They're looking right in the eyes.
but after you people believe, like some people, you have to believe it. So if a person doesn't believe in what Shakara being Hitler, doesn't get it. So you have to believe it. After you
walk away.
you wait.
They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take the bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow. And we'll shoot it 100 yards. Yeah, just one bone. And let's take a look at that bullet. It's not going to look anything like that. It's going to be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet they're attributing to the bullet. But they did it. That's what's nuts. You know, if I talk about it until the cows come home. You know about the palm print, though? Oh, that they linked the rifle to Oswald because of the palm print on the stock.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Beis. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now. Just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. A year full of Torah. We're in the middle of a sugya of shlichus. A person sends an agent to halachas. It's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi that learns from the pasuk in Korban Pesach, that the pasuk is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yaitz for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a kazayah. So how does he know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shultif with the other korbanos. He learns it from V'yikhu Lahem. It says it twice by Korban Pesach, the idea of shlichus, and we know throughout Shas. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish l'fi achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a kohen cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says v'nosi echad mimata, that from each shevet he appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin can appoint an apotropos for the Yisraelim. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost their father, Rahman al-Tzvan. Then Bezin appoints an apotropos for each one of the 3 boys to divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake through ruchos in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him in a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted the 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in ruchos inside. That's something that he can go back and annul. According to Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea, what power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin could take the leiva's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a 6th, Rav Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezdin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisraelim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisraelim didn't like it. So that stays. Rabbi says, that when Bezdin makes a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kind of, even if they made a mistake in more than a shtos, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. The Rabbi says that brothers who divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent to I sent you to do good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a box, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha something enough. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, then you have to give back the karka. The Gemara tells us halacha that ein shliach l'dvar avei. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay, because there's no shliach l'dvar avei. There's a concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayim. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rule. One exception to the rule is mi'ila. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayav and has to pay chayv. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn the whole Torah from mi'ila? Because it's not just mi'ila; it's somewhere else. It's shlichus yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have mi'ila and shlichus yad, it's shnei ksuvim. It's two ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. They melabni you can't learn out for the rest of the Torah. What's shlichus yad? Shlichus yad means that if I give an object to somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's publicly neva aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends an agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for neva aveda. So you see this idea only in two places: mi'ila and shlichus yad. According to Bishamah, they say that you're chayiv in shlichus yad, in the word devar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the shlichus yad as a second puzzle. So they learn tficha mechira, and that is, if a person steals an animal and he goes ahead and he shucks the animal or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal or 5 times that animal, depending if it's a sheep or an ox. But if he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second puzzle. But ein melamdim. Rabbi, have a wonderful day. Have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem will see you after Yom Kippur.
Because it's just too weird. I think, okay. It's just, do you think there was something else there?
No, I think he killed his wife.
Yeah.
And he killed Ron Goldman. And he got away with it.
Yeah.
It's just nuts. It's just, it's weird. You watch him on, Naked Gun. You're like, that guy? Yeah. That guy murdered his wife. Like, what? Yeah. And he got away with it. And he's just golfing.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Yom Daf. Yesterday we had Yom Kippur. Have a good year. Rabbi say a little bit sugya of Shul Shalom to Moisei. I appoint Shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Gemara says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an avera for me. But there are exceptions to the rule. And one of them is mi'ila that we said yesterday. And today we're talking about tficha u'mechira. What that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shechs it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending on the 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay. The ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, you need two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller. So too, by tvicha. But here's the concept of yesh shliach l'barvei. Here is a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds. When you say a lashon, and we have to explain it. But a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayav. What does it mean chayav? So one shot is Shammai will hold that it's Shnei Ksubim Abon Kechad Umelamdim. Typically speaking, when we have two psukim that say the same halacha, ain't melamdim. But in this case, Shammai will hold like Yehuda, they're melamdim. You have Me'ilah and Tficha, two psukim that say the same halacha that Yesh Shliach L'Varei, and we learn to the rest of the Torah Yesh Shliach L'Varei. The problem is, there's another pasuk that Shmuel quotes that if you take a korban as the oil of chatas, instead of shechting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shecht it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. This not the sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Chain shliach l'varei. So we have two psukim on this side, on the right side. We have one pasuk on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shmuel because they don't actually learn ahu. What do they do with ahu? They say that when two people shut the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shut the animal outside of the same English, they're potter. Also, they say that it's a shoygig, oinus, or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayav. It's a special halacha by murder, because it says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah Hiti to the front line, and Nosan HaNavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, the Philistine murdered him. Do the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayav at all, because Uriah Hiti was a murderer of the mountains. He used the lashon of Adoini, not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoini, my master, somebody else. So for that alone, he's chayav Misa, so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah Hiti. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayav. What does it mean chayav? So what does Hill say? Obviously not. Hill would say you're chayav not for murder. You're chayav for something else. You're chayav for Ramata murder. Shammai says no. So you get up to Shemayim, they're going to be on you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong aved. Mor tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, that if somebody sends a messenger to an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the averas of the prayer, like Shabbos and Zos, but not for an avera like Arayis and Chayla, because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beis Hillel, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be agents. This is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Eglim. And an agent who brings Kedushin to be Mekadosh a woman, could he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kedushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. Could a Shliach become an aid? There's another sheet of Beis Hillel that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we paskin shliach naseh. We know that the soul, we always pass like the soul. So either way you cut it, you have to say that the soul holds shliach naseh, and it says shliach naseh. And Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on the soul ever, also holds shliach naseh. Make your adin. The same halacha applies in Kiddushin, that a shliach becomes a maid, and the same halacha would apply by mamanus, by a loiv and a malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called shvuah stasis. And that is, in addition to the regular shvuah, when a person admits to a partial claim, he has to make a shvuah. Even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a shvuah stasis. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the loiva will invoke the shvuah sesis. And now, a person doesn't want to make a shvuah. He might be a ganav, but he never wants to make a shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the malva, and the malva cannot invoke the shvuah sesis. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. At Derech Hagav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of chen b'li al pinchas, and that is a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit. That's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva will have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a Naira Amurasa. And that is, if there's a girl who's either a Kana and even a Naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage, Naira Amurasa. So, Chacham holds she could receive the get, in addition to her father receiving the get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive her get. Rish Lakish takes that a step further and says, just like we say that she can receive a get, she can also receive her Kedushin, because Kedushin and Kedushin are the same. So whatever you do by get, you do by Kedushin. Whatever you do by Kedushin, you do by get. According to Rabbi Yochanan, there's a distinction between Gittin and Kedushin. That by Kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father could accept the Kedushin. Why? Because this Kedushin takes her out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kedushin. Another halacha in the Gemara, that any girl who's that young, who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's Mishal Chal Va'inu Chayzeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Taisus holds that if the father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered Mishal Chal Va'inu Chayzeres, and it does work. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
Creation of QAnon. Okay, they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while and took over the account. Got it. And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first, but it's not definitive. Like, he's got some really good evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know.
Kedushin Daf Mem Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Eimei Daf. So in the middle of a machlokes, the halacha is by get that if your father has a young daughter, Tana, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she could also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday between Rish Lakish. What about Kedushin? Rish Lakish says Kedushin and Gerish are the same, just like she receives the get, she receives the Kedushin, and Yashavahisa says the get. What if she's engaged? She receives Kedushin, her father receives Kedushin, and then her husband or cousin dies without children. So she becomes a Yavama, she falls to Yivam, the other brother. Rose one of the brothers, and wants to give her a ring that's called Maimah, because it only is effective with the Rabbanon by Yavama. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Naira, she's is 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? Because with the Raisa, she's a Skuka. Skuka means there's a bond, she's attached to the Yavam somewhat. The Yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even Rabbi Yehuda goes by a get. And he argues on Chacham, like we said before. He argues on Chacham that the girl cannot receive it. Actually, even Dayim Zerkas Kachas. Over here, it'll admit that the girl could receive the Maimah because she's already a Skuta. Some say that according to Chacham, a Naira doesn't need the das of a father by Maimah because he considered Maimah something that could be done even forcefully by Karma. Why? Because Rabbi holds that it can be done forcefully. He compares Maimah to the regular act of evil. Just like Yivam doesn't need the consent of the Yivam to be done by Karma, so too the act of Kedushin, even though it's the Rabbanan, still can be done by Karma. Chacham say on the other hand that no, the act of Maimah is like a regular act of Kedushin in a regular woman. And for that, the woman needs her consent. So too Maimah. Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Reb Shimon, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Mem Vav. You see, this is machlokes, not on Mem Vav, but it's very similar to Mem Vav. I'm just going back to an original machlokes. If a person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears, now typically if he swore to one person, he is found to be a liar, he has to bring the Asham, or maybe he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvur or 5? So machlokes, according to Reb Shimon, in order for it to be considered 5 different shvuros, he has to say the word shvur lecha, shvur lecha, shvur lecha, etc. And according to Reb Elazar, as long as you say shvur all at the end, according to Anakama, you say shvur in the beginning. By us in our Mishnah, a person tells a woman, I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit, and I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit. So they're not mitzdaref. The value of the two of them are not mitzdaref because he said a lashon, kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Gemara tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds over Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl, a Katana, cannot receive Kedushin by herself. Only the father can receive Kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ish Mekadesh, Itoy Naira. It's mashma from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Mekadesh, not the girl. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us the halacha is like Rabbi Yochanan. How do we know this? Because Ravan came out of the Beis Medrash and he said, in the Beis Medrash, everybody passing like Rabbi Yochanan, and Rish Lakish stood up there and he screamed like a crane. And he was screaming, the Yatz of the Haisi, you have to compare Kedushin to Yerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, comes to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the boy. The Gemara goes on to tell us that when it comes to a get, a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old, Simanim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliyah. Because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliyah. You need das to make a shliyah. We have a sugi that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A Katana, a minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became possessions on her own. So the Gemara tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this kedushin, and she also needs something called meal. She needs to refuse this kedushin because maybe she didn't accept the kedushin. So she didn't accept the kedushin. Why does she have to do meal? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the kedushin. The answer is because this act of meal shows that it's not a real kedushin. It's only the Rabbanah. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, it was a get. It's the Raisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. And in fact, no one can marry her because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be Mekudeshes, so she does meal, and therefore people will be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shidduch. When there's a shidduch, in other words, then we could say that the father agreed to it. We spoke about it, it's discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without her father's consent doesn't need a get, and doesn't need meal, it's a big fat zero. And either the shot is talking about no shidduch, or some say even Ula is talking about even in a case of a shidduch. This is that we found that she got engaged to herself, according to Ula, we must be saved. We're talking about a yisayim v'chayah. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she was married, she leaves her father's domain completely. And the second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as an amma, and her master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. Rabbi, have a wonderful day.
Just kind of stay in the mix a little bit. I do signings, I do speaking engagements, do stuff like that. But it was also like it's like as soon as I quit drinking, all my kids started showing up. And Santa Mola, they'd cycle back with Denise, and then Bob and Max would show up, and then Brooke would come back.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where a Katana accepted Kiddushin from her chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall Yibo. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agrees to this, and then Midaraisa she falls Yibo even though it's only Erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only asim d'Rabbanan, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say the Yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the Kedushin is good Kedushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam guy goes ahead and gives this Kana, the original Kana, gives her a ring, that's called Maimer. It's Kedushin only d'Rabbanan, and because we require that he gives her a get for that Maimer, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married midiraisa. Why did he have to give her a get? And it's possible it's midiraisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, but they have no connection because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore, we require her to do miyum. That miyum shows that there's a problem there. Miyum is only d'Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and he can't be married to two sisters, they say, you know what, maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Eshesish, and nobody will marry her. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. If I had a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Kavla Mesa can do Mila Mesa Varma. But a boy is always mitdayer. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case, that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, these are a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish. According to everybody, it's not a Kedushin. That's a bezayah. And if he's a Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a bezayah. The Gemara does this a story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a kind of to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was mevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was mekadesh her. So Rava says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that. So therefore, the Kedusha is not there. Abai says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, the Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisur. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. He dies, the chassan doesn't get the inheritance. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat, meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she can eat truma, if she marries a kite, because midaraisa she eats truma anyways when she's engaged. Well, disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married. According to Ravuna, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he was angry. Other madam says no, she eats. Why? Because the fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kiddushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here, he's watching it. Ravuna says the opposite. Now Ravuna says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafkir and schos. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
As is in the dock, in Cage's house, on the anniversary, on the 1 year, I find that beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason. Yeah, it's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident. Yeah. Wow.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Vav, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. You want to thought maybe we could bring a right from a fact. The halacha is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moicha. It's a right to Rab. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Cheder, that we're talking about a people that the man didn't have das for kedushin. He didn't want to marry her. And even if you say that it was the shem kedushin, it would be necessary to do another kedushin. Mari Moreno Levisha has to do another kedushin because he didn't have the father's consent to begin. And now we're in a brand new mission. If a person uses a lashon, he says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "It's actually the Torah zoo," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good kedushin. So we have machlokes. What exactly is this case? According to Rabbi Shmuel, talking at the beginning of it, where a person says a double lashon, "Skachili bezu," "Skachili bezu." He breaks it up very strongly with those words, "Skachi, skachi." And the chiddush is that even though she's eating something and she has an immediate satisfaction, hanah, nevertheless, there's no kiddushin with lashon hashar. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the mission, where he doesn't say skachi, but rather he says skachi bezu, ubezu. And all of the dates together. It's shavar pruta, then there's a kiddushin. And the chiddush is that if she eats it right away, and you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here the Gemara says we see a number of things. First of all, you see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here you see it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kiddushin. What if the kiddushin is nachal? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kiddushin here. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it back. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do here? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a picadon. He wanted her to watch it and he figures he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift and he said it in a funny Russian, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is chayiv in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's tevel. It's also the rice to eat it. Another pshat is no, a kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make a mistake. The Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis arisei seichas. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things the Gemara goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some ice from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? You see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of chayiv and truma on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the truma with the rice. Or if you say you should take truma, even though you took truma, you should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot, a perforated. It's different. A patch is different, the Gemara says, because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's one that's high, one that's bottom. wants one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yachzer Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, when they write the first truma was a good truma, Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day, and also a beautiful Yom Tov.
And then, just coincidentally, it happened to be my oldest daughter, Cassandra's birthday when I quit, December 12th. You know, it's just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that, because everybody's going to get a little squirrely.
Kiddushin Daf Chavches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're discussing the concept of Gilgul Shvur. That is, if I could force you to make a Shvur, let's say I claim that you owe me 200 and you admit that you only owe 100, that's called Madi Mitzas, and I could force you to make a Shvur. Once I force you to make a Shvur on that, I can force you to make a Shvur even on Karka, which you typically don't make a Shvur. Where do we learn this concept? We learn it from Saita. Saita is a woman whose husband warns her not to seclude herself with another man, and she doesn't listen, so he takes her to the Beis Hamikdash. And the Kohen makes her swear, and he gives her a curse, and she says at the end, Amen, Amen, both on the Shvua and on the curse. But in addition to what the husband suspects, you could also say, listen, once you're swearing, I want you to swear on other things. Gilgul Shvua. I want you to swear that you didn't seclude yourself with another man before our marriage, even during Erusin. Now, once you know this idea by Saita, we say that this applies also to monetary issues as well. Why? Because monetary issues, I could force somebody to swear based on 1 aid, whereas in Saita, you need at least 2 aids. So, if there's a Gilgul Shvur by Saita, certainly by monetary issues. And just like Saita, I can make somebody make a Shvur swear on a suffix. Because the whole idea of Saita really is a suffix. I don't know for sure what happened to make him swear on a suffix. So too, by monetary issues, it makes somebody swear on a suffix. What's very interesting is that a person could say, listen, you're already making a Shvur that you don't owe me more than 100. Well, I want you to swear also that you're not my Eved Ivri. Now, I would think that Eved Ivri is such a famous thing. If somebody is an Eved Ivri, the whole world would know about it, right? And since nobody's talking about it, then obviously it's not true. And why should somebody make a shvur about it? No, nevertheless, I could be Megalgal shvur. I could force to make that shvur. But let's say somebody says, I want you to swear that you're not my Eved Knani. You're not my non-Jewish slave. That's too much. Now you're pushing it. Not only that, we're going to put you in Chayrim for accusing somebody of being Eved Knani. It's a terrible thing. You're Mezalzel in a Jew, and we're going to be Mezalzel in you and put you in Chayrim. If you call your friend a Mamzer, you get Malchus. Malchus Marcus could be up to 40 Malchus. And Rashi says an incredible thing. People prefer to get Malchus than to be in Niduk. If a person calls his friend a Russia, now you can't go to Bezdin. Bezdin won't do anything about it. But you can take things into your own hand. You're allowed to hate him, and you're allowed to hurt his business. There's a passage in Bava Metzia that says the point where you're allowed to burn 1/3 of that person's crap. And now, we're into a brand new mission, a brand new sugya. The Mishnah says a very interesting lashon. So according to Rav Sheshes, the pshat of the Mishnah is that you can take anything, any item, and use it for chalipin. Chalipin is a switch. I give you this handkerchief, and you give me in return an animal. So the Havamina was that you could also use money. You could take a coin and use that as the switch. You're not going to use it as a king in Pesach. You're using it as an item. At the end of the Gemara tells us that that's not the pshat, because we paskin that in matbea nasa chalipin you cannot use a coin for chalipin. But the pshat of the Mishnah is that any item that you evaluate and assess to see how much it costs, like an apple, you don't know how much an apple costs. You have to weigh it and assess. So in other words, any metaltalin can be used for the kingdom of chalipin besides money. The only thing you can't use is money, because that you have das on the surah of the coin, and that's going to be bumped. According to Rav Nachman, this is Rashi, you only do chalipin with the shoe. Because that's what it says in the pasuk. Shalvish Nawa. According to Taisvis, it's in any kli, any tool, any kind of kli that you use, including animals, which you actually use to plow a field, etc. Nachman says the Mishnah is going like Rabbi Yochanan. That according to Rabbi Yochanan, the Raisa, Mois Kainos, you could actually acquire objects with money. They create a kingdom. And we're talking about a case where the buyer switched his loan for an actual item. In other words, Reuben owes Shimon money, so Reuben gives Shimon a cow instead of the money that he owes. He's not giving him money now, but rather his loan is being forgiven, and that's what creates the kinyan. And the reason it works here, whereas money doesn't work, is because typically we say, why does money not work as a kinyan? According to Rabbi Yochanan, the rice should work. And the answer is because it's the Xeris common that people might say, your grain that you purchased with money, even though it's by me, since you didn't pick it up, there was a little fire, and I didn't feel like extinguishing the fire for you because it's yours. I have nothing to gain. That Xer was said on something that's very typical. But this case of forgiving a loan is so not typical that they never made a Xer on it, and therefore it actually works. According to Rish Lakish, who holds that money is like kindness, you cannot purchase something with your rights with money, so you must say that this Mishnah, our Mishnah, is going according to our churches. And now we move on to the next Mishnah. The Beis HaMikdash can acquire things with money. So let's say the guy goes out and wants to purchase an animal, he gives the owner of the animal money, and even if the animal is in another country, the animal becomes hegdish, becomes part of the city. But a hegdish, a regular person, the only way he can be kaina is b'meshicha. The Mishnah calls it chazaka, but the Mishnah means meshicha. And one other halacha, with that we're done for today, when you say to the Beis HaMikdash, this house is going to be hegdish, this animal is going to be a karban, just by saying it, it happens. Our boys side have a wonderful day.
I don't know if they're cutting it with anything, but I made a decision at one point in time in my life. I don't want to have nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives. You just stuck to that. Yeah, it just seemed to me like that one can make you a loser. And then did you roll in circles over the years where it was prevalent? Yeah, I knew some people that did coke.
Kiddushin Daf of Pes, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute daf. So this daf is a very, very famous daf, a very makar daf. And before we get to the Mishnah where it all starts, if you have a name and you have to teach yourself how to swim, the Gemara tells us that when it comes to hegdish, the only way to purchase something from the Beis HaMikdash is with money. And the Gemara gives us 4 cases. 2 of them are with money, 2 of them are with Mashiach. Both in money and Mashiach, it's possible that the price goes up or the price goes down. 3 out of the 4 cases, you lose, Beis HaMikdash wins. In one case, you win. The word tells us that if you do Mashiach on hegdish, since the only way to be clean from hegdish is money, if the price goes up, you must add. If the price goes down, you lose. Why is that? Why should you lose? You only do Mashiach. Well, the answer is because you can't be better off than if you purchase from an individual. An individual is doing Mashiach your kaina. Now let's talk about money. You gave money to the Beis HaMikdash. That's the tune that works for the Beis HaMikdash. And the price went down, you lose. This is the one case. But if the price goes up, you gain. And the reason is because even with individuals, there's a concept called mishapara. And that is if you take back any word that you said, you made up with somebody, you're going to do the deal, you take it back, you're over mishapara, it's like a curse from a Kodesh Baruch Hu. And now, the beautiful Mishnah, when there's a chiyuv for the father to do something for his son, like mitzvah Mila, it's only the father, not the mother. Mila, for instance, it says in the pasuk, "Vayom alav Avraham," it's a chiyuv on Avraham Avinu and not on Sarah. The pasuk also says, "Kasher tzivah Yisrael Elikim," you're going to be laning just a few days on Rosh Hashanah. Tzivui is a command. Mizarez Avraham Avinu today and for future generations as well. If a father doesn't perform mila on his son, the Bezdin are required to do it, and if they don't do it, then the individual himself, there's a chiyuv to get out of the cars, he's required to give himself this mila. Hikin Ben, it says in the pasuk, and we read it, Pada, which tells us that only someone who you are chayiv to redeem, then they can redeem themselves and they can redeem others. But a woman, you're not chayiv to redeem, therefore she doesn't. She's not for herself, and she's not for the other people, including her own son. Why don't you redeem her? Because it says zachar and not an individual. If a person has an option, he only has 5 selah, and he realizes that his father never did a ben for himself, and he has the son that he has to be for. Which comes first? He comes before his son. What if a person has 5 selah available and 5 selah in real estate that he sold after he already had the field to be a ben? According to the Mandama that says that a field that you have in the Torah, it's as if it's written in the star, so you had no right to sell this piece of real estate. This field goes to the Kohen. You should have given that 5 selah to the Kohen. So what you do is you take the 5 selah that's available to you, you redeem yourself with it. And then the Kohen goes and grabs the piece of real estate that you sold to someone else because it was already machine. What if you have a dilemma? 5 selah, you do get a bonus, same thing. That's all you have, 5 selah. And that's how much it costs to go up to Yerushalayim to be either regular on Yom Tov. According to Kama, what you do is you do Pidyon Ben, and only afterwards you do Alila Regal. Why? Because it brings a pasuk, and you see that the pasuk is Pidyon Ben, and then afterwards Alila Regal. So according to Yehuda, what you do is Alila Regal first. Why? Because that's a mitzvah that just goes away and never comes back. Let's do that when we have Yom Tov. Pidyon Ben will take care of later. As long as your son is alive, you do Pidyon Ben. To teach your son Torah is a field on a father, not a mother, because it says the pasuk, and also there's another pasuk, you should teach and you shall learn. You have a field to teach yourself Torah before you teach your son. So if you're not a learned person, you teach yourself. According to Yehuda, if the son is a very sharp person, sharper than yourself, then you teach your son before you teach yourself. Rabbi was sharper than his son, and therefore he said, you stay home, let me go learn Torah by Rabbi. The Gemara tells us a phenomenal story where there was a shade that had 7 heads, and hung out in the spectrum. He wasn't scared of anybody. He killed 2 people in the middle of the day. He used to damage people. When Rabbi found out that Rabbi Yaakov is coming to town, he told the people in town, don't let him sleep in your house. And therefore he'll be forced to sleep in the basement, and that's what happened. And he went to town on this shade, and every time he bowed and davened, he knocked off one of the shade's heads, and finally he destroyed the shade. The halacha is a person should get married and afterwards learn Torah. And the Gemara tells us that's talking about level, that they don't have the oil of the marriage. They go out according to Rashi, they go to Yisrael to learn the Shnayos, and they're not going to be bothered with the oil of the family taking care of whatever it needs to be taken care of, and to get rid of the Machshavos Rois, and at the same time, they'll be able to learn. So Huna told Rabbi Nuno that he doesn't want to see him until he gets married. Because once he reaches 20 years old and you're not married, bones will swell. Why? Because that was the problem with Hirun. And Rav Chizah says, I'm better than my friend that got married when I was 16. And imagine if I would have gotten married when I was 14, I wouldn't have any fear of pain. It's a Zira Beta the Satan, arrows in the eye of the Satan, Boisai. Have a wonderful
$20,000 by his own estimate, could get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, well-defined, on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he began developing a character for whom nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Oh, look at this. During Roy's comeback bid, who's Roy? He was 19, he was Jack Roy. Wow. He was checking in at hotels now. Wanting to distinguish himself from longtime patrons who might have remembered him from the 1940s, Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in a 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, that's when he popped again.
That's amazing.
That's nuts. Yeah.
Maybe he didn't know whether to start a prayer or start a war.
He was a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the Laugh Factor. I ran into him. I said hi, but that was it. I never really got a chance to talk.
So you did have a moment.
Yeah, one moment.
Okay.
Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was outside, and he had some hot milk. Go, Rodney. My God. It was probably his wife. His wife has donated us these handwritten notes and also the photograph of him too. It's pretty cool. It's just there's a few guys like that without them you always wonder like where would comedy be? Like where would it ever turn up? Like so many people like Pryor and him and Lenny Bruce. So many people just like changed everything. Carlin, yeah. So many people just changed Kinnison. Sure. They just changed the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people. Like that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. That's where everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark, all these guys, Robert Schimmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he would have
he would have his favorite comedians. He would just have like a show where he would introduce his favorite comedians.
But he'd have to scout them at the clubs.
Yeah, he would go see them.
He'd just go out.
And he had his own club in New York City, Dangerfields. Yeah. But he was interested in promoting comedy too. Just a fucking amazing guy. It's such a cool moment to have him.
I can see it. I mean, there's nothing tricky about that memory.
What was it like being with your dad while he was filming Apocalypse Now?
There's a lot of that in the book. How old were you? I went there as a 10-year-old. Yeah, I had my 11th birthday there. It's been a combined total of 8 or 9 months there. And that was going back and forth, it wasn't just another country, it's another planet. We'd seen, different parts of the world traveling with him, Mexico, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, places like that, and it was just, you just got a sense that, wow, this is all going on at the same time that we live in Malibu. Right. Kind of, just doing cool shit. And so you visit a place like that, get in the middle of it, and engage in this entirely such a surreal reality. And then, wait a minute, you're like a movie. It's about a film. It's a film about war that barely ended like a year ago, right? Yeah, 14 months ago. Saigon, 75, right? I think so. Yeah, it was like right at the tail end of it. And so, yeah, it was, we were able to do enough stuff like recreationally, there was a lake and you could water ski, you could fish, you could do those kind of things if you didn't want to go to the set with Dad. Once you went and saw the set where Dad was, you didn't give a fuck about water sports or fish or anything because what they built and what they were trying to create was mind-blowing because, Coppola built Kurtz's compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like, like plaster covered chicken wire rebar. These were like, 2-ton bolts. Yeah. They brought in and started stacking in the jungle. And then a lot of it started sinking. You couldn't build a foundation in a riverbank, right? Right. And just a mix of people, the talent, Dennis Hopper, Brando, Duvall, it was every day felt complete it's all fake, you know? As a 10-year-old, when you start seeing how it's made and you know, so gore, I think I read in the book, was never, gore in movies was never emotional, it was technical, you know? But still kept me really curious about how it was done and just the artists behind it that create those effects. How long were you over there for? A total of 8 months. Wow. Maybe 9. Yeah, and it was 3 years. Yeah, it was 3 at first, then 4 at first, and we went back. Dad has a heart attack, and we went back and stayed for like 4 months. Yeah. So, yeah, it was, and people say, so, you know, on sets, you must have like dreamed about being an actor. I'm like, yeah, until I got to the set that almost killed my dad. You know, that's not a job. You're just gonna like wrap your arms around it and say, when can I start? You know? Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the filmmaking was really exciting. I didn't really understand it as a 10 or 11-year-old. But I knew something about it that required a much closer look. And I had a very keen interest in just, you know, what would it take to build this, you know, this reality, this fake reality of the way the subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So
That's a very strange experience for a 10-year-old.
it is.
On such a grand scale.
Exactly.
When it becomes what Apocalypse Now became.
Right.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, and it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other war movies.
It does.
It really does.
I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think
No, it's a true masterpiece.
it really is. Yeah, and there's no computers. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day when you watch that you know, when Kilgore takes the beachhead, that chopper assault, I think just what they committed to bring that to the screen is just impossible. And then you see some documentary stuff. It's like those were alone from an army, and like midday they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, we gotta leave now with the choppers. And he's like, I have 18 cameras set up. The whole river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? See you tomorrow. Stuff like that. Yeah. Wow. Pretty wild.
Yeah, but that must have, like, for you, like, to eventually become an actor in Platoon, that had to be kind of surreal.
How does that happen?
Right.
How does that happen?
How does it happen 11 years later?
Yeah. Yeah. Or 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did it at 20.
Right.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country 10 years later? 10 years later, the same subject, right?
Right.
Narrate the fucking thing, and then it's elevated to be on par with the one.
Yeah.
That's how does that?
Only films that gets mentioned in the same breath as
Right.
Apocalypse Now. And
Right.
War films.
Yeah. I'm a much bigger fan of Apocalypse than Platoon, and that is primarily about just the scope and the complication and just you know difficulty factor.
Yeah.
Difficulty factor.
Well, it took forever.
It took forever. Yeah.
How many years did it take?
It was like 8 or 9 years, right? I don't know when Francis conceived it. It came out in 79. Did it come out in August of 79?
How many years?
August 79.
How many years did it take to make
14. But
And it came out in 79.
It was 38th birthday of April 77. Wow. And imagine.
So when did the project start?
During the time period of discussions, casting started February 76 is when Stephen King dropped out.
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
They shot with Harvey Keitel for a few weeks as Willard. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. And Francis just what he made make the wrong choice. However he was doing it, wherever he could. Francis just saw it differently. Had met Dad during the Godfather audition. Said he was Marty.
Wow.
You can tell people that don't really know my dad that well call him Marty. I run into people on the street. They're like, "Hey, give Marty my best." Who's Marty? People call him Martin. No, they know I'm better.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always like to throw a Y on the end of it. Makes it look tight.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I would be like, Chucky.
You're still Charlie, right? But I would be like Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
I could never think of you as Joey.
Yeah.
No. But imagine this with Apocalypse. So I spent that much time, there's all that shit that happened. I even brought home like props and things, severed hands, Ifig out jewelry, all this cool shit, right? All these great stories. And we didn't have anything tangible to back any of it. My mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody could go to the theater and say, "Oh yeah, Charlie talked about that. Oh yeah, he was there that day."
Right.
You had to wait when you're that age. Waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting a decade, right? So that was kind of a trip. But when I saw it at the Center Avenue, 70 millimeter, and it's like, man, when those choppers, you hear them, they're all around me. A film will never open like that again and have that kind of impact. Did you see it at the Dome when you first saw it?
No. I don't remember where I first saw it. I first saw it, I think, on regular TV at home.
Oh, shit.
Because I was too little to watch it in 79. Is that what it was? Maybe I saw it when it came out on HBO or something like that for the first time. When I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse Apocalypse Now Redo, the newly mastered one.
Got it.
It's fucking sensational.
You finally had that experience.
Oh my god, it's so good. I was like, this movie is wild. It's so well done. And it's just so epic. Like, for you to have been there alive while they were putting that together and then to see it all pieced together, I mean, that had to be an insane experience.
Well, and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because, like I talk about in the book, not so much of the dog, it was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because of the way the sets were constructed, because of the way Francis had everything lit, super claustrophobic, like in Chris's Temple and Compound and places like that. And also fucking dangerous to be on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Snakes and shit. And just like weird people. And so, Francis is just like, come on.
Wow.
But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any of the chocolate solved. I could see Hopper at a distance in that outfit with those cameras walking with Dad. I couldn't hear what he was saying. So to then see that scene where Dad first steps off the boat with the compound and Hopper is then in front of the monologue.
Yeah.
You got the cigarettes, that's what I'm thinking about. And it's just like, so to have that kind of, that to have been there that long and still be a completely fresh cinematic experience was a trip.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon? Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I here? Because it's so quick between you being 10, being in the jungle while they're filming Apocalypse Now, to you starring in Platoon. Did you settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary theater,
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
It's very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so sure, fuck it all up.
Sure. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But, and then I had a comment in some interview the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You kind of like laid that on me, like, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice, however, a little late.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can't tell me about that. They have to kind of figure it out.
They do. But the thing about Platoon, when it happened, the good news is that I had done enough film work, not like super memorable films, except maybe Parts of Red Dawn, I think I'm reading about. Just, with the film kind of, let's do forwards about, I think Parts of Red Dawn were kind of first movie, right? Sure. But yeah, so just sort of getting more comfortable in front of the camera, more comfortable sort of being able to think on film and actually, breathe on film. That sounds kind of like actor, but it's actually a thing. You talk about controlling your breath in every other area of life, sure, right?
Yeah.
It's the same is true as an actor, for sure. Even doing the show, even doing 2.5, that first scene, I was usually off. I was just like about to make an entrance from somewhere back there, cheap smoking around, just trying to figure out the first scene. But then when you hear the stage go quiet, right? Somebody else, speeding, some market, and then if I can get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew this first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked.
Shallow breath.
Yeah. And then you can't, then you change, then that first take is just a pancake. Which sucks because that's the first time the audience is going to see it. Right. You know what that would be. There's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want her watching.
Yeah.
Not the second one where she's already heard the fucking jokes.
Right.
It's just,
right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
The live performance thing is weird because they don't really do it anymore. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of a sitcom in front of a live audience with cameras.
There's very few. I think Tim Allen's show still does.
What is that on?
I think it's ABC. Yeah.
So he still does traditional multi-camera?
Yeah, it's live. Yeah, the guy I worked with, a friend of mine, is on that writing staff.
God, they used to be all over the television.
I know.
There used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think Chuck's new show on Netflix. It's called Leanne. Yeah. I think that's a lot of work.
Okay. So they're still doing some.
Yeah.
They're fun. It's fun when it works.
Yeah.
It's like it's a missing genre in today's culture. You're right. Most of what was on late at night.
Exactly.
At nighttime, when you got done having dinner, you gotta sit down and watch Friends, or sit down and watch Seinfeld, 2.5 Men, or Comfort. Yeah. We my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air. Binge watched it. Seriously, it's a good fucking show.
Yeah, they were
funny show. I dismissed it. I was like, it's a corny sitcom. Bullshit. It's a good show. Right on. Solid show.
Right on. Yeah. That kid, that young man, Jim, right, had some of the most complicated dialogue that anybody's signed with ever.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or a sitcom.
There you go.
Yeah. Where you're kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, but delivering it like Rain Man. Just laser precision.
Yeah, that's a really well written show. Very funny. That guy Chuck Norris had a ton of fucking hits. That guy's had a ton of hits. Yeah, maybe more than anybody. Probably sitcom world. Yeah. Glad you guys are friends again.
Yeah, so am I. No, that sucked having that out there. actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the other component to that freaking tours that melt onto that thing. There was a moment when I was only in rehab for like, I don't know, 3 weeks or a month. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like a, just like a quick little, not like like a spin drive, whatever they call that. And I got the call when I'm going to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9, And I was on the phone. I said, I don't think so. And they're like, what, you don't think you're going to get paid? No, I don't think we should do it. I think 7 was like, Mantle or 7, some other cool 7s, I don't think 7 is like plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we could find from that Malibu house on the beach with those people. They're like, no, you understand, man. This is what they're all like. This is what it turns into like a legacy play for fucking kids and their kids. And the part they always leave out is, and our cut. Yeah. And our fucking cut. Yeah, that's a big word. Yeah, and I said on the phone, and Mark and I have talked about that, Mark Berg, my manager, I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's going to go really fucking bad. I just know it. He's like, well, you're projecting that. I said, I'm not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it now. Got a little bit of clarity in this month I'm in the thing. I said, if I go back there, I got a bad feeling, Mark.
Why going back to work would set you off the rails?
Just that I had run up against a thing that I lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Okay, so that if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, then I would have to do something to enhance.
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom, and those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves, because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied. Right. But they were getting so much money. Right. So like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week. I'm like, right. God.
Yeah.
You can't quit.
I was making $54,000 an hour. That's pre-taxes.
I said no to season 8 and 9. I'd be like, do I have an address?
Right? No, I'll work what I had to do. Or Dangerfield's Road at that point.
Let's go.
No, but that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it.
Right.
Well, not crowbarred. I'd ultimately say yes. Yeah. But it was just, I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to give that much fucking money to, man.
Right. Right.
And like, I'd buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and just say, pick one.
And then you did that other thing where you had that other show after that you got paid like a ton of money in advance for. Right?
You talking about hanger management?
Yes.
No, I was supposed to get, it was called a 1090.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario.
Suck your that. To say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you're going to own a third of the show. You're like 37, 38% of the show in perpetuity. So we're going to do 100 episodes. It's the South Park model. That was the first 1090 that really just blew it up. Everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes. You do a 10-episode pilot. And then if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like, I don't know, like above a 4, or like a 5 or something, then it's like a share, right? Then it activates the next 90. So then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that you just go all over the world and do what syndicated sitcoms do. So you've done it, and when you say not a lot on the front side, you're still getting about 50 an app, 200 an app, pretty good money, right? But it's not. But you kind of kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other thing to pay gangbusters.
So, did you guys you did the tab episodes, and then you got to do all of them?
Yes.
So you want to do 100?
Yes.
But you did them in a short period of time.
2.5 years. That's cool. I know. Yeah,
That's
I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I talk about in the book. The only reason I did was I wanted to show those guys across town that I was terrible.
Right.
And that is not any mindset to beat the troops. And it, again, it started pretty cool. Did the 10, it was great. It was pretty good work. The shows were smart and funny. And then we got into that 90. It was about 20. No, what am I saying? It's probably like 9 or 11 into it. I started feeling exactly the same shit I felt on 2.5. Going past that point, I knew my enthusiasm and passion had an expiration date.
You couldn't manufacture it.
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. I love the people I was working with. From the writers through the actors, they were terrific.
You didn't like the final product.
And I stopped caring. But I still, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was partying, hitting the fucking pipe. I got girls pouring and bowling away. Whoever showed up, hey, come on in. There's plenty to go around. And then there's this thing, I think I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. Felt like 11, 15 minutes. Whereas, 9 to midnight felt normal. Wow, we had plenty of time to do everything. And then, like, the hours I really needed to, like, settle in and enjoy, those just vanished.
And then you back to work.
I got someone banging on my fucking door. Dude, you're late. What the fuck? And I'm still fucking sideways. Wow. So I pop a couple of shots or like half a sandwich or something. And I said, I just need to. And I would literally do this thing. It was a 15-minute, 20-minute nap where I would just hit the pillow and try to meditate with a body just vibrating, crack all night. Trying to meditate? At that point, I'm trying to fucking time travel. I'm trying to levitate, right? But I could feel, okay, I would generate some calmness, and then I would hit the shower, and I would be in the shower, and I'd say, okay, I only have to navigate from this shower to the next shower. That's about 11, maybe 12 hours. Shower to shower. That commercial, like in the 70s, wasn't there fucking, like a deodorant or...
Yeah, something shower to
shower.
Yeah, like it lasted from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then when I get to work and then have that midday drop off, and I wasn't getting the pipe at work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I start drinking, and it's people look at sitcoms like, oh, they're out there having a fun time, man. It gets super fucking complicated when you've done them, right? It's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing, and so it is hard enough to do and to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with art, jokes, timing, other people, and then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise like the condition I'm really in. And trying to make excuses. Right. Oh, I had a med mix-up today. Med mix-up? I'm on 2 pills. They're the same fucking thing at the same time every day. There's no med mix-up. Right. It's like, what are we doing? And so, and then that turns into that thing where then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, I'm just sorry for you. I want to pay for it. And, they should have not taken the money. They should have said, we're shutting down. You need to fucking go get well. Just a little better than what you're showing it as. So that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special. because I said yes.
Right. And then there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave. Is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back.
He didn't even say, okay, so what do you mean between that and, but after that last swan dive into the volcano, the real washed, and then he's back on another show. Like, what did he do between then and there?
Well, the narrative on you was, as an outsider, was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career.
Right.
And I think your ex-wife said that she never worried about you would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented, and you were also very loved, which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. When you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They're like, he's fucking partying. It was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, because of their job or because of whatever, right? They try to keep it hot and hidden under wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you could tell.
Yeah.
She did not expect that kind of candor,
Right.
with a discussion of illicit drugs.
Right.
It was just like nobody ever done that before.
She asked. I mean,
right, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, it's a terrible time in my life. That's all I was doing crack cocaine.
Right. It comes from a place of shame.
Yeah. You didn't have any shame.
I didn't.
No.
Because I watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrew Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I don't even think it wasn't a GMA piece. It was like more in depth, one of those exposés they do, and it was me coming out of rehab. And I remember watching myself and just being I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at all that shame, all that embarrassment. I'm like, no. I'm not doing that anymore. So that got locked in.
Oh.
Yeah, because I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way.
Yeah.
Like, no. And then, I got the brain full of, fucking crazy cream. Fucking, covering myself. And that's what 2K is. That's like the donuts. And yeah, man. And you know where the material came from, right? The slogans and all that stuff. No, it was Brian Wilson.
From the Beach Boys?
No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants. The guy they called the Beard.
Oh.
Yeah. I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that. Because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. And I was like, wow, this guy's a fucking trip. Trying to get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. It's like, hey man, I just know that guys like us, we're not like everybody else. We're different, man. We got tiger blood running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. We got, we don't know how to lose, man, because we're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this, and he's probably thinking, cool, man, I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment.
Yeah.
And stuff went in there, man. And it stayed on a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, maybe, I don't even know. What was the first of that story? Being fired or some shit? So there's a moment that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just let it, just brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? How you just addressed them. You owe them an apology. She was like, okay. And I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? But this is the tone of it. And so,
how did she address them?
I felt that they were dismissed as just then they, Andrew's like, oh my God, okay, I'm sorry, I mean anything by that, but I'm over here, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing. Yeah.
So you're ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's what it turned into. And then I started hearing Brian's stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm fucking tired of it. And then it all just, it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back. Back. And then everybody's like, okay, well, it's different. It's kind of fucking interesting and unique, and whatever, man. Well, let's just have a quiet night, and we'll see how that plays out, And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. And then my friends are banging on the door. People are, sending me, videos and stuff. And he's like, dude, the world's on fire with your shit, man. Like, all right, what does that mean? And there's folk songs, rap songs. People like marching up the streets. There's already T-shirts. It's just gone. It exploded.
Yeah.
So it's not like I can jump on my roof of the boulevard and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just,
UFC fighters were saying they had tiger blood.
They were joking around about it. Yeah, I mean, it got
Get away from you.
Penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it achieved penetration.
Well, no one had ever done an interview like that before.
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. It wasn't going to be Sissy Charles from the 90s,
Right.
It's like this convergence of all these elements and all these emotions and all these feelings and also the resentment I had in myself. Just like, all right, just pick some targets and would have been nice if it sort of, if I could have just sort of heard it, just kind of, away from it,
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
I've started to. I've started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. What do you think it would be? I mean, it's hard to kind of even put those pieces together.
I wonder if you would have gotten sober.
Interesting. You mean today's sober?
Today's sober.
Yeah.
You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash publicly to just eventually gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to learn and grow. Obviously, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently. Right. Let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and here you are, almost 9 years later.
Almost 8 years. Yeah.
That's you always wonder, maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. The whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purging of all of it, and and still you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody's loving the fact that you're winning and that you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and you got all these hot girls and everybody's like, he's winning, and so now there's no incentive at all to get healthy, which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially it kind of helps you to be living a little off the rails. And so you're kind of known for that, and then you have this big tour, and everybody's coming out to see you, which was crazy for you to do. The first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was a complete train wreck. Yeah, it was a disaster.
But you guys pulled it together. That was kind of the story of your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. So even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show in Detroit, people were still coming out to see the other ones.
Right. Yeah. I had the option after the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago or taking the bus, the tour bus, right? And I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. And they're like, why? I said, I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Daddy was on that trip. I think maybe Rick or Shady was on it. Anyway, and I just there's a place in the room in the back, and just barricaded myself with a pad of paper and a pen and just went to town. And just sort of started trying to reshape it. When I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that, all that garbage. I said, we traveled with none of it. I said, here's the new show. Like, sure with us, like, just trust me. Unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. It was Chicago. But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough something, enough of that thing to just, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it was also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Like, thank you. Yeah, enough. How about that? Time to get this get this thing back on track.
Yeah. And it was just, the curtain comes up, and there's 2 chairs. And I have a moderator. And it's just a conversation. Imagine that. Yeah. It didn't reinvent anything.
Yeah.
And I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear Chicago. It's like this whole thing, including them. So I kind of got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah, and people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was essentially, 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was, man.
So I know you had Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross, yeah.
Who was great at that. The master at Off the Cuff.
Wow, he showed up and really just
perfect guy for that.
Put a shape on it.
Yes. And then you had Russell and so on too, right?
Yes.
Who's also a master at Off the Cuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was so relieved that the 2 chairs had shown up, because that's when he joined us in Canada. He was terrific.
Yeah, Russell was awesome.
Yeah. The first night sitting with him, some dude, like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter, right? What's their dollar? Loony, okay.
Yeah.
That's $1?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it out.
No, and me. I ordered the chair for maybe 5 minutes, and I get hit from the balcony. I get hit with one right here. And it was like getting punched. Like someone with a skinny metal hand, And I just had to kind of pause into that. They got the guy thrown out. And I just thought, wow, I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Russell could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
Really good shot.
Guy throws a loony from the balcony, hits it in the head. That's impressive.
It is.
Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not. Now, you're throwing it. You have to kind of factor in.
Yeah. It's a lot of flipping in the air.
It's like a boomerang or something.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a tiny frisbee.
So anyway, there were just moments like that I guess just little cosmic reminders that not everybody was on my side.
Right. Yeah. Which is important too.
Can I hit the bathroom?
Yeah. We can actually wrap it up. We're getting close.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
Can we just touch on a couple things before we do?
Let's take a leak. Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. This just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just...
One of the guys out there just said, "Post confirmed he's dead."
In the lobby was just... Whoa. Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Beliefs that didn't align. Sorry? Rest in peace. Fuck. Jesus. 20 27 years old, maybe.
Do they even have a suspect?
That's why I don't literally try to check it all on Twitter.
Fuck, nobody deserves it. Nobody deserves that. So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? What was their take?
I literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets.
Fuck. It was a tweet or a video.
I'm doing the show. I'm trying to.
Right, no, I understand.
I think they were live on the air. Some tweets on Twitter.
So it's someone's hot take. Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved to take? Right. You found it right here.
Like this happened.
You put the headphones on.
Yeah, and that's what you just says. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was just a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
That's crazy.
Oh, that's it. What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air.
Just, what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion. Oh, fuck.
Why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like,
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter, a crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because, you know, they do, right. A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Fourth of July, you leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is, that's a, wow.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous, too, to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. It's not violent guys. It's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on.
Sure.
You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right? Have a conversation when your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something is so in the moment right now from someone that is currently current that we see and are aware of daily.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, is all over social media, always doing these various shows, debating people, talking to people, and giving speeches. Sure. Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that. No. This is horrible. But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous, or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that. There's also going to be this sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And just going through the whole New York thing, sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all love, and all they want is, your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time. And I don't think anybody wants to show you. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right? But it's just it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind. Because how could it not? How could it not? A thing like today, you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah. Well, it's, when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or, you think of them in the past. You think of them like, when something happens in the current, like right now, this one, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real. It seems very surreal. It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like, remember he got shot and killed. Oh, yeah. Like, right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy. It's not registered. It's not,
Is he afraid?
No, I met him once. At a gun range, of all places.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided. There's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided. They profit off that division. And they stoke the fires. And they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. To encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you can do after someone dies horribly like this is celebrate. It's actually a wake-up call for everybody. This is nuts. It's unforgivable
to spend things like that. Because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family.
I think that's just like default with those. They gaslight you by default.
Right.
So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault.
Right. Of course.
It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propagandists masquerading as the news. So weird. Fuck.
It's a dark day.
Yeah. It is. Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is. We have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations, right? Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. It's scary this going to spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. The guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah.
A lot of people love that guy. If they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people over the edge.
It could. Yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in previous times like this. There's always that tipping point moment.
The Rodney King film, right? Something, just that's it.
This also highlights just from a perspective, like how lucky Trump was.
Oh yeah.
It's just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow. Besides that, it's just
Trump.
But he tells us his lips is here. Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something. Yeah. And then it's just,
and then clips his ear, where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. And it would have been on live on CNN.
How do we know more about an assassination
in 1963?
Yeah. Than we do when Trump assassinated. Yeah, 8 months ago.
And that story's fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because the metadata, cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI in that area. all the way with this guy multiple times. He was 20 years old. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He, was regularly training with like military guys. He was regularly training and shooting. Like, one guy remembered him from a range. Right? Like what? He was in a BlackRock commercial 2 years before. Right? What? His chosen rooftop is just kind of between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover. It's just a blind spot. The excuse for why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too sloped. The slope was too steep, which made zero sense. Because he climbed up it, he was fine. What the fuck are you talking about? It didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perched had a steeper slope. Made no sense. It was fucking nuts. They found that guy walking around the grounds half an hour before the event with a fucking rangefinder. Yeah. If you're not on a golf course, with a rangefinder, then you're looking to shoot something. Yeah. That's what they're for. But it's just, it sucks to say things like, these are the times we currently inhabit, and there's nothing that is an absolutely factual statement. That sucks to have to, just to exist inside of that, It's very strange. It's very strange. It's very strange, and we've talked about it a bunch of times, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by bots. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online by people that aren't even real accounts. Interesting. See, I don't study that. There's a lot of that going on. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse where people are hating and saying things about people's political beliefs or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these bot farms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The Chat GPT thing. They were using OpenAI software. Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of USAID money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just getting people to fight. That's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant input, constant like we have to take action. We have to, it's constantly stoking the flames. Right. So it's not even organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it is being enhanced by foreign governments for sure, and probably some of it by our own government. What they did with the Manson family, I think they stopped there. I think that some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because there hasn't been a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it. Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for that specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out. And like where okay, let's see. How they react to this. Yeah. Oh hell. Yeah. That worked like a charm. Okay, activate more of those. Jesus. Incredible. Wrap this up on a positive. I don't think we can. No. I think it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. Well, listen, that was great to finally actually meet you. This was amazing. It was a lot of fun. Thank you. Enjoyed talking. Thank you. Yeah, no, you'll notice now. I always need a few minutes to get warmed up. Yeah. Get settled in. No, you seem cool right off the bat. No, thank you. Some great stories, too. Thank you. Sometimes my brain, like we talked about, it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to. It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it. Oh, that's awesome. Right? You think about it? Yeah. There's that part. Yeah. There's that part. Just people are like, hey man, you should do some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude, I'm lucky this thing is still fucking attached. Yeah. So go fuck yourself. You actually look way better than you've looked in a long time. Oh, right on. I think you look at the sobriety suits you. Thank you. You look really healthy. I took a page out of your book.
a very specific page, and even if it's a rumor and it worked, I use a sauna blanket, right? This thing called Higher Dose. I'm not sponsored by them. I just bought one and I fucking love it. I use it at home. And then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
I have one of those sauna blankets.
But you travel with it.
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay.
But a lot of times I'm just trying to find a place that has a sauna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, let's travel with him.
You definitely can, though. They're great.
I'm going to travel with mine.
Yeah.
So I've had it on this trip. I travel with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm lugging this like duffel and shit. Who cares? But so thank you.
It's worth it, though.
Thank you for the idea.
Yeah. Those are great because those sauna blankets are great because they're portable and you can always just get it in.
Right.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in the sauna. It's the best time ever to stretch.
But as far as time with the portable blanket is like, I tell people, well, it's like a Bikram class without all the yelling and pain, right?
A little bit.
Well, do you get drenched in that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
that's a lot of what Bikram is. You know, a lot of it's heat shock therapy.
Right.
You know, it's also the yoga, the exercises, which are great, and also the fact that you're more pliable when you're really warm and heated up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing in Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what was the conclusion?
I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar because I've been in both. You know, I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperatures.
Got it.
And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. Sure. You know, you can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip. Like between things, you're allowed to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is fucking brutal. Yeah. You get through a real good Bikram hot yoga class. At the end of that, man, you're good.
You're gonna have you give a different day in front of you.
100%.
Yeah.
We all did that every day. It was like how everyone started their day. The world would be so much more peaceful.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It really would.
Yeah.
It'd be a much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All those things are great, but just do a hot yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world.
Yep. 13 up, 13 down.
Yeah.
Right?
You'll live in a world of kindness and sweet people and hello, friend.
Right. Because you've already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. They can't deliver that kind of pain you're just inflicting on yourself.
And it's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort.
Exactly.
You're constantly battling. Use pose.
Yes.
15 more cigarettes.
Yeah. And there's no cheat zone.
Exactly.
There's no God, you can't.
Right, because you're always doing it 100% of what you can do.
Right. Yeah. No, I was going to his studio on Rexford in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. With that original crew.
Wow.
Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there.
Yeah. Wow.
And you know, a lot of the stuff with the arms above the head, he could only go about here because of the ceiling. Yeah. I would come in late sometimes and Kareem would already be in there. And so his shoes would be like next to his locker. So I would put still wearing my shoes inside his shoes. Just because I just had to. I mean, it's cool as fuck. It's free, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also in there, right? And so, the mirror, you can see the front desk where you check in behind you. You could see it, but it was behind us, all facing forward. And for about a 6-month period, Quincy's Speedos, he's giving it his all. He'd be in the middle of like the standing bow, and freaking head to knee or something, like a triangle or something really complicated. And he'd stop. And he'd leave the class, but you'd see him going to the desk and writing shit down, fucking sweating in his Speedo, right? He's writing shit down, he's sweating on the paper. He'd come back and try to, resume what he was doing. And then this went on for a while, and we came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? Think about the year. Think about like how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing Thriller. Whoa. Yeah. And he's getting inspired during the Bikram yoga. Wow. You're kind of watching in the mirror the best, I think, the largest selling album ever, perhaps. Right? Probably. Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
Being built behind us. Wow. Kind of a trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is.
Yeah.
Even in the middle of a yoga class, he's going to run out, but he's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly. Yeah. Or something.
I just had to write it down. Wow. Because most people aren't allowed to leave the class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You gotta let him leave.
Yeah. He gets that pass, doesn't he?
He gets the pass.
Yeah.
He gets the pass. All right, brother. Thank you so much.
It's an absolute pleasure.
It was an honor. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck for you and everything.
Thank you. All right.
All right, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great to finally meet you, man.
Great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in. How is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue, or the same building, or in the same party, or probably something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoided basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there was a red carpet. Like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go up to the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like all that fucking look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just, whatever allergy I have to that flares. And I'm like, I'm going through the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I supported a similar entrance thing. It's just too weird. But it's look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one with a little bit of side eye to the just a little something, a little purse of the lips, a little something. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Or your eyes closed.
Yeah.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here.
Right.
Yeah, right. Freak me out. The trappings.
Yeah. I mean, is there, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it?
Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it, it's a big thing. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of lights flashing, it seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just, I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
That's
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. Jim, there he is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of purple walk.
A little bit of a purple walk and just a little bit of a
I just had it for the first time, like last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, for the first time in like a long time, like maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere. Yeah. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, yeah, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then the sun just beating right on my forehead. It's just, I can feel myself starting to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice. All of it. It's just like, every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented.
It's so odd. Yeah. What's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's right.
It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. I know it's a long shot, but I'm waiting for you. Everybody knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
It takes what it takes, right?
Yeah. It's funny because back then, I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had.
Seriously?
At the time. Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. We just sit and talk shit, and then
At like
eventually.
your house?
Yeah, it was at my house back then. Yeah.
So it looked nothing like this.
No. It slowly had to get out of it. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I had young kids at the time. They were really young, and I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. And, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where I sleep.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was burying my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. Good. So it was kind of like a version of being a life holder with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably why we should do it.
Can you imagine then, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this?
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV.
Right.
Okay.
And make the guy drive up a few circles around in some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot chops, all these different things. To watch you just not just go off the rails with drugs, but be super open about it. You were the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was like, we love him, keep going. It was kind of crazy. All the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me about it. And I don't know if I was the conductor or if I was riding the caboose or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist, Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through tunnel vision. There was an energy. There was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was. My co-stars were. Where somebody show up with a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right. I mean, you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently, something I stumbled onto. I was in some way, I was being bullied. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and I've never been that guy.
How so?
The way I was attacking people, I was challenging people. I was a tough guy on the block, and had all these swords, and this cadre behind me, and it was like, inviting people into the ring, I've never been in the ring. What are you doing,
You're on coke. That's total cocaine behavior.
among other things. And I think there was a whole testosterone component as well that was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, what they recommend, like a quarter-size dollop, like every other day. There's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Tom's commercial.
Oh, so you use the cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure, it gets on other people. I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development, and they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know?
We don't like it. I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development.
Wow.
Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone. Sure. While your dad is holding you.
Same. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application?
I guess then the only person who would get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly. Or your horse.
Right. Your horse. It's fucking good for the horse.
Right.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris.
And a lot of rage.
And a lot of rage.
The rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And you don't really realize it wasn't about the job, wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress.
That's so important.
Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so
That's crazy.
it's insane, and they both, they fell apart for varied reasons, whatever, but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions.
Yeah.
It's one of the through lines of the book. Is it really comes down to really being all about choices. But then, but it's just for it to be just talking about the bullying stuff, for it to be so directed at a guy who, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me? He created this environment with the dream character in an amazing show, which was something to tell me, right? That was, the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just like, just show up, be responsible, know your lines, hit your marks, do your fucking job, Now, those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So then I turned into that. It's really difficult to really look back on that and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far. I'll help you out. Okay. Testosterone.
Yeah, having all kinds of conversations with people in your head that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right?
So I talked to Chuck.
Did you ever sorry?
I was really grateful we were able to do that.
Oh, that's nice.
He has carried that around for too long.
Yeah.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Booking with Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I came in and I played myself, did a few scenes, did a cameo, did some fun stuff. Just back on the set with Chuck, and it was like, it just felt like it did in the audience.
Oh, that's well, good on him for not holding a grudge too.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Sorry, I lost that thought earlier.
No. Well, it's a complicated thing to think about. Like, why did I go off the rails? It's like, and it's very reasonable. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back, and now they're on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate.
Even if you watch the people closest to you go through it, you watched your life, and just right over there.
Yes.
Like in the next room,
right,
or in the same room,
right, and a bunch of your friends.
Yes,
it doesn't matter. It's still bananas. It's still an alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day, except the people like that, can understand.
Right.
It's like people are always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them, they're the only people that are normal.
Yeah.
They're the only people that, like, I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ at the airport as well. It's like, it's normal for them. Because everybody else is like, whoa, it's Charlie Sheen. They're just captivated. Like, you kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. It's not, it's a great support group. To a degree, you know what I'm saying? I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common,
right?
But maybe take the more complicated shit just right across the street, to the experts.
Yeah. You can't rely on them for everything, because they're going through it too.
Can I just get a tissue?
Yeah, sure. No worries. Get sweaty. Is it hot? Turn the AC on.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. I lost that thought. I tried to cover it, and I realized he's not buying this. And then I started sweating. I started fucking sweating. So I'm just gonna.
It's normal, man. Just say you lost your thought. It's all good. It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
Why is that though? Is our brain trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it? By doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it?
Perhaps. It's also brains are just not that good. They're pretty good compared to chimpanzees and dogs and stuff like that. But they have a lot of issues. Just like what you're talking about your memories. Like my memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots that I go, oh yeah, then we went there. Oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah. There's very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally get that. There's a little thing in the book where I talk about memories are tricky. And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment? Or is it a creased photo I saw in an old album, 70s or 80s? Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. They've even shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory, and then it actually happened. Yeah, and they'll talk about it. Like outside of that, they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory. Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. I remember. I got wolves are bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider's poison. But like day to day, everyday normal shit. It's like, how much of a memory does it really need to keep? It's just your brain's just not that good.
And so certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of that. Okay.
Yeah, they get narratives. Then you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes of you repeating the memory.
Wow.
So it's like you don't even really have the memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Okay. Didn't that happen with that one Kaczynski witness?
Did it? Was it Unabomber witness?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking nothing like the actual guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was a thing where her memory was corrupted by a different description from somebody else.
This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley. It is not easy finding a snack that's healthy and tastes good, but that's where Paleo Valley's 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. You might be shocked to find out that most of the other leading brands you might grab at Costco use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even black mold as preservatives, but not Paleo Valley. They use old world methods of fermenting their sticks so that they're shelf stable without using chemicals or questionable ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. Did I mention these guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold? So yeah, a lot of people are into them, and if you're not, no worries, because they offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code BROKEN to get 20% off, or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot, and you'll see why everybody's hooked. Well, there's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory's the worst. Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad. They're really bad. Very unreliable.
There's some really awful percentage about even when they wind up in a courtroom.
Yeah,
like the determining, like the final nail from the person, that guy. That it's like sometimes it's as high as like 60% that they're just wrong.
Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves that they're right because they've already said it, so then the ego gets involved. And then, it's just traumatic events leave you, you're in a high state of anxiety. You're not thinking clearly. You're freaked out. And, like when they have events like say 9/11, if you were anywhere near that and you saw like people jump off buildings and fall to their deaths, or like your memories of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy. But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van and he looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by and you probably haven't slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with the news now, and then there's other people's eyewitness accounts. You don't know what the fuck happened. You see someone die, you see someone jump off a building, you don't remember that. But there's some stuff that is just, this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism, is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain. And now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day, 2017, you're like, oh, look at us, that's cool. You're going to be able to do that in your brain. And the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks. Because that's how they're going to sell it to you. Yeah. Do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
No, but I remember my address because it rhymed. That's nice. Yeah, it's 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
You used to remember your phone number. What happened? It goes away because your memory sucks.
Right. I know my parents' number because they still have that landline.
Oh, they're still rocking the landline.
Yeah,
Wow.
they have an answering machine.
Whoa.
Yeah, and during dinner they haven't really turned it.
Oh, now people start talking in the background.
Yeah. This is part of it. Part of the experience.
They're rocking a landline with an answering machine in 2025. That is, it's probably the way to do it. I used to love the answering machine, but you come home, the light would be flashing. Like someone likes me. Somebody called. Yeah. It was cool. It was like you had a dog coming home to wait, like to visit you when you came home. Like, oh look,
It's like a Deuce Bigelow. It's like he's at his lowest point and thinking the light is never blinking.
I forgot about that.
You have no messages.
Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. There's other things like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now. You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet.
Trip out.
Yeah, I know. How does anybody expect you to come out normal? Jesus Christ.
And you can't really even explain to somebody that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like because they look at it as the things that were missing. And there wasn't anything missing.
Right.
It was about having to be engaged in everything you were doing. You had to show up to get a like. You had to enter the building.
Right.
You had to go on a talk show. You had to attend the junket. You know what I'm saying? And nobody knew what the behind the scenes of your movie looked like until years later on the DVD feature or the VHS feature that they finally saw some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't all access 24/7, 365.
And for some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They're live streaming from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like,
What is that about?
they're nuts. They're just locked into this weird new world that we're living in.
But is it because there's genuinely people that are tuning in with enthusiasm, that are looking forward to that live stream car ride home, or because the person, or is it a combination?
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you did never get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch and just like catch your breath. Right. They don't want. They're scared. I like they're just constantly engaged with something.
I like entire days of that. Alone on the couch.
Yeah.
Watching
That's nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's all work, no play. Not good.
Not good at all.
Not good. Bad for you. And it's bad for your work too, because it makes you just kind of, it gets dreary. You don't have that same enthusiasm for it. It's like you need discipline, but also need enthusiasm.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that now? It doesn't even connect.
It doesn't? Let's find out.
Well, no, I actually forgot it again. How about that? Is that fucking nuts?
It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Platoon, did you have any idea like what the fuck was going to happen? I didn't. Was that for people today to understand how big that movie was? Because it was one of the very first realistic war movies, and I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War. Remember what just that piece? Yeah, I'm not gonna forget it again. Okay, pardon. Sorry, but it was a different kind of war movie,
Yeah,
much in the lines of your dad's movie.
Yeah,
and that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
The Apocalypse Here, Platoon, boots on the ground. The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read like kind of like a docudrama sort of movie of the week. It didn't read that script and say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is the one. People are gonna really, wow, they're gonna worship this thing." It didn't. Dialogue was very clipped, very specific. It kind of never really where you were in the script, in the scene descriptions. The script was so lean. I think it was like barely 100 pages. Really? Yeah. So, but I didn't realize sort of what we were doing until we were actually doing it. Usually I can read a scene and get a sense of what my responsibilities are going to be, or how we're going to break it down, or at least how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with Platoon because all the terrain, all the scenes, everything kind of felt very civil. Real. Yeah. The original title is The Platoon. You think it's as big a head as it keeps the dog? Yeah, I don't think it matters. It's a great movie. Thank you. Great movie. It doesn't matter. But we started to feel it as we got deeper into it. And Oliver's brilliant where he decided to film it in continuity. Like from page one, day one, all the way to the final day was the final page. And that gave us a chance to, when something was finished, you were done with it. And you didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that hadn't happened yet. Right. And when people died in the movie, they got sent home because they were the next day they were just gone. Because he wanted us to feel that sense of just someone gone, loss, sadness. Yeah. I'm not saying that I really know how that felt in the real thing, but we bonded really, pretty good. We bonded in a way that we were the only people that we had in the middle of that country, in the middle of that jungle, in the middle of that movie. So you really missed somebody or something. I would love to ask them. I mean, I've had all around a couple times, but I would love to ask what it's like to make a movie about a war that you started. Like, what kind of bizarre mental conflicts? Yeah, they didn't get into any of that stuff. Not really. I mean, he talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we ever talk about the making of Platoon? We got so heavy into the JFK assassination, we hardly covered anything else. Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was when they were doing that Showtime JFK documentary. It was a Showtime thing, right? Was it? I think it was, yeah. It was a multi-part pieces that he put together and saw it. Yeah. His recall is insane. It's insane. It is. You have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got no. I mean, how old is Oliver at this point in time? Upper 70s. I just turned 60. So if he was 78 years old, rock solid memory. I mean, rock solid. Wow. The dude was just pulling up dates and names, and Alan Dulles did this, and Harry Atwood. It was just like the entire Warren Commission report is like citing different passages in it. It's bananas. Wow. Has he landed on like what can he point to? What anybody can point to, but there's a lot of people that wanted him dead, and for sure there was a lot of fuckery going on with the Warren Commission. For sure, right? There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly, and leaving more bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist than that magic bullet was missing. The one they found. It's like bullshit. Right? The story's filled with bullshit. And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of the Zapruder film on the Geraldo Rivera show. Yeah. When Dick Gregory came on and was a comedian, which is pretty wild, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy's head go back to the left and right. Hey, what happened there? And you immediately apply just simple common physics to it. Yeah. Especially anybody who's
shot right there.
And there's always that talk about doing a trach.
But there's two different autopsies. There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an ventricle. And there's the autopsy in Bethesda, Maryland that says it's a tracheotomy.
Interesting.
Yeah, two different autopsies. Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of glued his head back together again, or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the left hand is looks like it's pointing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, and he was an accountant, and he had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report. And so what he decided to do is read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who were witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
It's off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts.
Like 95% of
All those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them, died in car accidents, weird fucking...
Who was the guy in the train tower? Bowers, right?
Who was Bowers?
He was the guy that saw Badge Man. He saw people behind the door. He saw the exchange of the rifle. He saw all this weird shit. He died. I think he had a heart attack on a train track. Of course, also got hit by the train. I could be wrong. It's one of those times that they.
But of course, yeah.
And then, who's the guy standing at the curb explodes like through the underpass?
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the reason why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory.
Is that T? No, what's his name?
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right.
Because they knew that the overpass. That's why they had.
That adds a bullet.
Yes, they had to add that. And they go, okay, how do we fix this?
Right.
I mean, we said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? They came up with a magic bullet.
Yeah. Yeah. I added the architect of that was Spectre.
I think it was Arnold Spectre. Yeah, I think it was his idea.
The wait is over. 2 pound-for-pound kings, one epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe-to-toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Easy. Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and make your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday, too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio.
They just bullshitted people. But back then, you can get away with that. Right. You know, it's pretty easy to just bullshit people.
And you see all the additional cameras, like the Bush lady, for instance, right? And all that stuff just confiscated.
Yep. Well, they had the Zapruder film for a long time. I think Time Life had it. And then somehow or another, Dick Gregory got it.
Was it ever released missing frames? Wasn't there the jump cut when it goes behind the sign and then it jumps because they take out the fatal head hit and some baby tried to sell that?
Perhaps. They probably did at one point in time. But now, obviously, you can see the whole thing. And then it's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced one.
I haven't, no.
It's grisly.
It's even more gruesome.
It's grisly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he was shot from multiple angles simultaneously. That's what I think. I think he was shot both from the back and from the front. And I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved, he certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on, but I think he was in on the whole thing. I mean, I think he killed a cop afterwards as well. And Tippit. Yeah.
Have you ever read that thing about, because Tippett's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? No, really? Then they show the side-by-side of how much they really look like each other. Really? So they're saying he was the body they used for the transfer when they flew with the empty coffin, all that stuff. Yeah, it is so many just, warrants to travel down.
Yeah.
There's so many angles to explore.
There's too many. There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
We were introduced to it as kids because Dad played both Kennedys. So we were seeing documentaries and I would have been 10 or 11 and Millie was 13 or 14. And so we've been involved in this thing for a lot longer than we should have been.
Wow.
Yeah. We had access to this stuff. So
it's just nuts that no one was brought to justice, and we know for sure more people were involved than Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. There were more people involved, and no one was brought to justice, and they got away with it. We don't want to think that they get away with things like killing the president, but they did in broad daylight. Yeah. Believe me, on a lone gunman, a lone nut.
Yeah. They already had a full description and rap sheet rundown and everything about it.
They printed articles about it before it was even over. Yeah. And then the Jack Ruby thing, where Jack Ruby goes completely insane in jail after he's visited by Jolly West, who's the head of MK Ultra, who is like routinely dosing people with acid.
Yeah.
Jolly West cooked Jack Ruby's brain in jail and just left him insane.
He's the guy from what's the book?
Chaos.
True Chaos.
Yeah.
I actually read Chaos before it got all the attention.
Really?
Yeah. A friend of mine gave it to me, and I'll read a couple pages, and I was like, okay.
This is good. This one is the best book.
Different take.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I did watch it.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes. I didn't think it was like enough time. It's only 90 minutes, right?
I thought it was the first episode.
Oh,
so I watched it sort of like a data gathering thing you usually do with the first episode. Kind of just seeing what the director's doing and what kind of stuff they're laying out early.
Yeah.
So, and then when it ended and I didn't see that second episode with the timer, right? And I thought it was a complete, I thought it radically underserved book.
Yeah, maybe they could try again. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts. That very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretend he's on acid, and how to interact with these people that are on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is fact.
Yeah, no, it's I would say it's insane, but so much of it is, I don't want to say provable, but has enough supporting evidence to make a compelling case. And I love that the guy starts out just like just a kind of a normal celebrity assignment for Premier Magazine, right? Yeah, I've been on that magazine. I had that cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that.
I think that it was a story for a magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murders.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Just give us a piece. Some people go, wow, crazy, 25 years later.
Right.
Yeah. And then he gets obsessed, and he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit, that guy was corrupt, and oh my God, look at this, and hold on. Who's Jolly West? What's MK Ultra? This is real. Freedom of Information Act. Get the documents. Oh my God. Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They were running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them. And this has to do with Manson? What the fuck was going on? And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace, love, and stop war movement. And that what what they really wanted to do was stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
It kind of worked.
It kind of worked.
Yeah.
It kind of worked.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a long way to go, but I think it had the effect they were looking for.
Imagine if they didn't do that. Like, what kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. Then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes this sweeping Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time they're doing this fancy stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh, my God, these hippies are murderers. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs, cutting women's babies out of their stomachs and writing pig on the wall. And this is nuts.
Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it.
And our own goddamn government engineered it. They stopped what was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history.
It would have organically still kept evolving into things that would have blossomed out of it.
Yes. Yeah, we probably would have rethought government. We probably would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders. We would have rethought our involvement in foreign wars. There would have been no support for it. We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip.
Yeah,
Music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
But people do point to the death of the 60s occurred up in Cielo Drop.
Yeah, it was effective. I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and any that kind of movement. Those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson.
Instant zero tolerance.
It's kind of nuts. Yeah, kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. It's really that in and of itself, is a terrible crime. That they sort of engineered society to their benefit so they can maintain control. And the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who'd been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult. Right. A murderous cult.
And setting up at a free clinic in the Hague
where my wife's mom went.
Oh,
yes. Well, my wife's mom was a hippie.
You have a connection to this.
Yes. My wife's mom went. She was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury, and she went to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Treated at that clinic.
Yes.
Wow.
That clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic would have been running for over 50 years.
So it ran until like 2022.
Yeah. When did it close? It closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, we're good. Let's get out of here.
I could have gone there while I was reading the book.
Yes. The CIA just a fucking clinic. That is so nuts. And that clinic also connected to Charlie West. That clinic also connected to all sorts of other marijuana experiences. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax. That's where they had a brothel. These are the people that are supposed to be like, protect and serve, look out for your best interests.
Right. Yeah.
These motherfuckers are creating Manson and completely shifting society and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s. Yes. 2019. Yeah.
Clinic closed July 2019.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like, fuck. We got busted.
That dude read the forward, it was like, guys, we got a problem.
That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah, exactly.
And try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill.
Right. Has he been on the show?
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
What's he like?
He's great. He's great. He's actually my good friend Greg Fitzsimmons. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working on this. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like, he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey. And Greg had been telling me about it for years. I'm like, when's your friend going to get that fucking book done? And then finally, he tells me the whole story, how it took so long, but he's like, you gotta have him on, the book is insane. I'm like, let's go. So we had him on, and it was incredible. First of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like, this is nuts. This is nuts. If this is all true, this is fucking insane. And it's all true. So they really did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
And almost used the clinic as a casting couch, as an audition process for which girls they thought would be the most vulnerable. Vulnerable.
Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. The CIA. It's just,
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I know they were, but sometimes things get messy. But it's like you talk to like your average boomer who just watches cable news and reads the newspaper. They've never believed this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on, guys."
No, you're out of your mind.
But they also will never read the book.
No, never read the book. And then when things get proven, they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Because, conspiracies are fucking real, okay? This conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the Kennedy assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous.
That's what the term was coined.
That's when the term became popularized. Apparently the term existed before that. We researched this, right? Didn't we Google the original term of conspiracy theorists? It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people were questioning it. Because it looked weird. Everything. Even the people that hadn't seen the Zapruder film, everything just seemed off. It seemed off. And there was rumblings amongst people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about gunshots.
And that one photo where there's like 15 people pointing to the same spot.
You see smoke where the bushes are. And it's not a good photo, but it's good enough. Right? You go. It's just it was too uniform. They all were pointing. We heard shots from back there. There is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through?
I have, I've walked the whole crime scene.
It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
You can't believe how close everything is.
Yeah, it's real little.
But did they send him into that tight turn? Put him into that
convertible
pickle jar.
I mean, completely planned.
And you watch the emotion. Which is there's something I've read. Did you ever read The Men Who Killed Kennedy? I think it's Jim Walters.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever have him on?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did he pass? I think so. Yeah. He wrote Spies, which was involved about remote viewing.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a trip. He was deep into everything.
I go back and forth on that remote viewing.
I do too. But there's something in one of his books, and I've never been able to find it anywhere else. It's almost like this little detail was scrubbed from the internet, that the Morse code signal for victory, right after the failed headshot, went out over every Dallas police radio. Have you ever heard that? No. I read that. This is disclaimer. I'm not coming up with this. This is not my original data. But yeah, when I read that, that was creepy.
That's crazy.
I don't know that he would have just added that for color. It's not something you just throw out there.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to add. Victory. Well, a lot of people hated Kennedy back then. It's hard for us to reconcile now, today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course, we think of murder. We always love him after they get get shot. Sure. But when he was alive, this was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was the Bay of Pigs disaster where we lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give him air support. He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment, and air support was crucial to its success. He denied air support. A bunch of people died that weren't going to die. Right. So those guys on the ground. My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself. I met him. He's the best. I love him, dude. I love him to death. But he said, like, those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. And if they think that they lost their brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserve, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do it. He's like, those would be the type of guys you would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it. Right. A tight little turn. Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or that. Anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying you can do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view. You roll the sight onto his back. You squeeze off around, and you get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible. Sure. I just don't buy it. Right. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy. And I think when he said, I'm just a patsy, right. The way he said it was not like a guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up. Exactly. So I think he was in on a bunch of it. Sure. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Right. Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. Yeah. But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect because it's zeroed in, bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again. Yeah. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards. Yeah. You're gonna that's the thing. They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit. Right. People don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect on a $37. Right. Yeah, on a rifle from 1963. Back magazine. Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off easy. Right. Like almost instantly, you can knock that thing off. There is a thing about the tree, though. What about the tree? That he had to shoot through a tree. Because what they've done in a lot of the reenactments, supporting that he was the lone gunman, they did cut out part of the tree that Kennedy's behind. They cut it out from the reenactment. Yeah. So you would have a clear field of view. But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time. Sure. That's all you need. That's all you need if you were good and if you practice. And I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you probably get used to firing off a few rounds. You probably set up a target. So you're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there on the years ago. Yeah, you're going to practice. Yeah. So if you're going to practice, you're going to be quicker at firing the round. Sure. He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It's just none of the evidence seems to point in that direction, including all the evidence that they try to fabricate. Like the magic bullet was nuts. Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through 2 people and broke bones, that looks like it shot outside into a swing. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever hit anything. No, and I've had people debate me taking the side of the magic bullet. They're looking me right in the eyes and believe it. And I'm just like, okay, well, cool. This is where we have to just they're out of their mind. Yeah, they have to walk away. They're out of their mind. They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow, and I'll shoot it at 100 yards. Yeah, just one bone. Yeah. And let's take a look at that bullet. Right. Yeah. It's not going to look anything like that. It's going to be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet that are attributing to the wound. But they did it. That's what's nuts. What you if I can talk about it until the cows come home.
Do you know about the palm print, though? That they linked the rifle to Oswald because of a palm print on the stock.
They went to visit him more.
Yeah, they didn't get it till after the autopsy. Yeah. It wasn't there, and then surprise!
How convenient. Yeah. And also, like, says who his fingerprint was on it. You could just say that back then, 1963. Right? And says, we found the fingerprint. Oswald is not a lawyer. No one's representing him. He's dead. Yeah. You know, no one's going to say, my client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Pin it on him. Nobody gives a shit. And everybody just mourned the fact that the president was dead. And then, you know, all of a sudden you got Lyndon Johnson, full steam ahead with Vietnam War. It's nuts.
Yeah, if you usually look at what happens after
Yeah.
it's
Things got very different.
Yeah.
They got very different.
That's when you really start to see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You know, Kennedy was trying to be a real president. And they were like, no, none of that.
Yeah, it was the Federal Reserve. It was Vietnam. It was like all these big, like really
Big things. He wanted to get us out of it. He wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things. And they were like, not today, sir. And then that's the real argument is like we haven't really had a president since Kennedy. Everything after that has been the president's more of a speaker. And then the giant machine behind it continues to run exactly as it always has.
Yeah, I mean, just from where I sit, there's not a lot you can do about it.
There's nothing. Yeah, you can talk, but look, if they haven't done anything about the Kennedy assassination, you can't do it. You can put pressure on people, and you definitely can hurt their chances of getting re-elected if people find out that they're very disappointed in you for sure not supporting this, or not telling us about that, or lying about this, or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why I don't really weigh in anymore.
It's probably smart.
It just feels like I don't know, it's wasted energy.
It definitely is a lot of that, but it's also like a show. You know, you can watch the show. Hey, you sure watch the latest episode of the Epstein Files? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
you know,
it turns into
kind of like a show.
It turns into a parlor game, also. Right? That's how my dad described the OJ case. He said this is like the greatest parlor game ever.
Right. Boy, I remember watching that verdict on TV live in my apartment with this girl I was dating. She was a really sweet girl, and she couldn't believe that he was innocent. Yeah, she didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, no, how? She kept like putting her hands over her face. No.
It completely torn her whole reality.
Yeah.
I was on a mountain in Mexico doing a kind of low rent sci-fi film called The Arrival.
I love that movie. Oh, don't say that was a low rent movie. I love that movie. You know who turned me on to that movie? Dave Foley. Dave Foley was a good friend of mine from News Radio. Okay. When we were on News Radio together, he fucking loved that movie because it's a so underrated sci-fi movie. I'm like, okay, cool. And I checked it out. It was great. I love it.
Thank you. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of puppets and CGI at the same time. Because at that point it was either one or the other, and the other hadn't fully really arrived yet.
Right.
Yeah. So that was kind of cool. But no, we were. I was so hoping for the day off to be back at the hotel because everybody knew the night before that the verdict was coming. Right. So we had to shoot this scene, and there was a prop man, and this is 95, right? And the only cell phone that had like half a bar, and it's starting to rain. And he's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV. They're about to read the verdict, so we all gather around the prop man, and we're watching him. He's kind of leaning to keep the signal, to keep it connected. And then we can see when he hears it, he slumps a little bit, right? Takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the mud and screams that motherfucker got away with murder. Wow. He's thinking, fast. It was gnarly. That's a wild scene. That's how I learned about the O.J. verdict. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Dave Anderson was there with his buddy I grew up with. He's in the book. He's a two-time Oscar-winning FX makeup artist, you know. And so, if you ever run across Dave Anderson, ask him about the O.J. verdict.
That's a crazy scene. Imagine a guy reacting like that.
He was our only connection to it. You know, and everybody was so invested in this thing. And it was really hard to go. And that was like, do you remember the time of day that might have happened? Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it afternoon? We still had a pretty sizable day to shoot. It was really hard to regain focus. Feel like what we were doing still mattered. Yeah, because there was a giant, there was like a murmur in the universe at that point. Like something, it felt like something had been taken from us. You know? Yeah.
Yes, ability.
Did you see the last, or the most recent O.J. documentary?
No.
It's murder, mayhem, and blood. I think it's got 3.
Murder, mayhem, and blood.
Jesus Christ. Something I'm probably way off with that title. No, it's actually.
But it's the latest O.J. documentary.
Well, I guess Manhunt would be the latest. This is the one that was before that, and it's broken down at the crime scene by 2 expert veteran recreationists. Yeah, it's a trip. Do you watch any O.J. stuff that comes out?
No, I try not to.
Because it's just weird. Okay. Do you think there was something else there?
No, I think he killed his wife.
Yeah.
And he killed Ron Goldman. And he got away with it.
Yeah.
And it's just nuts. It's just, it's weird. You watch him on, like, Naked Gun. You're like, that guy?
Yeah.
That guy murdered his wife with a knife. Like, what? Yeah. And he got away with it. And he's just golfing.
Yeah, it was the following part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
Remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juice is Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I willed that one out of my.
He had like a king's robe on and like a bunch of hot ladies around him.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yeah, he made a rap song.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like embracing the heel role at one point in time after the guilty verdict or the not guilty verdict, and so he got into like rap.
So I mean, probably just for monetary grab.
I would imagine. Yeah. Watch him play the Juice is Loose. It's so bad. Is it off of YouTube? That would be hilarious.
It's part of the TV show.
I saw another clip. Oh, that's right.
It's like a prank show. He was trying to prank people. It's like primary
Jackass.
yeah, but I'm trying to think of the name of that TV. I think of all celebrities.
Oh, Punk. OJ was doing that? Everybody would just run away screaming and be
The lady like walked into her and told her with a knife.
Oh my God. That was one of his scenes? Jesus Christ.
You got juice.
You've got juice.
Yeah.
Also, the music video had a bunch of
naked ladies.
Yeah, clearing off pay-per-view.
Spice Channel. Remember the Spice Channel? Yeah. But that whole thing, going from that verdict to trying going back to work. Oh my. Yeah. Shit that. I remember one time we were filming news radio. It was in the middle of that North Hollywood shootout. Remember that? I do. Yeah, we were watching it live on TV. Yeah. While trying to do a sitcom. We were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood. Wow. Yeah, I think that involved a lot of cocaine and steroids too. From the guys. Yeah. I know they were definitely on steroids. Yeah. But I think there was probably some or meth, something like that. Some sort of cover. Yeah. For people who don't know the story, these guys, they rob a bank. Is that what they did.
Yeah, but waited.
Yeah.
Like, could have driven away. Could have left with all the dough.
And they decided to get in a shootout with cops.
Yeah.
Killed cops. Right?
Yes.
I mean, they got killed. A bunch of cops got hit. And the cops were like horribly outgunned.
Oh, yeah.
The cops had their 9mm pistols. These guys had fucking machine guns, bulletproof vests.
Yeah. Kevlar helmets. They have face masks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you support that when the dude finally kills himself, that it was a simultaneous sniper shot at the same time?
I never even looked into that. Is that one of the conspiracies?
Well, that's one thing that they claim.
That he got shot and shot himself at the exact same time. It's possible.
But why would they? What does that serve? What does that?
Maybe they were already going to shoot him, and he shot himself, and they didn't think he was going to shoot himself, and they pulled the trigger right when he did.
Got it.
That's what I would guess, if that's the case.
But it's not like they have to be let off the hook, because at that point, that dude has to be put down.
Yeah, I mean, one of the guys had already been shot. He was shot in the leg, and they didn't get him any medical help. They knew he was going to bleed out. You know, I think that was the case. I think he got shot in his femoral artery.
The first guy says he died by, this is from Wikipedia, he died by suicide via gunshot to the head from his handgun, simultaneously being hit by rifle fire from LAPD officer in a long-round strike against severing his spine.
Whoa.
The other guy got shot over 29 times and died from blood loss.
Wow. I mean, what are the odds that
Crazy. Yeah. Well, it sounds like there were a lot of bullets were flying in his direction.
2,000 rounds.
50,000. Like, what is that weigh? Like, if you're carting that around and you've got a whole duffel of cash.
Yeah, you must have a heavy trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is big. Yeah, half of those. Wow. Imagine being in that neighborhood. That's right. 2,000 rounds are flying in both directions.
Well, the cops like went to a gun store, right? Didn't they?
I think they
Like
did.
right when it started, they were like,
Yeah.
whatever you got. You know, give us your biggest bore rifle, you know, whatever you got. We'll take it. Yeah. Which ammo you got?
I mean, how long did that go on for?
Wow.
They had homemade body armor, SWAT team wasn't ready for that, they had to commandeer an armored vehicle to evacuate wounded people. Yeah, and then that kind of sparked debate for police to get more power.
Yeah, that was kind of a true.
Yeah, if you're a real conspiracy theorist, then you say, oh, MK Ultra tricked those guys into doing that so that the cops can get better guns.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem with conspiracies. People who try to attribute them to everything.
Right.
Really get down the rabbit hole. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah. But they kind of, they harm the credibility of the ones that can't really be, considered for how we know them to be.
Yeah, no doubt.
After all the extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why, some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. And then they get pushed by bots. I think they get pushed by paid accounts
To water down the bad ones. Yeah.
To make them stupid. Like attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate. Right. And then it discredits the legitimate one.
Yeah, it's almost like, not to introduce this, but just from afar, it's almost like a lot of the QAnon stuff kind of had that effect. Just, I didn't dig deep into that, and only know just the basic talking points about it. But the one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they'd mention something that was just completely screwing, it was followed up with the ones that were believed to be real.
Right.
Just kind of just put them all in the same.
Yeah, a stew of good stuff and bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just stir that cauldron.
Yeah, that's a very convenient way, very true. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, what's it called?
I didn't see it.
It's a storm talk. It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know. And, everyone always thought that it was someone inside the White House. There was some secret person inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins it on one guy in particular. That's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal. Checks everything box. Yeah, checks everything. Super smart, internet shit poster, running 4chan, and that's the whole thing over there. It's like get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like they got women to free bleed. They start pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy's making you wear a tampon, and your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants. Who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long. Right. It's gross. They're all like, this is stupid. Yeah. Probably lasts a couple weeks, but a bunch of women. That's people are really susceptible. You can get people to do that. Not everybody, but it's just like the Haight-Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to do that. Right. But if you open up a free clinic and get enough, lost children that come in through your doors, so they're going to need legit services to start with. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta sort it out. Right. It's just nuts that's our daddies, our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world, or make sure we grow financially, and these motherfuckers did all that. Yeah. Ultimate power, right? Yeah. In any form. Well, they bring it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to get. It's especially when you're 21 years old. Stardom. Yeah, it's a weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of people expecting you to be kind of wild. Sure.
Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about, when you watch it happen to others, and suddenly it's you. It's a lot more. It's a lot more intoxicating. And then I would always think, okay, so how were they able to control it? Why didn't I see them enjoying it at this level? And it wasn't about, I'm going to show them the way they should have been doing it. It was just about, hey guys, okay, cool. No, it finally made its way over here, and it can go to 11, and not burn the whole house down. When it was still fun, when it was still creative and productive on some level, because it wasn't about, it was still having to show up, and it was still, carving out enough time for the party, but also serving enough, energy for your job.
Right. That's the balance. And some people pull it off. Some people, they're really disciplined, and they pull off the work, and then they pull off the party.
Right. And I was able to maintain that for a long time. And even when it flamed out, like those early rehabs, and there was always, there was a job, the day I got out. Wow. Scripts showing up in rehab. And it's like, they want you to get well, kid. They want you to get better. But, as soon as you're out of here, we got some good stuff for you to look at.
There's also, unfortunately, a romantic notion of a guy getting out of rehab.
Interesting.
Right? Interesting. How many cop shows start with a guy who's down in the dumps, putting a pizza in a blender for breakfast, and you know what I mean? Really, at his lowest of low points. Right. Drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries, he throws the bottles into the trash can, it's like, I'm done. Now he's back. And there's a romantic thing of getting your shit together. Sure. Yeah. Charlie's back, better than ever. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's rooting for you.
Yeah.
And they're expecting the guy to deliver.
Yeah, with passion now. Real life experience.
Yeah.
Drug addict.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at Robert Downey Jr. now.
Right.
Yeah. Right. People love that. They love that.
But the same thing was happening to Downey when he was in rehab, and when he was even in bed. When people were bringing him. I think they Lord and let him sit in those consequences, not out of judgment or out of punishment, just out of love,
to help him get his shit together.
Yeah.
Keep letting them fuck up over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up.
Yeah. But if there's always a carrot the day you walk out, something to chase, and a soft landing.
Yeah.
That's what was really interesting about this. This decade-long timeout that I got put into. Which at some point the punishment has to sort of fit the crime. It felt like it was a little bit longer than it should have been. Yeah. I don't remember any murder charges. But at the same time, there's not a chance that I could have done the two projects that Mountain Movie came out yesterday and Doc comes out today. I couldn't have done either unless I had the kind of perspective and distance from all of that I was able to get, to find.
You've been sober for how long? 7 years?
Coming up on 8
years.
Yeah, 8 December.
That probably helped a lot to be away from everything, for you to achieve that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was still doing things to, just kind of stay in the mix a little bit. And, I do signings, I do speaking engagements, do stuff like that. But it was also it's like as soon as I quit drinking, all my kids started showing up again. And, Sam and Lola were living there. They'd cycle back with Denise, and Bob and Max would show up, and Brooke would come back, and okay, so he's going to be here, and Lola would show back up. So my house was kind of like this. It was like a clubhouse, And I write in the book that my vacancies for those children always hangs facing out. So it was, being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities and order, and just having to do stuff that they didn't care about, rating of a show or response to a movie or any popularity or IMDb, stuff. They were just like, with the basic needs, getting to school and help with this. So it was really cool to suddenly just be. That's the only stuff that mattered to the people that matter the most. So, but you're right. That none of that could have happened if I was away on location or having to be at a studio every week. But I think it was about the time that it created. So and it's interesting. I'm not looking at this as a comeback. Okay, I think it's a reset. And I didn't rely on anything that I'd done before. Never written a book, never done a documentary, but to come back with 2 projects that everybody seems to be excited about.
The documentary is very entertaining.
Awesome.
It's very entertaining. It's really well done. The way it's put together. It's just the story is fucking bananas. It's so bananas. The whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together, and that's a great accomplishment. Being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's people are going to yell at me because of how I deal with the AA and the book, and that's fine. I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it?
Then I tried it for a long time. For a combined 21 years, and just decided that I had to give this a go.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call or any.
There's people that are sober that I still talk to.
Right. You don't have a sponsor either.
I don't.
I know it does help some people.
Of course, and that's why I don't want to say that I'm not recommending that this is
right. I'm just saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who's an alcoholic who quit one day. He crashed his car, ran from the cops on foot, got arrested, and then he's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm done." He quit. That day. That there. Yeah. Never had a drink again. I knew him for 20 years.
It happens. It can happen. Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience of all of that time in and around the roads. And that's not to say that I don't still have a couple of nuggets, a couple of things that still stuck with me, that I still thought you still see as valuable.
Right.
But there's a line in the book that it's hard to ask for help when somebody else has raised your hand for you. Interventions,
right.
All you're doing is just counting the days.
Yeah, that's a part of the documentary too. When the first intervention, when you got brought into a room and everybody said they're waiting for you, you thought it was a party.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a little suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday party?
Right.
Unless we're going to Magic Mountain, right? That's usually the time you leave.
Right.
That's usually for a 7-year-old, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day.
Really?
Turning that corner in the hallway into my parents' living room, my brain is still trying to turn it into a birthday party. Brain never insisted that that's what we're there for.
That's funny.
It's just when it starts to dawn on you. Like, have you ever taken a sip of something that was in the wrong bottle, but your brain saw the label, and so it takes your body
like a half a second.
Yeah, to catch up to that. Those don't match. Yeah. I have a story about that before I should tell. But yeah.
So that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You had to do it on your own.
It worked for a year. Then, like, as is in the doc, I'm in Cage's house, and on the anniversary, on the 1 year, I find that beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason. It's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident. Yeah. It just did it twice.
Wow.
It just was like, finally. Boom.
And now we're off to the races.
Yeah.
Wow. How did you get sober this time?
I'd gotten off the drugs. Gotten off the dope. When I say dope, that's always coke. For heroin. Never heroin. I've been off that, way over 10 years. And so, more than 10 years, like sitting here today. So I had a fucking money for that shit for a few years. I just committed to drinking, and then found that to be like the most unmanageable drug that I've ever tried to navigate. Drinking. Yeah, drinking. More than cocaine. Yeah, because there's never a time when you can't get it, And when I had made the decision, okay, I'm just going to drink, and I treated it like I did drugs. Yeah. But it's really kind of it's very accepted. It's very socially ingrained. It's normal. Yeah, it's always normal.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like,
yeah, what's going on here? Yeah.
You want to have a drink in front of someone that's completely normal. Everyone does it.
Sure.
Yeah.
But so I knew the way my body was starting to react and the way I was starting to feel, and I couldn't feel it how I used to, even at like really like powerful doses. I just couldn't. That got depressing. That wasn't like I'll just drink twice as much. That was like, damn, the thing I relied on is now just like, yeah.
You're too much of a tolerance.
Our relationship is now different. Yeah, and so there was a day, and it's in the book, and I was a morning drinker. I loved, spiking my coffee. That's like, for me, it was like the best time to drink. You're not going to get shit done the rest of the day, but that's when I felt it. That's when I can still feel it in the morning, you know? So I'm on like my third account of coffee or whatever. My daughter Sam calls from, she's at the house and calls and says, hey, what time are we leaving? To go where? She had a hair appointment, and it's a Sunday, I think, or a Saturday. And I've never, ever mixed cups in the wheel. Ever. Never had to do it. How about that?
That's awesome.
That's pretty good, right?
That's very
I just decided, like, a long time ago, like when I was like 17,
Very small.
never gonna happen.
Good for you.
And I was living in a limo back then. There was, the occasional cab. But these days to get busted drinking and driving with the available transportation, it is literally 15 choices in your hand.
Right.
There's no excuse.
Right.
And so I called Tony. I said, Tony, I can't drive. You gotta help me get Sam to this thing. And so he was like, I'll be right there in 20 minutes. We got her to the appointment. It went great. And there was a moment in the car driving back, and I described it in the book. I could see her in two mirrors, visor and the side view, and she was just kind of sitting back there. I'm not saying that I know exactly what she was thinking, but I can feel what I'm pretty sure she was. It was just this thing about, why is, it's cool that Dad did this, but why isn't Dad driving again? Why is there always this? Yeah, and it's not Tony. He's been around forever, and so we got back from that, and there was something that I couldn't shake. It was something that stayed with me, just the images of this little 13-year-old kid in the back seat, and her dad can't even take her to just a basic, just like on the highway to a hair appointment. Like that was complicated, and I was like, what am I doing? And then I just sat inside. I sat inside of that for a while because it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, what can I do to stop feeling like this? The math is pretty simple at that point, And I wasn't going to do rehab. I wasn't going to do anything dramatic, life turnaround. I was just going to make a decision and stick to it. And I took a few Valium, drank a few beers, and then the next day, just woke up and said, I'm done. Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt physically. Just going to
Grin bear.
Yeah.
How long did it take before you felt okay?
About 3 days. The story I wrote was going to be a biography. It was just like that was fake. And then just coincidentally, it happened to be my oldest daughter, Cassandra's birthday when I quit. December 12th, It's just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that, because everybody's going to get a little squirrely, like a king push. The problem with a guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quickly, right? And kind of reassemble pieces.
So you're not as scared to go off the rails.
Right. And so then I got a call. This is the post. Already had HIV for several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine. Right. It's about a month after the Sam thing. Right. And look, we want you to try this thing. It's a much smaller cocktail, much less toxicity, and those very few side effects. We think you're going to do great, right? They said, but you can't drink it. The other one, you can drink it in the fucking face, like you could drink like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told you that you can. So I said, okay, great. So we tried that one, and it was working great. But they said, okay, if you can just stay off the booze, it's going to keep working like it is, you know. So this other thing showed up in addition to that, like just in concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. You know, let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway is what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing, you know, at bay, and let's rebuild every relationship that matters in your life, you know, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where you stop and think like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid, or what was I trying to enhance, or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
Interesting. Yeah. I think, I think it was more avoid earlier, like earlier in life, like avoid pressures of fame, avoid the fears of commitment or relationship, or being exposed to fucking fraud at some point, you know. I think that was earlier, and I think enhance came later. That trying to just make situations just feel more exciting or cooler or you know, sexier. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's interesting that you presented both sides of that. You know, avoid, enhance. Yeah. I relate to both. You know.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to tell people too, because everybody wants to hear the drug story. Like Bill Hicks had a great joke about nobody ever hears great drug stories, or you know, they only hear the bad ones. You know, and it is true. But the reason why people do it is because it's fun. Like it can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it. Sure, it's important for people to know because you don't want them to think you're lying. You know, and for them to hear you sober and happy and go, okay, that's possible. You can get there because this guy's admitting what getting high was. You know, like there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoked crack. This girl's giving you a blowjob while you're smoking crack. It was like the greatest feeling of all time. Yeah. Like I think that's important to say.
That hasn't been topped. I shouldn't say that. I don't care.
Yeah.
That hasn't been topped.
Have you ever heard Hunter Biden talk about crack?
I haven't.
He was on that Channel 5 show, and he gives this ode to crack that made me want to immediately go smoke crack. Seriously. Yeah, because Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't think people think of him that way because of the laptop thing, but he's very intelligent and very articulate. So when he's explaining like the effects of crack and how different it is and how incredible it is and the euphoria of it, and it's like he's literally saying that he's like getting the itch while he's sitting there sober, you know, just working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together. After all, publicly shamed, right, for being out of control, and talking about crack like a lover that he lost in a drowning accident. Wow. it's crazy.
I get that. Yeah. That makes sense.
I bet you do.
There's a moment in the doc where I tell this Sandy story.
Yeah.
And I say, wow, that one actually got me kind of, I can feel that. Yeah.
That's the problem. The problem is
that's the problem.
Yeah. The problem is.
Did you ever try her?
No, I never even had coke.
I never. Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
No, when I was in high school, I have a good buddy of mine, and his cousin was selling coke.
Okay.
And his cousin was super normal. I knew him forever. Great guy. Super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost all his weight. And it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like to me. It was like he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they're just dying to get coke. And I was like, this is a bad drug. And back then, I think it was actually coke. You know? I
80% of it, yeah.
In the 1980s, I don't know if they were cutting it with anything, but I made a decision at one point in time in my life, no, I don't want to have nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives.
You just stuck to that.
Yeah, it just seemed to me like that one can make you a loser.
And then did you roll in circles over the years where it was prevalent?
Yeah, I knew some people that did coke. It never worked out well. I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails.
I think there's like one guy.
One guy out there, some superhero, he keeps it together.
Maintained in all those years was Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think he's the only guy.
Right.
Do we know of anybody else?
Well, they might not be public about it.
Right.
You know.
What about the rumors that Jack always traveled with like a doctor? You ever heard this shit? You heard these stories?
No.
Oh yeah, that he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed it, and only gave him just what he needed.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
That's some movie star shit right there.
Exactly.
You get a doctor with a fucking leather satchel to carry your coke around.
Yeah. Just close.
I'd make you wear a stethoscope everywhere you go, bro.
Has to.
You need to have a stethoscope on. Everybody's got to know you're legit.
Yeah, but that's one of the great like 80s rumors about Jack.
I've never heard that rumor. That makes sense.
They could be around Jack. I was only around him a few times. It was cool as hell. You're always kind of looking like, all right, who's the bagman? Who's this guy?
Right.
Where is he? You know, or who's the bagman for that night? You know?
Yeah.
And was it a team of doctors that rotated?
Dangerfield party to the end. He did. He kept that trader rolling.
Yeah. We lived in the same building for a while.
You in Dangerfield?
Yeah.
No way.
That building in the book called The Wilshire on Wilshire.
Oh, wow.
My gosh, I maybe saw him twice. I got in the elevator with him one time. And we see each other out. We never really had like an elevator moment. You know? He goes, hey, kid, how you doing? You look great. He's like, you're going to say, hey, what?
You're going to sing that?
Yeah, that's
guys together with Kinnison.
Yeah.
Wow.
But in the elevator,
Look at Rod. He looks funny just in his photo.
just
Just in the photo, you start laughing.
doing nothing.
He was so good, dude.
I can't tell you what happened that night. I don't know where we were. But it looks like the jacket is definitely a circa 89, 90. It looks like a backstage something that's on my jacket, right? Yeah.
Probably at a Poison concert or something.
Perhaps. So we're in the elevator. What are you, Puerto Rican, right? And I said, no, I'm Spanish Irish. And he said, you don't know whether to start a parade or start a war. And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby. Or built it in the moment. Right now. Yeah. And I was just like, so I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice, you know. Start a parade or start a war. That's fun. I'm just like, wow. Just left me with that goal, you know.
We have his handwritten notes in our comic club.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, for one of his Tonight Show appearances, we have his handwritten notes framed, all the stuff he's going to talk about.
Okay. It's pretty cool. Wow. And when would he stick to?
Yeah. Wow. It was like his jokes. He has like the punchlines, like accented bold letters.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, he wrote it all on darker.
Yeah, he was like super organized.
Yeah, super organized. Well, he stopped doing stand-up for a long time, and he was selling aluminum siding. And then he made it again when he was much older in life. He came back, and the thing that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up to when he went back to have a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like his brain just worked that way. So he was just always writing jokes. So when he came back,
on a treasure trove.
yeah, wow. Yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, everybody's like, where's this guy been?
That's amazing.
Yeah. And then he became huge, back to school, and Ronnie Dangerfield, HBO comedy specials. Yeah.
Epic.
Oh, he's one of the all-time
So he came back and doing stand-up.
I think he was in his 40s.
Got some heat again. That activated the films.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before when he quit. You know, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, and got a job, quit. I think he might have quit for 10 years. Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing. And then he's like, fuck it, I gotta do this. And then got back into comedy. Wow. I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that. Just can find it, make sure that's true. I'm 90% sure that's true, but I know that he didn't make it until he was in his 40s. And I told this the other day, but I'll tell it again. I used to work at Greatwood Center for the Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there, and I was backstage, or by the outside of the backstage. And Rodney Dangerfield would go on stage completely naked with a bathrobe on. That's what he would wear, and he was wearing a bathrobe backstage with slippers and just walking around. I was like, this guy's wild. You know, he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Was it partially closed at least, or was it just wild? Yeah, it was closed. Oh, okay. He wasn't letting everybody see his dick. But if you went to the green room, you were seeing his dick. Because he's sitting there, he'd just sit there, his legs would be hanging out, I didn't care. He struggled financially for 9 years, one performing as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job selling aluminum siding in the mid-50s to support his wife and family. He later quit, so in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. Yeah, so somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day, he returned to the stage performing at hotels in the Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt of $20,000 by his own estimate, couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he began developing a character for whom nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Oh, look at this. During Roy's comeback bid, was Roy. When he was 19, he was Jack Roy. Oh! Wow. When he was checking in at hotels from now on. Wanting to distinguish himself from longtime patrons who might have remembered him from the 1940s, Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in a 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. That's when he popped again. That's nuts. Yeah. Maybe he didn't know whether to start a war or start a war. He's a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the Laugh Factory. I ran into him. I said hi, but that was it. And then you got a chance to talk. So you did have a moment. Yeah, I had a moment. Okay. Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was outside. And he had some hot milk with him. Go, Ronnie. Why not? It was probably his wife. His wife has donated us these handwritten notes and also the photograph of them too. It's pretty cool. It's just there's a few guys like that you know without them you always wonder like where would comedy be? Like where would it ever turn up? Like so many people like Pryor and him and Lenny Bruce. So many people just like changed everything. Carlin, yeah. So many people just changed Kinnison. They just changed the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people. Like those, that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. So everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark, all these guys. Robert Schimmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials. Wow. Yeah. So he would have have his favorite comedians. He would just have like a show where he would like introduce his favorite comedians. But you have to scout them at the clubs. Yeah, he would go see them. He'd just go on. And he had his own club in New York City, Dangerfields. Yeah. But he was interested in promoting comedy too. You know, just a fucking amazing guy. It's such a cool moment to have with him. I can see it. I mean, there's nothing tricky about that right there. You know, what was it like being with your dad while he was filming Apocalypse Now? There's a lot of that in the book. How you
got a sense that, wow, this is all going on at the same time. And it mellowed. Right. Kind of, fun. Just doing cool shit. And so you visit a place like that and get in the middle of it and engage in this entirely just such a surreal reality. And then, wait a minute, you're like a movie. It's about a film. It's a film about war and barely ended like a year ago, right? Yeah, 14 months ago. Saigon, 75, right? I think so. Yeah, barely. I mean, it was like right at the tail end of it. And so, yeah, it was. We were able to do enough stuff like recreationally. There was a lake, you could water ski, you could fish, you could do those kind of things. You didn't want to go to the set with Dad. But once you saw the set when Dad was, you didn't have a fuck about water sports or fish or anything because what they built and what they were trying to create was mind-blowing. Because Coke built Kurtz's compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like like plaster covered chicken wire and rebar. These were like 2-ton boulders. Yeah, they brought in and started stacking in the jungle. And then a lot of it started sinking. You couldn't build a foundation in a riverbank, right? Right. Then you just a mix of people, the talent, Dennis Hopper, Brando, Duvall. It was everyday filming, completely unique. There was no. You go to the set, and you were going to see something completely different than what you saw the day before. It was wild. Yeah, and I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred Blau, who I mentioned in the book. He was the key makeup artist, FX guy. So he was building all the prosthetics for all the carnage you see in the movie. It's like walking to a shop, arms, legs, heads. But I knew it was all fake, because as a 10-year-old, you start seeing how it's made, and so gore. I think I read in the book was never gore in movies. Was never emotional in movies. It was technical. But still kept really curious about how it was done and just the artists behind it. They could create those effects. How long were you over there for? A total of 8 months. Wow. Maybe 9. Yeah, and it was 3 years. Yeah, it was 3 at first, and then 4 at first. We went back. Dad has a heart attack, and then we went back and stayed for like another 4 months. Yeah. So, it was. And people say, so on sets, you must have dreamed about being an actor. I'm like, yeah, until I got to this set that almost killed my dad. That's not a job. You're just gonna wrap your arms around it and say, when can I start? Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the filmmaking was really exciting. I didn't really understand it as a 10 or 11-year-old. But I knew there was something about it that required a much closer look, and I had a very keen interest in just what would it take to build this this reality, this fake reality. On the way, the subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So
That's a very strange experience. Strange experience for a 10-year-old.
It is.
On such a grand scale.
Exactly.
When it becomes what Apocalypse Now became.
Right.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other war movies. It does. It really does.
I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think
That's a true masterpiece.
it really is. Yeah, and there's no computers, nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day. And when you watch that, you know, when Gilbert takes the beachhead, that chopper assault, look at them just what they committed to. Yeah, to bring that to the screen is just it's impossible. And then you see some documentary stuff. It's like those were on loan from the Philippine Army. Then like midday, they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, "We gotta leave now with the choppers." And he's like, "I have 18 cameras set up. The whole river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? See you tomorrow." Stuff like that. Yeah. Wow. Pretty wild.
Yeah, but that must have like, for you, like to eventually become an actor in Platoon, that had to be kind of surreal.
How does that happen?
Right.
How does that happen?
How does that happen 11 years later?
Yeah. Or 10. Yeah, because I did Platoon at 20.
Right.
Yeah, so how do I go back to the same country
10 years later?
10 years later, the same subject, right?
Right.
Narrate the fucking thing. And then it's elevated to be on par with the one.
Yeah.
That's
How does that be films that gets mentioned in the same breath as
Right.
Apocalypse Now and
Right.
war films?
Yeah. I'm a much bigger fan of Apocalypse than Platoon, and that is primarily about just the scope and the complication and just what, you know, difficulty factor.
Yeah.
Difficulty factor.
Well, it took forever.
It took forever, yeah.
How many years did it take?
It was like 8 or 9 years, right? I don't know when Francis conceived it. It came out in 79. Did it come out in August of 79?
How many years?
August 79.
How many years did it take to make Apocalypse Now? Because it went way over budget.
Oh, it did. And by today's standards, that's like it's like a Fox Searchlight budget.
Right. Right.
You know?
And Lawrence Fishburne was like, what? How old was he?
He started the film at 14. But
and it came out in 79.
On his 38th birthday, April 77.
wow. And imagine.
So when did the project start?
During time discussions, casting started February 76 is when Stephen Green dropped out.
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
They shot with Harvey Keitel for a few weeks as Willard. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. And Francis just let him make the wrong choice. How he was doing it, whatever he could. Francis just saw it differently. Had met Dad during the Godfather audition. Said, meet with Marty.
Wow.
You can tell people that don't really know my dad that well call him Marty. I run into people on the street. They're like, hey, give Marty my best. I'm like, who the fuck is Marty? People call him Marty. No. They know I'm better,
Well, people that pretend to know someone always like to throw a Y on the end. The end of it makes it look tight.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I would be like, Chucky.
You're still Charlie, right? But I would be like Joey. Yeah.
I could never think of you as Joey.
Yeah.
No. But imagine this with the pilots. So spend that much time, all that shit that happened. I even brought home like props and things, severed hands, Ifig out jewelry, and all this cool shit, right? All these great stories. And didn't have anything tangible to back any of it. My mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody could go to the theater and say, oh yeah, Charlie talked about that. Oh yeah, he was there that day.
Right.
I mean, to wait when you're that age, waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting a decade, right? So that was kind of a trip. But when I saw it at the Sierra Avenue, 70 millimeter, and it's like, man, when those choppers hear the
TV at home. Oh shit! You know, because I was too little to watch it in '79. Is that what it was? Maybe I saw it when it came out on HBO or something like that for the first time. But when I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse Apocalypse Now Redo, the master one. Got it. It's fucking sensational. You finally had that experience. Oh, yeah. God, it's so good. I was like, this movie is wild. It's so well done. And it's just so epic. Like, for you to have been there live while they were putting that together and then to see it all pieced together, I mean, that had to be an insane experience.
Well, and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because, like I talk about in the book, not so much in the doc, it was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because of the way the sets were constructed, because of the way Francis had everything lit, it was super claustrophobic, like in Prince's Temple and Compound and places like that. And it was also fucking dangerous to be on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Snakes and shit. And weird people. And so, yeah, Francis was just like, come on, you know. Wow. But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any of the chopping and salt. I could see Hopper at a distance in that outfit with those cameras walking with Dad. I couldn't hear what he was saying. So to then see that scene where Dad first steps off the boat at the compound and Hopper is an incredible going along. Yeah. You got the cigarettes, that's what I'm talking about. And it's just like, so to have that kind of thing, that to have been there that long and still be a completely fresh cinematic experience was a trip.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon? Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I here? Because it's so quick between you being 10, right, being in the jungle while they're filming Apocalypse Now, to you starring in Platoon. Had you settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary that I watched,
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
It's very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so you sure fuck it all up. Sure.
He's not wrong. But, and then I had a comment in some interview the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You kind of like laid that on me, like, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However, a little late.
Yeah, but you can't tell me that. They have to kind of figure it out.
They do. But the thing about the two, when it happened, the good news is that I had done enough film work. Not like super memorable films, except maybe parts of Red Dawn, if you can remember. Just with the film kind of stuff where I was out. I think parts of Bugle were kind of embarrassment, right? Sure. But yeah, so it was just sort of getting more comfortable in front of the camera, more comfortable sort of being able to think on film and actually, breathe on film. It sounds kind of like actor schmactor, but it's actually a thing. You talk about controlling your breath in every other area of life, sure, right? Yeah. It's the same is true as an actor, for sure. Even doing the show, even doing 2.5, that first scene, I was usually off. I was usually like about to make an entrance from somewhere bad there, cheese smoking, or you just try to figure out the first scene. But then you hear the stage go quiet, right? Somebody else, speeding, sound, market. And then if I can get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew this first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked. Shallow breath. Yeah. Then you can't, then you change the thing. Then that first take is just a pancake. It sucks because that's the first time the audience is going to see it. Right. You kind of want that one to be, there's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want her watching. Yeah. Not the second one where she's already heard the fucking jokes.
Right.
It's just whatever.
Right, now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah. The live performance thing is weird because they don't really do it anymore. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of a sitcom in front of a live audience with cameras.
There's very few. I think Tim Allen's show still does.
What was that on? Was that on Funk?
Yeah.
So he still does a traditional camera?
Yeah, because live. Yeah, the guy I worked with, a friend of mine, is on that instead.
God, they used to be all over the television.
I know.
There used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think Chuck's new show on Netflix. It's called Man. Yeah. I think that's a live audience. You know.
Okay. So they're still doing some of them.
Yeah.
They're fun. It's fun when it works. You know?
Yeah.
It's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right.
Used to be most of what was on late at night.
Exactly.
At nighttime. You're right. When you got done having dinner, you
Yeah.
sit down and watch Friends. Or you sit down and watch Seinfeld, 2.5 Men. Or, you know, comfort. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, we my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air. Binge watched it.
Seriously?
It's a good fucking
Wow.
show.
Yeah,
It's a funny show. I dismissed it. I was like, it's a corny sitcom. Bullshit. It's a good show. Right on. Solid show.
Right on. Yeah. That kid, that young man, Jim, right, had some of the most complicated dialogue that anybody sat with ever.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or of a sitcom.
There you go.
Yeah. Where you're kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, but delivering it like Rain Man. You know, just
He nailed it.
laser precision.
Yeah, that's a really well written show. Very funny. That guy Chuck Norris, how many fucking hits? That guy's had a ton of hits. Yeah, maybe more than anybody. Probably. Sitcom world. Yeah. You guys are friends again?
Yeah, so am I. No, that sucked having that out there. I did finally actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the other component to that freaking tour, to that meltdown, to that thing. There was a moment when I was only in rehab for like, I don't know, 3 weeks, a month. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like a, just like a quick little, not like a spin drive, whatever they call it. And I got the call when I was going to renegotiate the giant contract from season 8 and 9, you know. And I was on the phone and I said, I don't think so. But they're like, what, you don't think you're going to get paid? No, I don't think we should do it. I think 7 is like, Anthem or 7, some other cool 7s, I don't think 7 is like plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we could mine from that Malibu house on the beach with those people. They're like, no, you understand, man. We're all like this when it turns into like a legacy play for fucking kids and their kids. And then the part they always leave out is an our cut. And our fucking cut.
That's a big part.
Yeah, and I said on the phone, and Mark and I have talked about that, talking to Mark Berg, my manager. I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's gonna go really fucking bad. I just know it. He's like, well, you're projecting now. He said, I'm not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it now. Got a little bit of clarity in this month I'm in the thing. I said, if I go back there, I got a bad feeling, Mark.
Why going back to work would send you off the rails?
Just that I had run up against a thing that I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Okay, so that if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that I would have to do something to enhance.
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom, and those guys all went crazy. those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied. But they were getting so much money. Right? So like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week. Right? Yeah. I was making $54,000 an hour. That's pre-taxes. So was I said no to season 8 and 9. I'd be like, do I have your address? Right? No, I'll work. What to do? I'll work Dangerfield's Road at that point. Let's go. No, but no, that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it. Right. When I crowbarred, I'd ultimately say yes. Yeah. But it was just, I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to give that much fucking money to, man. Right. You know? Right. And like, I'd buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over and then just say, pick one. And then you did that other thing where you had that other show after that you got paid like a ton of money in advance for, right? You talking about anger management? Yes. No, I was supposed to get, it was called a 1090. Yeah, it was a crazy scenario. Sucking that is to say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you're going to own a third of the show, like 37, 38% of the show in perpetuity. So we're going to do 100 episodes. It's the South Park model. That was the first 1090, and they just blew it up, and everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes, you do a 10 episode pilot, and then if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like, I don't know, like above a 4, or like a 5-1 or something, then it's like a share, right? Then it activates the next 90. So then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and do what sitcoms do. So you've done it, and when you say not a lot on the front side, you're still getting about 50 an app, 200 at pretty good money, right? But it's not. But you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment. Right. The other thing to pay gangbusters. So did you guys did the 10 episodes, and then you got to do all of them? Yes. So you wound up doing 100. Yeah. So you did them in a short period of time. 2.5 years. That's cool. I know. Yeah. I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I talk about in the book. The only reason I did was I wanted to show those guys across town. Right. And that is not any mindset to be the troops. And it, again, it started pretty cool. Did the 10, it was great. It was pretty good work. The shows were smart and funny. And then we got into that 90. It was about 20. No, what am I saying? It's probably like 9 or 11 into it. I started feeling exactly the same shit that I felt about 2.5 going past that point. I knew my enthusiasm for fashion had an expiration date. You couldn't manufacture it? I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. I loved the people I was working with, from the writers to the actors. They were terrific. You didn't like the final product? I did. Yeah, and I didn't. I stopped caring. But I still, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was partying, eating the fucking pipe, either girls or porn involved, or whoever showed up, yeah, hey, come on in. Plenty to go around. And then there's this thing, I think I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. Felt like 11, 15 minutes. Whereas, 9 to midnight felt normal. Wow, we had plenty of time to do everything. And then, like, the hours I really needed to, settle into enjoy
vanished. And then you're back to work. No, I can still banging on my fucking door. You're late, what the fuck? And I'm still fucking sideways. Wow. So I pop a couple shots or like half his Xanax or something. And I said, I just need, and I would literally do this thing, this 15-minute, 20-minute nap, where I would just hit the pillow and try to meditate, where the body just vibrating from crack all night. Trying to meditate? At that point, I'm trying to fucking time travel. I'm trying to levitate, right? Right? But I can feel, okay, I can generate some calmness, and then I would hit the shower, and I would type in the shower and say, okay, I only have to navigate from this shower to the next shower. That's about 11, maybe 12 hours. So shower to shower. Was that commercial like in the 70s? Wasn't there a fucking, like a deodorant or? Yeah, some shower to shower. Shower to shower. Yeah, like it lasted from one shower to the next. Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then I'd get to work and then have that midday drop off. And I wasn't getting the pipe anymore, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I started drinking. And it's people look at sitcoms like, oh, they're out there having a fun time, man. It gets super fucking complicated. Yeah. Right? It's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing. And so it is hard enough to do and to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with remarks, with jokes, with timing with other people. And then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise the condition I'm really in. And trying to make excuses. Right. Oh, I had a bed mix-up today. Bed mix-up? You want 2 pills, they're the same fucking thing at the same time every day. There's no bed mix-up. Right. It's like, what are we doing? And so, yeah, and then that turns into that thing where you then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, I'm just sorry for the overtime, let's pay for it. And they should have not taken the money. They should have said, we're shutting down. You need to fucking go get well. And just a little better than what you're showing as. So that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special, because I didn't care about it. The thing that sucks about that, looking back, is like think about all the energy and the hard work that all those other people put into it and committed to it because I said yes.
Right. And there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave. Is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back.
Did anybody even say, okay, so what do you do between that? After that last swan dive in the volcano that we all watched, and then he's back on another show. Like, what did he do between then and there?
Well, the narrative on you was, as an outsider, was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career. Right. And I think your ex-wife had said that she never worried about you. You would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented, and you were also very loved, which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. When you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They were like, he's fucking partying. It was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, because of their job or because of whatever, right? They try to keep it hot and hidden under wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you can tell. Yeah, she did not expect that kind of candor, right, with a discussion of illicit drugs, right. It was just like nobody ever done that before. She asked, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, it's a terrible time in my life. I got so low, I was doing drugs. Right. It comes from a place of shame. Yeah. You didn't have any shit?
I didn't.
No.
Because I watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrew Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I don't even think it wasn't a GMA piece. It was like a more in depth, one of those exposés they do, you know. And it was me coming out of rehab, and I remember watching myself just being such a. I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. Like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. So that got lost. Oh, yeah, because I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way. Yeah, and I had the brain full of, fucking crazy cream, fucking, covering myself in, and that's what 2K is. That's like donuts, right? And yeah, man, and you know where the material came from, right? Those slogans and all that stuff. No, it was Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants, the guy they called the Beard. Oh, yeah, I was on the phone with him. A couple days before that, because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. I'm like, wow, this guy's a fucking trip. Trying to get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. So I came in, I just know that guys like us, we're not like the millennials. We're different, man. We got tired of running through our veins. We got fucking honest DNA. We got, we don't know how to lose, man, because we're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this. And he's probably thinking, cool, man, I just kind of inspired him. Maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. That stuff went in there, man. And it stayed on a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know. What was the person that started being fired or some shit? I don't remember. So there's a moment that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just like let it just brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? I'm like, well, how you just address that? You owe them an apology. She was like, okay. I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? This is the tone of it. And so,
how did she address them?
I felt that they were dismissed as just like porn chicks, because one was a porn chick, the other one was not. She's my natty, so she kind of got rolled into that unfairly, So then they, Andrew's like, oh my God, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, but I'm over here, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing. Yeah.
So you're ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's when it turned into. And then I started hearing Brian's stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, man, I'm tired of it. And then it all just, it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back. Wow. And then everybody's like, okay, well, it's different. It's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever, man. Well, let's just have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out, And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. And my friends are banging on the door. People are, sending me, videos and stuff. It's like, dude, the world's on fire with your shit, man. Like, all right, what does that mean? And there's like these folk songs, rap songs. People like marching in the streets. There's already t-shirts. It's just gone. It exploded. Yeah. So it's not like I can jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just,
UFC fighters were saying they had tiger blood. They were joking around about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Get away from you.
Penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, achieved penetration.
Well, no one had ever done an interview like that before.
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. I wasn't gonna be sissy Charles from the 90s, you know.
Right.
Convergence of all these elements and all these emotions and all these feelings and also resentment I had in myself. You know, it's like, all right, I'm just gonna pick some targets and you know, would have been nice had it been sort of if I could have just sort of heard it, just kind of, you know, away from it, you know.
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
I've started to no, I've started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. You know, what do you think it would be? I mean, what would it's hard to kind of even put those pieces together.
I wonder if you would have gotten sober.
Interesting. You mean today's sober?
Yeah. Sober. You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash publicly to just eventually like gather your shit together. Okay. All right. Time to learn and grow. Obviously, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently.
Right.
Let's get it together and step by step, day by day. And here you are, almost 9 years later. Or 8 years.
Yeah.
That's you always wonder, like maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. You know, like the whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purging of all of it, and you know, and still you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody is loving the fact that you know you're winning, and that you know you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and you got all these hot girls, and everybody's like, he's winning, and so now there's no incentive at all to get healthy, right? Which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially, it kind of helps you to get like a little off the rails. And so you're kind of known for that, you know? Like, and then you have this big tour, and everybody's coming out to see you, right? You know, which was crazy for you to do. Like, the first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was a train wreck. Yeah, it was a disaster.
But you guys pulled it together, and that was like kind of the story of like your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. So even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show in Detroit, people were still coming out to see the other ones.
Right. Yeah. I had an option after the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago or taking the bus, the tour bus, right? And I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. They're like, why? I said, I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Daddy was on that trip. Maybe Rick, Shady was on it. Anyway, and I just replaced room in the back, and I just converted it myself. Had a paper and pen, just went to town. And just sort of started trying to reshape it. When I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that garbage, you know, all that garbage. I said, we traveled with none of it. I said, here's the new show. I'm like, sure with this? I'm like, just trust me. Unfortunately, that's the night where he got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. Chicago. But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough of that thing to just, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it's also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Like, thank you. Yeah, enough. How about that? Time to get this get this thing back on track.
Yeah. And it was the curtain comes up, there's 2 chairs, and I have a moderator. It's just a conversation. Imagine that. Yeah. Didn't reinvent anything. No. You know, and I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear this whole thing, including them. And yeah, so I kind of got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah, and people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was essentially, it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was, man.
So I know you had Jeff Rossman.
Jeff Ross, yeah.
It was great at that. The master at Off the Cuff.
Wow, he showed up and he is
perfect guy for that.
Shape on it.
Yes. And then you had Russell and some too, right?
Yes.
He was also a master at Off the Cuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was so relieved. The two chairs had shown, because that's when he joined us in Canada. He was terrific.
Yeah, Russell's awesome.
Yeah. The first night sitting with him, some dude, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? I go, what's their dollar? Looney, okay. That's $1?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it out?
No, and me. We're in the chair for maybe 5 minutes, and I get hit from the balcony. I get hit with one right here. And it's like getting punched. Like someone with a skinny metal hand, And I just had to kind of pause into that. They got the guy thrown out. But I just thought, wow, I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Russell could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
Really good shot.
Guy throws a loony from the balcony, hits in the head. That's impressive.
It is.
Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not. Now, when you're throwing it, you have to kind of factor in.
Yeah. It's about flipping of the air.
It's kind of like a boomerang.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a tiny frisbee.
So anyway, there were just moments like that I guess just little cosmic reminders that not everybody was on my side.
Right. Yeah. Which is important too.
Can I hit the bathroom?
Yeah. We can actually wrap it up. We're getting close.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
Can we just touch on a couple things before we do?
Absolutely. Let's take a leak. Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. This just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just...
One of the guys out there just said, folks confirmed he's dead.
In the lobby, that just... Whoa. Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Beliefs that they don't want.
I'm sorry.
Rest in peace. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. 27 years old, maybe. 30.
Even have a suspect?
That's why I don't literally try to track it all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. You don't deserve that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had the crazy take on it? What was their take?
I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I haven't seen the video. I just don't talk about tweets about it.
Fuck. It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show. I'm trying to.
Right, no, I understand.
I think they were live on the air. It's not tweets on Twitter.
So it's someone's hot take. Yeah, that's a crazy take. The crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved it? Right. You found it right here.
Like this happens.
You put the headphones in.
And got the sense we just got the sense we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was just a forward shooting or coming out in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
Oh, that's it. Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
They shoot celebration guns in the air.
Just what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion. Oh, fuck.
Why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like,
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter. Of course, a crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because, you know, they do. Right. A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
yeah, 4th of July, you leave your house. What the fuck? No, that is, that's a, wow.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous, too, to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. It's not violent guys. He's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He was trying to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw, he's
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on.
Sure.
You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right. Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some work and bring it to the table.
Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, but not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something so in the moment right now from someone this current that we see and are aware of daily, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who's all over social media, always doing these various shows, debating people, talking to people, and giving speeches. Sure. Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that. No. This is horrible. No. But I know people are going to celebrate it. Because this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. They believe it's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
You could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be this sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And just going through the whole New York thing. Sometimes there's a crowd that's all punk. It's all punk, and all they want is, is your signature or a photo of this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time. And I don't think anybody wants to show me. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
Yeah.
A thing like today, you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah. Well, it's, when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or, you think of them in the past. You think of them like, when something happens in the current, like right now, this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real. It seems very surreal. It does. It seems like it's going to take a long time before we, for instance, as something that happened. Like, remember he got shot and killed. Oh, yeah. Like, right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registered. It's not.
Is he a friend?
No, I met him once. I met him once at a gun range, of all places.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a nice guy. I met him. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided. And there's so many people love it. They love that we're divided. They profit off that division, and they stoke the fires, and they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you can do after someone dies horribly like this is celebrate. It should be a wake-up call for everybody. This is nuts. It's unforgivable that spend things like that. Because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family. I think that's just like default with those. They gaslight you by default. Right. So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault. Right. Of course. It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propagandists masquerading against the news. So weird. Fuck. It's a dark day. Yeah. It is. Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is. We have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations, right? Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. It's scary. This can spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. You know, like I had a lot of fans. Yeah, I love that guy. Yeah, I know. If they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people over the edge. It could. Yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in previous times like this. There's always that tipping point moment. The Rodney King film, right? Something just like that's it. Yeah. This also highlights just a little bit of perspective, like how lucky Trump was. Oh yeah. It's just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters. Yeah. It's just like wow. Besides that, it's just Trump needs bananas. Yeah. But he tells us his lips is here. Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something. Yeah. And then it's just, and then lips is here. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. His head, he'd be dead. And it would have been on live on CNN. How do we know more about an assassination in 1963? Yeah. Than we do about the Trump assassination. 8 months ago. And that story's fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because of metadata. Cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI in that area, all the way to this guy multiple times. He was 20 years old. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He was regularly training with military guys. He was regularly training and shooting. One guy remembered him from a range. Right? Like what? He was in a BlackRock commercial 2 years before. Right? Like what? His chosen rooftop is just kind of between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover. It's just a blind spot. The excuse for why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too sloped. The slope was too steep, which made zero sense. Because he climbed up and he was fine. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perched at a steeper slope made no sense. It was fucking nuts. They found that guy walking around the grounds a half an hour before the event with a fucking rangefinder. Yeah. So if you're not on a golf course with a rangefinder, then you're looking to shoot something. Yeah. That's what they're for. But it's just, it sucks to say things like, these are the times we currently inhabit, and that there's nothing
that is an absolutely factual statement. And it sucks to have to, just to exist inside of that.
It's very strange.
It's very strange.
Very strange.
Very strange.
It's very strange, and we've talked about it a bunch of times, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted in my thoughts. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online by people that aren't even real accounts.
Interesting. See, I don't study any of that.
There's a lot of that going on. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse where people are hating and saying mean things about people's political beliefs or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these bot farms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The Chat GPT thing. They were using OpenAI software.
Blocked a bunch of accounts in multiple countries that had suspicious activity.
Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of USAID money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just getting people to fight. That's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant inflict, constant like we have to take action. We have to, this constantly stoking the flames. Right. So it's not even organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it's being enhanced by foreign governments for sure. And probably some of it by our own government. What they did with the Manson family, you think they stopped there? You think that some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because there hasn't been a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it?
Sure. And we also never know which stuff was the beta test for that specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out. And like where okay, let's see
how they react to this.
Yeah. Oh hell, that worked like a charm. Okay, activate more of those. Jesus. Crazy. How do we wrap this up on a positive?
No, I don't think we can. No, I think it is what it is.
It is what it is.
We just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, that was great to finally actually meet you.
This was amazing. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Enjoyed talking.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you'll notice now. I always need a few minutes to get warmed up.
Yeah.
Get settled in.
No, you seem cool right off the bat.
No, thank you.
Some great stories too.
Jesus, thank you. Sometimes my brain, like we talked about, it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? You think about it?
Yeah. There's that part.
Yeah.
There's that part. Because people are like, hey man, you should get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude, I'm lucky this thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
So go fuck yourself.
You actually look way better than you've looked in a long time.
Oh, right on.
I think you look at the sobriety suits you.
Thank you.
You look really healthy.
I took a page out of your book. A very specific page, and even if it's a rumor and it worked, I use a sauna blanket, right? This thing called Higher Dose, and I'm not sponsored by them. I just bought one, and I fucking love it. I use it at home, and then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his,
right? I have one of those sauna blankets.
But you travel with it.
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So
I know a lot of times I'll just try to find a place that there's a sauna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, let's travel with his.
You definitely can, though. They're great.
I'm going to travel with mine.
Yeah.
So I've had it on this trip. I travel with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm lugging this rolling duffel and shit. Who cares? But so thank you.
It's worth it, though.
Thank you for the idea.
Yeah. Those are great because those sauna blankets are great because they're portable and you can always just get it in.
Right.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in the sauna.
Sure.
It's the best time ever to stretch.
But as far as time with the portable blanket is like I tell people it's like a hip room class without all the yelling and pain. Right?
A little bit.
Well, do you get drenched in that?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
That's a lot of what Bikram is. A lot of it's heat shock therapy. It's also the yoga, the exercises, which are great, and also the fact that you're more pliable when you're really warm and heated up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what was the conclusion?
I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar because I've been in both. I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperatures.
Got it.
And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. Sure. You can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip.
Right.
Between things, you'll have to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You get through a real good big group hot yoga class. At the end of that, man, you're
gonna have you give a different day in front of you.
100%.
Yeah.
If we all did that every day, it was like how everyone started their day. Yeah. The world would be so much more peaceful.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It really would.
Yeah, it really would.
It'd be a much, much, much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All those things are great, but just do a hot yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world.
Yeah. 13 up, 13 down.
Yeah. You'll live in a world of kindness and sweet people and hello, friend.
Right. Because you've already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. They can't deliver that kind of pain you're just inflicting on yourself.
And it's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort.
Exactly.
You're constantly battling. Use pose for 15 more seconds.
Yeah. And there's no cheat zone.
Exactly.
There's no, you can't.
Right, because you're always doing it 100% of what you can do.
Right. Yeah. No, I was going to his studio on Rexford in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. We were with that original crew.
Wow.
Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there.
Yeah.
Wow. And a lot of the stuff the arms above the head, he could only go about here because of the ceiling. Yeah. I would come in late sometimes. Kareem would already be in there. And so his shoes would be next to his locker. So I would put still wearing my shoes inside his shoes. Just because I just had to. It's cool as fuck. It's great, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also in there, right? And so, the mirror, you can see the front desk where you check in behind you. Like you can see it. It was behind us, all facing forward. And for about a 6-month period, Quincy's in little speedos. He's giving it his all. In the middle of the standing bow and the freaking head to knee or something like a triangle or something really complicated. And he'd stop. And he'd leave the class, but you'd see him going to the desk and writing shit down. Fucking sweating in his speedo, right? He's writing shit down. He's sweating on the paper. And he'd come back and try to, resume what he was doing. And then this went on for a while, and we came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? Think about the year. Think about how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing Thriller. Whoa. Yeah. And he's getting inspired during the yoga, during the Bengal yoga. Wow. You're kind of watching in the mirror the best, I think, the largest selling album ever, perhaps. Right? Probably. Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
Being built behind us.
Wow.
Kind of a trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is.
Yeah.
Even in the middle of a yoga class, he's going to run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly. Yeah. Or something.
I just had to write it down. Wow. Because most people aren't allowed to leave the class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You gotta let him leave.
Yeah. He gets that pass, doesn't he?
He gets the pass.
Yeah.
He gets the pass. All right, brother.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck for you and everything.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody. all those years. I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue, or in the same building, or in the same party, or probably something. I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there was a red carpet. And like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go to the back door. Seriously? Yeah, I don't like. Wow. I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going to the back door. Fuck this. Yeah. No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance. It's just too weird. But it's look over here, look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment. Yeah. And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery. I think it's bad for you. Yeah. I think it's legit. I think it's like radiation. Yeah. Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life. No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her. Charlie. Right. Far left. Yeah. You've looked at her like 7 times already, and then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day. Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one with a little bit of side eye to the just a little something, right? A little purse of the lips, a little something. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's an absolute dog shit. Yeah, the one with your mouth open. Exactly. What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here. Right. Forget the trappings. Yeah. I mean, is there, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it? Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it, it's a big thing. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit. Right. Yeah. I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling. Right. That's totally unnatural. It's completely unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. Jam, there it is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd. Yeah. It's a form of a perp walk, isn't it? A little bit of a perp walk, and just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition. Right. Yeah. I just had it for the first time. Last Thursday. The first time ever? No, for the first time in like a long time, like maybe over a decade. I had the Netflix premiere. Yeah. And it was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then the sun just beating right on my forehead. It's just, I can feel myself starting to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice. All of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong. Yeah. And it's all being documented. It's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny that when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had said in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy. Yeah. And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you. Oh, that's right. It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. I know it's a long shot, but if we can treat better, he knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later. It takes what it takes, right? Yeah. It's funny because back then, I don't think I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had had. Seriously. Yeah, he was 2011 as well. And how many shows had you done by then? Not that many by then. I don't know. So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics? I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. Okay. We just sit, talk shit, and eventually your house. Yeah, it was at my house back then. Yeah. So it looked nothing like this. No. It slowly it's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. It was just too odd. It's like maybe some people should know exactly where it's right.
Yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was burying my phone just for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. Good. So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably what we should do.
Can you imagine? And like I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this.
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV.
Right. And make the guy drive a few circles around in like some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot chops, all these different things. To watch you not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. You were the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was like, we love him, keep going. It was kind of crazy, all the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time, and what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, I think the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me about it. And I don't know if I was the conductor or if I was riding the caboose, both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the vista. Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through a tunnel vision. Like there was an energy. There was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was. My co-stars were. Where somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.